Owen Corrigan.
Chapter 1. Colm. There's a single droplet of blood running down my arm, and it really fucking tickles. I shouldn't be focused on that sensation over all the various pains that have been lodged into my body in the past hour, but that's the one that stands out for some reason. It tickles, and I can't reach it, because my hands are tied over my head. The droplet runs over every dip and curve in my arm, traveling from my bound wrists all the way down until it settles in the crease of my neck and shoulder, and it tickles the whole damn way. It's like an itch I can't scratch. No one wants to die this way. No one wants to die strung up like a gutted hog either, but it is what it is. The Aryan Brotherhood got the jump on me when I was out in the open, killing the 2 Banna members who were supposed to be protecting me, and now they have me hidden away in some random shack in the forest. Judging from the dark stains on the floorboards and decent spread of tools for persuasion, calling it their torture shanty can't be far from the truth.
Are you sure you don't want to give in now? I'm going to kill you anyway. We can get this over with nice and quick if you spill.
The man in front of me is waving a curved knife in my face in a way that's supposed to be menacing. It's wet with my blood, which adds to the effect a little, but it still falls flat. Maybe it's the guy. I spent the last decade working alongside the most brutal torturer in the business. Savage was cold, distant, and utterly relentless in his pursuit of information. It's what made his reputation so fierce that he was practically a mafia boogeyman. Watching him work was a thing of fucking beauty. This sallow, pockmarked asshole doesn't have shit on him, especially considering he's lying about getting this over with quickly. He's not letting me off, no matter what I tell him. In the last hour, all he's done is pussyfoot around with some bruises and shallow cuts. It hurts, but I'm more irritated than legitimately wounded. If I could get out of the damn restraints, my ankles tied to each side of the chair I'm sitting on, and my wrists bound together and strung up over my head, I could still kick all their asses. They may be armed, but they also look high as fuck, and I've got a minimum 50 pounds of muscle and 3 inches of height on the biggest of them. I'd bet my life not one of them really knows how to fight hand-to-hand either. No discipline. There's a lot of reasons I hate the Aryans, more than just the fact that they're the sworn enemy of the Banna, but their total disregard for presenting themselves as professionals is one of them. Just because we're criminals doesn't mean we can't take pride in our work. I'm convinced you shrivel in size and stamina the longer you spend stewing in hate, and that's why the 4 men in front of me all look like extras from The Walking Dead. They would never have stood a chance against my guys if they hadn't caught us by surprise. Because I'm an idiot, and I got complacent. Maybe I deserve to let them kill me. But I really don't have the energy for it to take 12 hours, while this guy nicks and pokes at me the whole time, pestering me with questions I'm not going to answer. Let's fucking go. I flex the fingers in my hand as much as I can, trying to get a grip on the rope. They were slashed when I pulled my gun, and even though the cut isn't that deep, it's deep enough that I can't seem to grip with it. Without a grip, there's no leverage for me to move around. I'm stuck sitting in this fucking chair, waiting for a rescue that isn't coming. My men in the Banna may be excellent fighters, but they're not the smartest. The chances of anyone deducing what the fuck happened and tracking me down is sadly slim to fucking none. I'm jolted back to the present when the guy grabs my face with one rough hand and presses the blade of his knife into my neck. I feel a small pinch, so he might have nicked me, but not enough to do real damage. I focus on staying still and not antagonizing him. His grip on me is as unstable as his interrogation technique, and I can tell he's annoyed my hair is buzzed too short for him to fist.
Tell me where the Savage is, and this can all end.
It's Savage, not the Savage, you insufferable moron. I think to myself, but don't bother to say out loud. I don't have anyone named Savage working for me. Sounds like a badass, though. Maybe go check the local motorcycle clubs. He hisses in frustration, and it's nice to know he's so easy to rile up. Angry people are easy to get the jump on. I do a more careful mental inventory of my injuries, and I'm certain that nothing is debilitating. I just have to get free. There are only 2 henchmen with him as well. They're standing behind him, one looking bored, and the other one's eyes filled with bloodlust as he watches everything go down. I understand what they want. Savage tortured and killed one of their men before giving a big fuck you to this lifestyle and retiring. I know from my sources that the main leadership of the Aryans don't give a fuck about one single crony getting killed in the middle of a conflict over territory. But clearly these particular guys have a grudge and don't care that he's long gone from this mafia shit. It doesn't matter. I'll let him slit my throat before I roll over on my former lieutenant. Even if it wasn't a matter of honor, Savage fucking deserves it. I never looked out for him the way I should have. He found happiness anyway, and protecting that is the least I can do. As the man pushes the knife harder into my neck, dragging it a little at a time, blood begins to trickle. Small drips, one after the other, tickling just as much as the one on my arm. He's not hitting any of the deadly veins or arteries yet, but it's only a matter of time. I try to buck my hips again, but it doesn't do anything to dislodge him, and frustration sets into every cell in my body. Fuck, this is annoying. What's worse is I'm pretty sure the only reason I was distracted enough to let them nab me was because of this whole Fallow mystery I've been trying to solve. It's a name, I guess. A guy. I keep hearing weird rumors, but nothing concrete. He's a vicious killer. He's one of us, he's not one of us, he's coming here, but some people say it's to help us, and other people say it's to murder us. Who sent him? Dunno. Where is he coming from? Also no idea. Why gangsters have to treat every piece of information like a bedtime story I'll never understand. I've been clawing around for facts, but no one knows shit. All I know is that some guys have died mysteriously in a fucking bloodbath down in Oklahoma City this past week. Some were Banna, some were not, and no one knows who was behind it. Padraig, my boss who only just left Possum Hollow to go home and left me in charge in the process, is fucking pissed about it. He told me to figure out what the hell is going on and who this guy is, and if he's the one who's behind the mysterious murders to take him out. I can't do any of that while I'm tied to this chair, though. If I get my throat slit and my balls cut off by this white power piece of shit salivating in front of me, I never will. Fucking frustrating. I really like my balls. I'd have a hard time concentrating without them. I'm calculating my options for the millionth time when the atmosphere in the room shifts. I don't think my captors sense it, but my spidey sense starts tingling. Before I have the chance to make a real assessment, I see a shadow. Behind the guy with the knife to my neck, there's a door frame with no door. It's a hallway leading to the exit, I think, and the two other guys are standing on either side of it, guns in hand but relaxed as all hell. Clearly they're confident that we're in the middle of ass nowhere and no one is coming to find me. In a fraction of a second, one of the two guards goes from standing and smirking at me to lying on the floor. His neck is cut, just like mine, except this cut was not fucking around. The left side of his neck is sawed open, nearly down to the bone, spurting blood in a dark spray halfway across the room, while he gurgles and thrashes on the dirty floorboards. The person who did it moved like a shadow. They slid in, wrapped their arms around the guard, and damn near decapitated him with what must have been a very fucking sharp knife before releasing him, all in an instant. By the time I'm able to get my eyes to focus on them, they're reaching for the other guard, who has about enough awareness to turn and widen his eyes, but not much else. This one stands there, his gun half raised, while the intruder lodges their knife in the underside of his jaw. The intruder is something. A man, athletic-looking but not bulky. He's wearing an oversized, faded Nirvana tee that's hanging off him and ripped, pale denim jeans, along with some brown work boots with the laces untied that have clearly seen better days. He almost looks like a drifter. A very sexy, lethal drifter with just the right amount of stubble to accentuate a sharp jawline, dark, narrow eyes, and dark, straight hair that's long enough to part and fall around his eyes. Focus, Colm. What he looks like doesn't fucking matter. Neither does the fact that he's slowly wiggling the knife as it's lodged in the man's jaw, a teasing grin spreading over his face as the guy paws at him ineffectively. What matters is that hopefully, if there are any gods of the fucking mafia, he's here to rescue me. It takes the one who was busy with me a few seconds to really clock what's happening. and a few more to stop staring in shock at his buddy who's still policking the wall with arterial spray. But once he does, he makes a play for the intruder. He's tall and looks stronger. He has a gun on him somewhere, but between the fact that there's barely 2 feet between them and he already had the knife in his hand, he seems to forget that. Instead, he charges the man, swinging wildly into the air between them. The man looks more bemused than anything else. He lets go of his own knife, while the guy it's lodged in acts like a stand for it. His attacker swings a few more times, but he's able to lean back and dodge each one, looking as casual as someone avoiding a bumblebee the entire time. Then the Aryan grabs the front of his shirt, fisting it in one hand while he swings the knife again with the other. The intruder's expression changes like a switch has been flipped. His entire body tenses and fury sweeps over his face. Just as quickly as when he first entered, he stops toying with the Aryan and attacks. The heel of his hand meets the man's nose in a swift, sharp jab that knocks his head back. Then he swings his legs out from under him, sending him to the floor in a limp pile. He turns just long enough to grab his knife and rip it out of the henchman's jaw, earning an agonizing, ear-splitting shriek before the man collapses on the floor like his buddy. Knife in hand, the intruder moves like a flash toward the Aryan who's still struggling to see straight after getting his nose busted. He crouches over his victim, all of his movements smooth and leonine. Every single thing about him is predatory. He doesn't touch him, though, only crouches, dangling his blood-slick blade over his victim's face. I'm kind of enjoying this, I'm not gonna lie. If plays were more like this, I might have some culture in my life. The intruder is something truly incredible to behold. His confidence, his control, his economy of movement. Even the way he so visibly enjoys every minute of his work. It's sadistic, sure, but at least he gives a shit. Not like these losers who are practically too high to function and get off on the power of violence but don't care about the prowess. Well, now they've learned their lesson, and I get to watch this mysterious new master at work. He still hasn't spoken, but he seems content to take in his prey from where he's crouched overhead. The Aryan makes an attempt to throw a fist, but the intruder bats him away easily. He cocks his head, obviously considering something. I can't decide if I want to watch him torture this asshole to death or get it over with so I can hopefully get my ass rescued and out of these ropes. I think the intruder is making the same decision, and it's clear when his mind is made up. His victim must sense it too, because I can see his eyes go wide as true fear hits him for the first time. He makes a brief, pathetic attempt to scramble backward, but he's cut off by the tip of the stranger's blade, plunging through his eye and into his brain. This one takes a while to die. I'm never really surprised by what kills a person quickly and what kills them slowly. It's always a dice roll. For instance, the guy who got a knife through the bottom of the jaw sounds like he's already dead, even though you'd think that might be a recoverable injury. I've also seen people get clocked once and just never recover. But you can get a piece of rebar through the chest and somehow bounce back. Who the fuck knows? I just want to go home at this point. I don't care if these fucks are dead or alive. As the last Aryan seems to struggle out his final breath, the intruder stands up, breathing heavily. Not just out of breath from the exertion, which he wasn't the whole time he was actually murdering, but legitimately panting. I feel a little ashamed of myself given the circumstances, but those breathy little noises are unfortunately taking a direct shot to my dick. I can't stop it. He's beautiful, like some kind of ferocious angel. The Old Testament one sent to massacre humans who enjoyed every minute of it, except this one's been trapped on Earth for millennia, and he's turned into this stubbly, grungy version of a formerly ethereal being. I noticed how beautiful he was before I even watched him settle into his murder spree, and now that I've had time to really take him in, my body is starting to react. I don't normally struggle with my self-control like this. I've never been ashamed of my attraction to men, as well as women. It didn't seem logical to be ashamed of something when the people telling you it was bad were always the most pathetic scumbags you'd ever met. Or people with raging internalized homophobia and hypocrisy like Eamon. Or Lucky. I swear to God that boy is dying of his own self-hatred-fueled sexual awakening. But I do live this life, and my safety is vastly improved by keeping it on the DL. It's fine. I don't like the people I work with knowing anything about me anyway, so that part specifically shouldn't be any different. It's not stressful for me, so I don't find it difficult to keep my shit buttoned up when I'm at work. Until now. Until this fierce, avenging angel just knife-fucked my captors in 4 minutes right in front of me, and now is taking in the scene and breathing so hard it sounds like he's getting deep-throated. It's impossible for me to ignore all that. Hopefully he doesn't notice the growing bulge in my pants at least. The Aryans took my shirt when they started fucking around with their pathetic attempt at torture. I've had worse injuries from the fucking foxes that live back at headquarters, but they left me the dignity of my pants. As soon as the thought crosses my mind, my gaze unconsciously flits to his body one more time, which is when I notice that I'm not the only one who seems to be enjoying this situation an unnatural amount. That's an erection. That's definitely a motherfucking erection, trapped behind his jeans, only a few feet in front of me. I have a reputation for composure among the Banna. I'm known for being the only one who never flies off the handle. I'm always calm. But as soon as I see that thick sign of his arousal as he takes in the result of his vicious handiwork, I inhale. It's embarrassing, like I'm some church lady clutching my pearls, and what's worse is that it's audible. His head snaps to look at me. Light hazel eyes, also very fucking cat-like, take me in, almost like he's noticing me for the first time. He traces my form from top to bottom, and the way his gaze pauses on my own pants situation makes it clear he clocks it. Which should be humiliating enough that my hard-on withers under the light, but no dice. If anything, it gets worse. I can see the outline of his pecs under his thin shirt, defined and firm, rising and falling with each panting breath. I can see how the tanned skin of his neck flushes as he studies me, and the atmosphere in the room quickly shifts from death and destruction to pure fucking arousal. I am irretrievably hard, and it's not going away as long as he keeps looking at me with that kind of naked hunger. It's an unconscious action when I tighten my stomach muscles under his gaze, but he notices anyway and smirks. His movements are just as lithe and controlled walking toward me as they were when he was turning my kidnappers into hog feed a few minutes ago. "You're interesting," he says. They're the first words he's spoken since he came in, the first sounds he's made, really, and they come out of his mouth as a fucking purr, just as feline as everything else around him, and even more seductive than I would have imagined. I'm normally laconic, but not completely dumbfounded. In this case, he may have sucked my brain right out of the room when he filled it with this horny fucking energy. "You're one to talk." I get the sentence out, but it's so breathless and wanting, I sound like I'm doing my best Marilyn Monroe impression. I didn't know that I contained that kind of neediness, but apparently if you're a violent murderer, it really brings something out of me. Huh. Maybe that's why I was low-key horny for Sav for so long. But that was a passive feeling I could always shove down and ignore, combined with a brotherly sort of affection. This is undeniable, and I've known this man for 10 minutes. He considers what I said, moving closer and then stopping when he's barely an inch from my legs. My arms are going numb because they've been suspended over my head for so long, but I'm too distracted to give it the attention it deserves. More blood for my dick, I suppose. "I am interesting. You're not wrong," he says as he meticulously cleans off his knife. "And horny. Normally after such a pleasant little kill, I'd consider jerking off. I don't usually have to deal with an audience, though. But, based on the lead pipe in your pants, the bloody torture victim might enjoy watching me come all over a crime scene right now." I'm not sure how I'm supposed to answer that. Saying yes feels like admitting I'm a fucking pervert, but denying it is so clearly a lie. Also, now that he's said more than 2 words, I can hear his accent. It's weird, mostly Irish but soft, like he's been in America a long time. In and out depending on the word, just something gentle and lilting on the ear. Or have I stumbled on someone who's such a freak, you want a little more than that? He punctuates his point by letting the blade of his knife drop to my dick. There's a thick layer of fabric between my skin and the blade, and he's not putting pressure on it, only teasing me with the edge of the blade. I wince away out of human instinct, but even as I do it, I feel myself thrum with arousal. God damn, he's beautiful. Looming over me, holding my dick hostage, threatening to do something ungodly right here in this torture shanty like it's the fucking apocalypse and nothing matters anymore. All my thoughts of the outside world and things that are supposed to matter officially fly out of the non-existent window. So, am I right? Does the poor strung-up rabbit want to be freed, or does he want to get his dick wet? I say like a fucking moron. Both, please. The man shrugs and makes a meh face. You can't have everything you want in life. You have to pick one. And maybe I'll give you the other one as well, if I feel like it. Or maybe I'll kill you after. We'll find out. Then his face shifts into a grin, but there's no mirth to it. Flat effect, just his mouth twisted up and pulled to the side like a carnival clown. Fuck, why does that make me want him even more? I knew I wasn't super mentally healthy. You probably can't be if you're going to be a career criminal, but I never realized I was quite this fucked up. Dick, please. I blurt out without thinking about it. Like a child begging for dessert. Absolutely pathetic, but I don't even regret it. If he tries to kill me after, I'll figure that out when it happens. Or maybe I'll just die happy. He tilts his head at me, obviously not expecting that answer, but not displeased. All right, little rabbit. Without further ado, he starts to strip. Jesus Christ. I thought he was maybe offering to blow me, or jack us both off, or something. Not anything that requires him to get fully fucking naked. But here he is, exposing miles of tanned, smooth skin, marred only by the occasional scar. Not a single tattoo in sight, which is not something I think I've ever seen in person. Not with the kind of company I keep. He's just as cut as I thought. A tapered waist, lines of definition everywhere, and absolutely no body hair from the neck down, like he waxes or something. The kind of torso I would expect to see oiled up in a magazine, or maybe a Greek statue. I'm not that picky when it comes to partners. I've been attracted to a wide range of body types, and while I make it a point to be as muscular as I can, I don't give a fuck about there being some fat on top of it. And I definitely don't care about body hair shit on me or anyone else. But in this moment, with this person, I want nothing more than to see him sweat-drenched and slippery before running my hands and tongue over every inch of that tight little body. So far, there's not a single thing about him that I'm not attracted to. He's wearing a jockstrap, which is so sexy I might want to incinerate right here in my torture chair, but also a bitter disappointment when it means I don't get to see his dick. As soon as he finishes efficiently stripping down, ignoring me the whole time, he does something that I really do think will make me burst into flames. He reaches into the pocket of his abandoned jeans, pulls out an individual packet of lube, rips it open with his teeth, and then gets to work with the same mix of clinical efficiency and wild enthusiasm that he just had as he butchered my kidnappers. His fingers get coated and then plunge directly into his asshole. This is obviously something he does regularly, because he's quick as he works his own hole open. Soon he's breathless again, his hard cock pushing at the pouch of his jock, the room filled with nothing but his occasional moan and the wet sounds of him finger-fucking himself for me. Jesus fucking Christ. If I make it through this without coming in my pants before he touches me, I'll be proud. As soon as he decides he's ready, he pulls out his fingers and wipes them on one of the dead guy's shirts, 0 fucks given. Then he saunters back to me, once again a lion on the prowl. My hands flex as I reach for him, even though I'm still bound. Untie me, please. I groan. I need to touch you. He tuts me for a few seconds with a condescending look, shaking his head. No, I like you like this. I groan in frustration, then my hips buck up, also desperate for him to come closer, for me to be able to put my skin on his delicious golden skin that's only a few inches away. Kiss me, I beg on an exhale. That earns me a silvery little laugh from him, making him toss his head back as if he's genuinely amused. No, he says without any follow-up. Now hang on, tough guy. I'm powerless to do anything but hang on. I'm just as incapable of movement as I was when I was being tortured, except now I only want to be able to move so I can grab him, yank him closer to me, and then rub my fucking face all over him until he's red raw with stubble burn and smells like nothing but my sweat for the rest of his life. The rope that's tied around my wrists is slung up over a rafter and tied, with the loose tail dangling down the other side, ending a few inches above my head. The intruder grabs hold of it and uses the leverage to sling himself over my lap so he doesn't have to touch me at all, which I take very personally, but also does nothing to impact how desperate my dick is to be inside him. He releases the rope with both hands, reaching down between his legs to deftly open my fly. Then, finally, I get his skin on my skin. I suck in a sharp breath as his warm fingertips dip into my boxers and find my cock, wrapping around my length to gently tug me out. The pulse of pleasure that shocks through me at the contact after all this teasing is so fierce. For a second, I genuinely worry I'm about to go off in his hand. Then he really would murder me, I bet. Instead, I take a few harsh breaths and try to get myself under control. I focus on studying his face instead of what he's doing to my aching dick as he produces a condom from somewhere and quickly slips it on me before lining me up with his wet little hole. I look at how dark and thick his eyelashes are, making his irises look even more pale. I notice his face is kind of heart-shaped, which makes him look prettier than he has any right to, and that once you get close enough to see through the stubble, he has a cleft in his chin. I want to press my thumb into it. I want to bite it. I want to drip cum into the little depression after spraying it down his throat. God, I'm already so lost over this alien creature about to fuck himself on my cock. As soon as I think that, he brings his hand back up to the rope, braces himself, and then steadily presses down until his rim has swallowed my cock. His pace is unrelenting, like he's not even breaking a sweat. He doesn't stop moving until his body has swallowed me from root to tip, and his thighs are flush with mine. I'm still panting, my cock twitching inside him. Move, please. The urge to grab hold of someone and fuck has never been stronger. But I can already also feel the precipice of my orgasm right there, growing closer as he studies me with those dark-lashed eyes of his. He looks less affected, breathing heavily still, sure, and there's a pretty flush that's reached his cheeks. But apart from that, he seems content to hang there, only occasionally contracting to squeeze around my length and make me gasp, as if it amuses him how desperate and pathetic I am right now. It's not like he's wrong. I am desperate and pathetic. He can do literally whatever he wants to me, and I'd probably thank him for it. And I'm supposed to be the one who's always in control, both internally and of the people around me. Without warning, his biceps flex, and he raises himself up. Once again, no part of him is touching me except the rim of his hole as it clutches the tip of my cock, and then he slams himself back down onto my lap, pulling the most strangled, undignified sound out of me that I think I've ever made during sex. After that, it becomes a blur. My fearsome seraphim starts to work my needy, pathetic cock like he's mounting a bull, and I'm still tied down and only along for the ride. I cry out and start babbling and begging at some point. He gets more and more flushed, but otherwise keeps his composure. The power in his hips is indescribable, as he slams down over and over, swallowing me whole every time. Yes, 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 I babble. Come, please come. See you come. He considers me when I say it, not breaking his stride at all, only cocking his head to the side while he rides me. Without warning, he picks up the pace. He's working me ferociously, and I can feel my ability to stave off my own orgasm weakening. Then he lets go of the rope with one hand again and wraps it around my fucking throat. My neck is thick, and his hands aren't small, but they're small compared to mine. He can barely get his fingers halfway around, but that doesn't seem to have an impact on how much force he exerts when he squeezes. My air is cut off, my vision swims, and every sensation in my body is cranked to a new level. With my skin tingling, I try to gasp, but fail. Oh, that's it. He moans, more affected than I've seen him this entire time. Come inside me, little rabbit. You know you want to. Spill that load for me. That's all it takes. With a groan, my cock flexes inside of him, throbbing as I empty myself into the condom, pretending in my mind's eye that it's really flooding his insides. He keeps clenched around me the whole time, bouncing up and down and continuing to let out breathy moans until I finally finish, and starbursts are exploding in front of my eyes from the lack of oxygen. Again, he moves in a sudden burst. He lets go of my throat, and then the sudden rush of oxygen is like an aftershock of orgasm, almost. But he also uses his grip on the rope to stand up, letting my still hard cock slip out of him where it flexes in the open air one more time, a little more cum dribbling into the full condom. I gasp, but he pays no attention. He's busy shucking his jockstrap in front of me. As soon as it's off, he throws it at me, landing so it's draped directly over my face. I use every brain cell I have to focus, because I don't want to miss a second of what's about to happen. As soon as he fists his cock, all the restraint he had before is gone. He's not just panting, he's moaning like a fucking whore. If I had the chance, I'm pretty sure I could rally for another round in just a couple minutes of listening to that filthy noise fall from his mouth. He works himself savagely, fisting his slim, uncut cock, the pink head peeking out over and over while he practically wails and bends over at the waist with pleasure. In barely 30 seconds, he looks close. He steps back in toward me, and for a minute I think I'm going to finally get his hands on me. Really on me. But no. Instead, he places one hand on the dirty jock that's draped over my forehead and uses that as a barrier between us as he leans against me. One more choked, ungodly noise spills out of his mouth, and then cum spurts out of him, arcing across the space between us to paint stripes up and down my bloody, sweaty, bare chest. It feels like he's marking me, exactly like I was thinking about doing to him a few minutes ago. I don't care though, because this seems like the closest I'm ever going to get to touching him. His orgasm draws on and on, more cum spilling out of him than I was expecting. It drips down me, coating my dark chest hair and pooling in my belly button. When he's finally finished, he keeps leaning for a second, catching his breath, before he finally releases his softening cock. Good job, tough guy, he finally says on an exhale, before stepping away from me and taking his jockstrap with him. The next few seconds are all it takes for him to put his clothes back on, like nothing earth-shatteringly sexy happened here. Also like I'm not still strung up by my wrists, bleeding but now covered in cum and with a full condom getting more uncomfortable on me by the second. So, he says once he's dressed again, knife in hand. Do you think I should kill you or set you free? I think my answer to that is pretty obvious, I growl. At least now that I've come, a few more brain cells have returned to their functioning status. The question here is, what do you want? Well, I was following you and your buddies when you got jumped. I saw the tattoos and knew you could lead me to who I was looking for. Then all this happened, and I went back and forth about whether to get involved. But frankly, I like murdering racists and homophobes. I don't really need an excuse to kill one of the Aryan Brotherhood, so it seemed like a party. I guess now I just need to decide if you are going to be useful, or if you might rat me out and cause shit over my unsanctioned bloodbath. I don't want to get in trouble with the boss. I think about it all for a minute. If he hates the Aryans and was following me, he must at least be connected. But I don't know him, so maybe not Banna? Who could he be looking to get to through me? Padrig? Savage, just like these guys? Okay, well, who are you looking for? I ask, still prepared to die to protect Sav if I have to. Someone named Colm. He's supposed to be in charge here, and my boss sent a message for him. My pulse jumps, but outwardly I remain calm. At least this conversation is back to the things I'm good at keeping my composure for, unlike whatever the fuck we just did. Like a gun-to-the-face message or a piece of paper. He smiles. If I tell you that, it would spoil the surprise. So, can you tell me where he is? Or do I need to cut up that pretty cock to get the information out of you? I sigh. No need for more torture. I've had enough for one day, as pathetic as it was. If you want Colm, I'll take you to him. He raises his eyebrows at me. Just cut me loose. There's a long pause. I hope you understand that I don't care how big you are. If you try to fuck me over or just fuck me, I will have absolutely no problem eviscerating you where you stand. He points to the bodies on the ground for emphasis, as if I could have forgotten the glorious massacre I witnessed a few minutes ago. You're fine. I really will take you to him. He is the boss here, you're right. Come on, let's go before I lose all motor control in my hands and become completely useless to anyone. There's a few more seconds of consideration. Then he shrugs, looking unbothered. The man steps close, cuts the ropes, and my arms drop to my side. Well, they kind of float down because my muscles are all confused after this. Almost immediately, the feeling of blood returning has me wanting to howl with pain, but I control myself. The man watches me the whole time with a blank expression, and I can't tell if he's impressed by my stoicism or unimpressed by everything about me in general. Either way, I try to breathe through the worst of the pain, flexing my fingers until I have some control again, and my rational thoughts come back into focus. Then, when I'm ready to walk without keeling over, I look him in the eye. Are you going to tell me who you are, or do I have to guess? Another shrug. You don't know me? Humor me, I say, my voice raspy from abuse and frustration. The man looks me in the eye, unamused. Fallow. My name is Fallow.
Chapter 2. Fallow. Where's your car? My sexy torture victim has been stony silent for several minutes while we gathered ourselves together and headed outside, apart from telling me not to worry about leaving the bodies. I'm assuming that means his people will come clean up later, but he didn't feel like clarifying. I don't have one, I say. He gawps at me with the same fly-catching idiocy he had when I started taking my clothes off. It's pretty cute. The sheer gormlessness of him makes me want to just do things. Especially considering he couldn't find his shirt inside, and the others were too bloody to use, so all he did was wipe the cum off his chest. My cum, I think, with a curl of intensity I wasn't expecting, and then stroll outside in nothing but his blood-stained jeans and the work boots we did manage to locate. I find plenty of people to play with, even with the extreme restrictions I have on all carnal activities. It's not like anyone who knows who I am would even think about breaking my rules anyway. But I rarely find someone that I'm quite so intrigued by right off the bat. The only gangsters I've been allowed to socialise with in my life have been the Banna, and in my experience, a lot of them are more sexually flexible than they'd have you believe, but they tend to fall into one of two categories: closeted and full of shame that they funnel into anger, or into the whole Spartan "it's not gay if you top" display of male dominance blah blah fucking blah thing. Both are exhausting and hold no interest for me, which is why I haven't fucked one of my father's little henchmen in a long time. In the past, I've found the situation to be even more repressed on this side of the Atlantic than back at home. So, to find someone who looks like the cardboard cutout display version of traditional masculinity openly lusting after me, no reservation in his eyes, all breathy and wanton like an ingenue trapped in the body of a WWE star, it's doing something to me. Well, how the fuck did you get here? He grimaces at the sun before looking around him, as if one more look might reveal that we're not in the middle of nowhere. I told you, I followed you. You think I was cruising behind you in a Dodge Charger like some kind of Fed? Out here with no other cars around and not getting spotted? Fuck no. I snuck in the flatbed of the truck while those useless cunts were loading you into the back seat. Before that, I was hitchhiking. The man looks at me with his head cocked to the side a little. It's an expression I'm not unfamiliar with, although I think the amount it's directed at me is entirely unwarranted. It's the "who are you and what the fuck are you talking about" look. I'm not bothered this time, though. Partly because he just dicked me down much better than I expected, and partly because I'm distracted by how sweaty he is. It's making him glisten in the late afternoon sun, all those drops of sweat laying on pale skin like salty little raindrops, refracting light and making him sparkle. The thought reminds me of Twilight vampires, obviously, which makes me snort. But that also makes me think about whether I might want to taste his blood if he would let me. And the throb in my still spent cock tells me, yes I would. I'm not sure how long I get lost in thought for, but I must have been deep at least. It happens. People get far too fucking twisted up about it, if you ask me. Who cares if I space out for a minute because my own thoughts are more engaging than whatever is going on around me? But the torture victim must have been trying to talk to me, and I wasn't responding. Because the thing that does snap me out of it is the sensation of his rough, warm palm on my arm. He's not grabbing me hard. It's just a light touch to get my attention. It's also paired with those crystalline blue eyes that are just as shiny and sparkly as the rest of him. Regardless, it's a shock to my nervous system, and every inch of me clenches, preparing to recoil. It's an instinctive series of movements that starts with him touching my arm and ends with his hands behind his back, both pinned in one of mine, while my knife is pressed against his throat, tipping his chin back and pushing just hard enough to bite in and leave a small trickle of blood running down to his collarbone. What did I say before? Treat me like your nan's fucking wedding crystal. Look, but don't touch. I know I'm pretty, but you may appreciate me with your eyeballs only unless I say otherwise, which I won't. He isn't fighting me, which is nice, because while I can take on someone that has the extra height and weight on me, I already fought and fucked today, so I'm more interested in getting something to eat and taking a nap than repeating the situation. Although, the curve of his ass is much curvier than I was subconsciously expecting, and my hips are pressed up against it because of the way I'm holding him. He has a rugby player ass. And rugby player thighs, I notice, when I let myself glance down. They're trying to bust out of those jeans like two wet pythons in a burlap sack. Fuck me sideways. How did I not notice that before? Get to fuck, this man is distracting. Unfortunately, all the sexy thoughts just rattled around inside my head like shoes in a tumble dryer, and I've forgotten what I was supposed to be pissed about. He's still completely tense beneath me, though, and I don't want to lose my air of violent mystery, so I can't let myself back down. On a whim, I lean forward and pull my knife away, licking the line of blood from the divot of his collarbone all the way up to the sharp, stubble-rough line of his jaw. He tastes like iron and sweat, and for a brief second I feel like I've stepped into an old western, or at least a porno of an old western. I wasn't expecting him to be disgusted by the movement, but instead he lets out a little gasp that's reminiscent of the noises he made while I was riding him, and it only makes me want to do it again. Now I really am sidetracked. I release his wrists and shove him away from me before I can crawl any further down this rabbit hole and end up suckling on his neck like a horny bat. Looking stunned, it takes him a few steps to catch his balance. His hand flies to his neck to where I cut him, his eyes widening even more when he sees the blood come away on his fingers and confirms for himself exactly what I just did. But then he holds both his hands up in front of him in a placating gesture. "I'm sorry. I was just trying to get your attention. I didn't mean to piss you off and cause all of whatever that was." Oh yeah. That's what I was pissed about. He touched me. Normally, the lingering discomfort would still be front and centre in my thoughts, but it had been swiftly derailed by all my delicious thoughts about blood and rugby thighs. Odd, but understandable. Before I can get distracted again, I force myself to focus on the task at hand. "Let's just take their truck," I say, even though the man immediately makes a face. "I'm sure you can have someone take it out back and burn it later or something, so it's not evidence. How far is it? The chances of us ending up on camera in it are slim. The chances of the cop giving a fuck about who killed these arsewipes are even slimmer, if you ask me. No one cares when Nazis get murdered, not even the KKK motherfuckers that probably pass for law enforcement around here. Now let's go, I'm hungry." Another wide-eyed look gets cast my way, but he knows I'm right. I start humming Killing in the Name Of to hammer home my point, which is clearly the last straw for him because he throws his hands up and turns away. That's another expression I'm intimately familiar with, but don't hate. The "why do I bother arguing" one. I am a fan. I keep humming the song as I herd him towards the truck, watching those quads flex and bunch as he moves. Besides, we need to get a wriggle on if I'm going to see the local Banna headquarters before dark. If I'm going to be hanging around here for a while, I need to know what I'm working with. I especially need to know how much of a fool this column is, and if it's going to be difficult to keep him off my back while I get my real work done, without word of it getting back home.
Calm. So, this is Fallow. It's pretty much the only thought I can keep in my head for the entire drive back to the farm. That and the fact that he won't stop humming Rage Against the Fucking Machine. The pickup we took from the Aryans is a piece of shit and the suspension is garbage, so we're bouncing all over the place because I'm taking the back roads. I can't afford to be seen in this thing by anyone. Cops, other Aryans, doesn't matter. Until we figure out a plan for how to deal with what just went down. Right now, I just need to get my ass home. I feel unusually exposed right now, shirtless and covered in blood, sweat, and traces of cum. In the questioning I'd been doing, Fallow had basically been built up to sound unreal. A mythological murder machine that I doubted I'd ever see with my own eyes, because of his reputation for keeping to himself and only popping up when someone needed to get dead. I still haven't been able to completely get a straight line on whether he works for us or not, which seems like it should be an easy question for me to answer, given my connections, because some people made it sound like he's the pet assassin of one of the higher-ups back in the old country, but I've also heard that he's been killing people in the organization. Maybe he isn't actually here on official business. Maybe he's here on the run because he turned on his boss. Maybe he's here to murder me. Who the fuck knows? The only thing I do know is that he already had me rattled before he told me his name. I don't like feeling fucking rattled. I'm keeping my identity quiet until we can get home, and I'm surrounded by reinforcements. If I'm about to be murdered by the most intoxicating person I've ever had sex with, which is saying a lot, considering my dick is literally the only part of me that even touched him, I might as well go down fighting. Maybe. Or maybe he'll start tearing me limb from limb, and I'll just hump his leg in response, like a desperate animal, because apparently I'm into that. Or at least I was earlier, when I stood there while he licked the blood off my neck, panting and feeling my dick throb instead of doing what a rational person would have done and pushing him away. Pathetic. Horny and pathetic. That's what I am. Not being the one in control is an alien sensation for me, and I fucking hate it. Fallow seems oblivious to my distress. He's content to sit in the passenger seat, also bloody and dirty, but at least fully dressed, meticulously cleaning the blade of his knife as he hums and occasionally looking out the window at the countryside. I can't tell if his unaffected air is put on for my benefit or if he genuinely doesn't care, but either way, it's irking the shit out of me. He murdered a bunch of people, fucked me, and then rescued me. The fact that the only real emotion I've seen on him was how pissed off he was when I touched his arm is rubbing me the wrong way. God, even this whiny inner monologue doesn't feel like myself. I tighten and then retighten my grip on the steering wheel, focusing on the sensation of the worn leather instead of the man sitting next to me. After what seems like a lifetime, we hit the edge of the Banna property. I refer to it as the farm, and so do a lot of the other guys, even though it hasn't been used to actually grow shit in decades. It was a family farm once upon a time. Then it got bought or press-ganged or something into service as the headquarters for a local motorcycle club. They used to be the main dealers in the area, with us as their long-distance suppliers. But when the Aryans started edging in on the territory, fighting broke out. It cost the club a lot of their membership, either to death or prison sentences. It made it pretty clear we either had to make a strong presence in the area or cede the whole thing to the Brotherhood. Padraig, my boss, isn't a fan of ceding anything. When Sav got injured a few months ago and we needed a place to stay outside of Oklahoma, it seemed like a win-win. I know Padraig's plan was to eventually build up our presence here and leave Sav in charge, but his son had other plans. He's perfectly happy living free and having nothing to do with us, and I'm happy for him. And not because it meant I got to take over his role as local boss. Okay, not just because. I wanted him to be happy, and I'm not exactly unhappy with the outcome of my sudden ascent to power. Except now, when I might be about to get murdered by someone who I think might be the first honest-to-God serial killer I've ever met. The guards at the gate immediately go on high alert when they clock the unfamiliar vehicle, but relax when they see me driving it. They give Fallow a questioning look, but he hits them with the same soulless grin he gave me earlier as they open the gate for us. I don't say anything as I go through the tedious process of driving up to the property and parking, mostly because I'm scared that the more I talk, the more he'll see how much he manages to ruffle me. As soon as we're out of the truck, I start to lead him inside to my office so I can tell him the truth and get down to business, but, of course, he interrupts me. "What is that?" he asks. Honestly, I've gotten so used to the noise, I barely notice it anymore. It's annoying, but in the same way that the sound of air conditioning is annoying. Background noise. But on the rare occasions when we do have a visitor on the property, I'm always reminded that it's pretty loud the first time you hear it, and it takes a minute to explain. I can't suppress a sigh. It's foxes. I know they're annoying, but you tune them out after a while. One of the ladies breeds them as pets that she sells. They're in those kennels over there. I point to the chain link runs lining one side of the building, Fallow's gaze following my finger. Normally people look some combination of annoyed, disgusted, or bored at this point. The noise is universally irritating for sure, but it's actually become a weird indicator of how much empathy people have deep down. Whether their response is to not give a shit, or, to the very least, think it's fucking gross to chain up wild animals and impregnate them for profit. In my life, I'd never thought about it until I ended up inheriting this situation. Never thought about animals at all, really, unless it was how to avoid someone's guard dog. The longer I stay here, though, the more it grates on my nerves having to watch the damn things be penned up. It makes me feel penned up. Who wants a wild animal as a pet anyway? They have the whole goddamn forest to themselves. I literally sling fentanyl and firearms for a living, and it gives me the fucking morality ick. That has to mean something. It's out of my control, though. The deal we made when we took the property was that the club prez's widow would get to stay, and she comes with fucking foxes. Sav even refers to as the fox widow, and thank God he's not around, or all the guys would be copying him. Padraig may be a piece of shit when it comes to a lot of things, but he takes his word very seriously, so her and her foxes are here to stay. Fallow doesn't look annoyed at the noise, though. His face is positively serene, in fact. "Are you okay?" I ask. "Mm-hmm," he says, nodding. "I've never really heard anything like this before. Like the screaming of a demon chorus that's coming to take your soul." That almost makes him laugh, just enough that the tip of a very pink tongue peeks out between his teeth. Once again, I'm hit with regret that I never got to kiss him before I aggressively shove the thought away. "Yeah," he says, his voice breathy and completely out of sync with our surroundings. "It's peaceful." Then he cocks his head to the side. "A little sad, maybe." I don't know what I'm supposed to say to that. He clearly clocks my reaction as well because his hint of a smile broadens as he holds my gaze. It's obvious he gets unending pleasure from making the people around him uncomfortable, or feel off kilter, and from what I can tell, he's a fucking master at it. We stand there in silence, looking at each other for a beat too long. I've forgotten all about the greater context of what we're doing, distracted by that damn tongue. I don't usher him into the house fast enough. Instead, the screen door swings open with a creak before smacking against the side of the house, and the too familiar sound of Lucky's voice grates my fucking nerves. "Yo, Combe! Where the fuck are Archie and Vince? And what took you so long?" He trots down the few stairs leading up to the porch and jogs over to us. His mohawk looks even more green in the bright sunlight, or maybe he re-dyed it recently, based on the matching green stains on his ears, and there's a fresh bruise forming under one eye. He's always goddamn fighting. In the house, out of the house, as a joke or seriously, it doesn't matter. I'm getting sick of it. It pisses me off so much I don't process everything he's saying as quickly as I should. "Who's your creepy friend? And why are you naked?" The torrent of questions continues. He reaches out to poke my arm, like he's confirming that I really am shirtless, but I bat his hand away with a growl. "Archie and Vince are dead. I've been with the Arians getting tortured, if you can call it that, and now I'm back. No thanks to the rescue party you guys didn't send out. Nice to know I can be 2 hours late and no one thinks to look into it. I'm starting to think the fucking foxes would make better guards." Lucky's eyes widen, but his lips part like he's going to keep motor mouthing, and I'm not in the mood to hear it. "And who this is none of your goddamn business. But if you insult him again, I'll build a woodshed just so I have some place to take you out back and belt you like your daddy clearly didn't. You're an adult, Lucky. Watch your fucking mouth." That might have been an overreaction. Okay, it was definitely an overreaction, but Lucky has always rubbed me the wrong way, especially when he won't shut the fuck up, and I'm on wafer-thin patience right now. My body is getting sore now that the adrenaline is well and truly gone, and if he sniffs a scent of queerness on Fallow and starts one of his homophobic, oh-so-clearly self-hating rants, I don't think I have the ability to play nicely, or heterosexually, about it. "Ignore him, he's an idiot," I say to Fallow. "Come with me." Turning to lead him into the house, it takes me a second to figure out why he's looking at me with narrow eyes and assessing expression. Then he speaks, and the penny drops. "Sure thing, call him." Fuck. I let out another heavy sigh. It's a bad sign that I fucked up, and all I can think about is the incredible way he pronounces my name, stretching out the L's. The correct way, technically, but it's like he's wrapping his tongue around the word and tasting it. Focus. "Look, I'm tired. Can you please murder me after I've had a shower and something to eat? It's been a very long day." Fallow looks between me and Lucky, his gaze bouncing back and forth as he seems to make a complex series of assessments. Eventually, the tension falls from his face, replaced by a smirk, and he licks his lips. "Sure. I know you're probably covered in all kinds of unsavory fluids you need to be scrubbing off." It's an obvious dig and reminds me that while I wiped myself off quickly before I left, Anyone who looked closely enough could potentially see evidence among the dried blood and dirt of the cum I practically begged him to spray across my chest about half an hour ago. Warmth pools in my chest at the thought, something else that never happens to me, and I turn around swiftly to hide it. "Emergency meeting," I bark, hoping my voice carries into the house as I storm in with the other two in tow. 20 minutes, and somebody make me something to goddamn eat while I'm in the shower. I swear I hear Fallow laughing softly behind me, but maybe that's just the sound of blood rushing in my ears from humiliation.
Chapter 3. Calm. Yes, sir. I understand. I'll keep an eye on him. He'll be safe with us, of course. I don't even know what words are coming out of my mouth by the time I finish my ream of platitudes, but my ear is on fire from the tirade of profanity that was just hurled my way over the phone, as if any of this is my responsibility. Mafia bosses are not exactly known for their cool tempers and rationality, but still. It's not my fault he lost his kid? Pet assassin? I'm still not clear on the relationship there, and unlike Fallow, who I can understand when I'm not distracted by drooling at him like a desperate wench, Old Man Murphy's accent is impenetrably thick. Once I told him Fallow had turned up unannounced on my doorstep, saying he had a message for me from the boss, Murphy told me that he was in fact very much not supposed to be here, and now we're all in the shit. So maybe the message is, haha, fuck you, we're all in trouble now, bitch. At least I had the sense to take a shower and get dressed before I called, so I'm not still covered in gore and bodily fluids. I put on tactical pants, cleaner boots, and a thick black long sleeve under a flannel, because I have an abrupt urge to feel as covered as possible. Like if people look at me too closely, they'll be able to see what I did today. I'm not ashamed, per se, but even beyond the actual consequences of someone in the Banna knowing, which would be potentially catastrophic for me, it's exposing as hell. None of this is like me. Which makes me wonder immediately how much Murphy knows about who Fallow is, and what he gets up to when he's unsupervised. Because everything we did certainly didn't seem like it was his first time, and none of it was behavior that goes down well in our circles. Once I'm dressed and have received my verbal hiding, I have no excuse to put off going downstairs any longer. I trudge back down, looking for the guys and finding them all, for once, gathered in the war room, like I'd told them to. All except one, that is. "Where's Fallow?" Their eyes widen, and I realize I hadn't actually introduced him earlier. Today really isn't my day. "That's Fallow?" There's so much derision in Lucky's voice, which I'm assuming means he thought Fallow would be some kind of brick shithouse killing machine. Rich, considering Lucky is one of the shorter guys here and well-muscled, but not exactly a bodybuilder, and still insists he's the baddest motherfucker this side of Bad Town or something. Yes, he's our guest now, for the time being. Where did you put him? I don't hide the lack of patience in my voice, and I can already see some of the guys are getting nervous. I'm not a particularly murdery boss, but I will be if I have to get my point across. Briggs appears in the doorway to the war room, the same scowl on her face that I'm used to seeing. I'm assuming she wasn't exactly a ray of sunshine before she lost her husband and ended up living with a bunch of new criminals she mops up after. But if she was, she certainly isn't anymore. She has deep lines on her face from a lifetime of smoking and glaring at people, made more noticeable by how tanned she is. Her skin has that weathered quality from spending every day outside and never having touched sunscreen. Her hair is bleached, almost white, and also brittle from the sun. But she has a steady, reliable presence to her, and while she's not exactly soft, there's something about her that gives a hint of the maternal, or maybe what guys like us to perceive as maternal. Meaning she cooks for us, cleans up after us, and has no problem yelling at us when we get in her way. It's close enough. I gave him some clothes and pointed him in the direction of a spare room to shower. He stank worse of blood and guts than the rest of you combined. Where the hell did you scrape that one up? Floor of the pork processors out on the 140? Her arms are crossed, and she's leaning against the doorway like she has no intention of leaving.
Technically, Briggs has no business being in here. She's only permitted to live in her house as a courtesy, but is unaffiliated with Banna operations. Unofficially, she runs this house like she always has. I don't fight it. There's no upside for me trying to crush her spirit. She keeps the house together and keeps the boys in check. Suits me fine, if that's what she wants. I can't stop myself from huffing as I turn and leave the room, pushing past her to go find Fallow. I stomp across the house with long strides, looking into room after room until I find him in the kitchen. As soon as I walk in there, I forget why I was driven by some angry intensity. Fallow is sitting on the counter with one leg tucked beneath the other. He's wearing mismatched clean clothes that don't really fit him, and somehow manage to make him look gangly, even though I know for a fact that his body is anything but. He also must have shaved while I was on the phone because his face is smooth now, matching the rest of his body. It makes the arch of his cheekbones and the dimple in his chin look even more pronounced, and brings an ethereal sort of quality to all those delicate features that already reeled me in. He's pretty. Beautiful, maybe, and it's layered over a bunch of muscle and tension and bloodlust in a way I've never seen before. Even the sunshine is insisting on dappling through the goddamn window right now, casting him in a golden late afternoon light and completely confirming the derailment of my thoughts. Why? Why now? I've spent my entire life without ever gazing adoringly at someone while they sit in a sunspot. So why the fuck is my brain searching for poetry for the first time now when both our lives are potentially on the line? I've got a house full of gangsters to run, and Fallow has made it clear that if I touch him again, I might lose a testicle. Grossly unfair universe.
What?
Fallow asks, interrupting my internal whining. He has half a sandwich in his hand, and his cheeks are full with it as he chews, so the word comes out garbled, but he doesn't even put a dent in the whole avenging angel imagery. I'm still ensorcelled.
You made yourself at home, I see.
He swallows an unnecessarily large mouthful before he answers this time, swinging his one leg in the air in front of him like a little kid, and looking more relaxed than anyone has any right to be in a situation like this. Yup. The nice lady with the very damaged hair gave it to me. Here, he says, nudging the plate sitting next to him. She made enough food for both of us. Without thinking it through, I step closer to him. I am starving, my stomach on the verge of cramping from emptiness, and my body sorely in need of refueling after the day I've had. As I approach, he smiles lasciviously and tears into his sandwich again, taking another oversized bite. I step closer and closer to him, beckoned by his stupid grin around the food, even though I can tell he's mocking me a little. Electricity is still pulsing between us, whether I want it to or not, and I can't help the way my eyes trace the length of his body again as he continues to perch in front of me. I'm careful to stop short of actually touching him, but I end up standing barely an inch away, drawing myself up to my full height so I'm standing over him, even as he's sat up on the counter. I hold his gaze, trying for intimidating or maybe serious, but probably giving off an air of horny and desperate because his smile never falters, like he knows he has the upper hand here and isn't losing it anytime soon. I continue to stare at him as he chews and swallows, even while I reach for one of the sandwiches and shove half of it in my mouth at once. I don't care what's in it, I just need to eat. Fallow doesn't speak. He keeps smiling and swinging that leg, careful not to kick me or even brush against the fabric of my clothes, and looking all the while like he's considering devouring me whole. Although it's impossible to tell if it's in a sexual context or if he wants to literally eat me for dessert. Hang on, he says, looking at the bottom of my face with a quirk of his eyebrows. I don't move but keep chewing. And there's a second while he grabs the bottom hem of the soft black borrowed long sleeve he's wearing, not dissimilar to mine, and stretches it up until it's coming towards my face. Using it almost like a glove, he has the fabric over his thumb before he wipes at my mouth, cleaning whatever smear of barbecue sauce I must have gotten there. Why he chose to use the bottom hem of his shirt instead of the sleeve, I can't say for sure. Of course, I can guess, considering it gives me a very close-up, very distracting look at those abs, all perfectly defined like he just walked off a movie set, and that golden tan that's so even he either sits out in the sun to get it that way or it's actually sprayed on. I don't care. All I can think about right now is how much I want to cover his chest in barbecue sauce and then take my time licking it out of every divot between the individual ridges of muscle until he's the one squirming instead of me. Boss? Fucking lucky. I have the presence of mind not to jerk back like a kid caught stealing, but I do try to subtly put distance between myself and Fallow, as if I only stepped between his legs just now to grab a sandwich, and now I'm retreating in an appropriate, heteronormative time frame. Yes? My tone implies that there's nothing hanky going on here, even though we all know that there definitely is. Are you coming? We're all waiting in the war room, he says, still staring between me and Fallow with a bewildered expression like he's trying to put the pieces together. I'm sorry if I'm inconveniencing you by needing to eat after being goddamn tortured all day. Next time you get tortured, I'll expect you to be running back to work on a tight 20-minute schedule, but right now, I'm the one bleeding, and I'm still the boss around here. So I'll take 40 fucking seconds to eat a sandwich before I have to subject myself to the sound of your voice and whatever moronic opinions I'm about to hear about this situation. Is that okay with you? Lucky's eyebrows raise briefly, then he narrows his eyes as his face reddens in either anger or embarrassment. If it were anyone else, I'd care. But it's impossible to say anything to him without hitting a nerve, so I've tried very hard to give up on caring. Without saying anything, Lucky backs out of the room and I blow out a breath. My entire body is tense, despite the fact that I've had an incredible orgasm and a hot shower within the last 2 hours. None of this is how I expected my day to be going. Why are you really here? I force myself back into business mode, taking another step back, as if a little more distance between me and Fallow will dampen the sizzling sexual attraction that keeps distracting me. Fallow tilts his head to the side for a second instead of answering, then dramatically pushes out his bottom lip. So grouchy, he says, his voice low and rumbly in an impression of mine. He holds eye contact with me for a second longer, but when I don't break, he shrugs and leans back again, the picture of nonchalance. I'm here because I'm here. You can go outside and ask the sky why it's blue while you're at it. I don't answer to you. I'd say you're welcome to kick me out if you don't want me here. He trails off before lifting the last bite of his sandwich towards his face, opening his mouth, sticking his tongue out and holding it that way for far longer than necessary before finally taking the bite and swallowing it. But we know that's not true. Is it, my little torture victim? I glower at him. I know he's trying to be cute, but my nerves are being rubbed raw by what's going on, and the lack of control I have over my emotions right now isn't sitting well with me. With a tightly controlled tone, I speak again. Let's go. You can sit with us so I can keep an eye on you and know what you're getting up to. As long as you're here, you're staying where I can see you. Kinky. He deadpans, interrupting me. Because Murph will clearly have me murdered if anything happens to you on my watch. Now, go. If you don't have anything useful to say, you can start practicing keeping your trap shut. But, he starts as he hops down off the counter, but I interrupt him with a gruff noise and a raised eyebrow. He stops talking, looking at me appraisingly again. It feels like the 10th time today. And then very slowly miming locking his mouth shut and throwing away the key with a shrug. The way he slowly licks his lips afterwards, tracing the bottom edge with that pink, wet little tongue, is very deliberate, but I clearly have to pick my battles. Go, I repeat. He finally turns to saunter very, very slowly towards the war room. I take the last sandwich off the plate, hesitate, and then grab both a Coke and a beer from the fridge. I need everything I can get to fight off whatever this terrible feeling is, especially if he's going to be around here for more than a few hours, and I'm going to have to pretend I'm capable of thinking about things other than getting my goddamn hands on him again. After we've been talking for a while, my brain does restore itself to work mode. It's also nice to see that Fallow is a distraction to everyone, not just me. Although not in quite the same way. The guys can't seem to get a handle on him for the most part. Lucky's radar for queerness has clearly been activated, considering how much scowling and grumbling he's doing now. I'm choosing to ignore him, so I don't end up throwing him through the table in frustration, or finally sitting him down to explain why his blatant homophobia is a water-thin self-defense that's so obviously an internal crisis that it's bordering on cliché. For the others, I think they're just confused. He doesn't look like a thug or MC guy. He doesn't look like the kind of person who would have a kill list as long as we've heard he does. And right now, with his bubbly energy and outward displays of friendliness, although in a slightly weird, disconcerting way I can't describe, he also doesn't seem like the loner, terrifying serial killer type either. And then beyond that, there's an inherent fluidity to him that I think they find confusing. Personally, I find his combination of a powerful, distinctly masculine body with delicate feminine facial features and a preternaturally graceful way of moving through space distracting. It's 100% the reason my pants are too tight right now. But the others are confused. It's not that he's acting in ways that they would associate with being gay, he's just different. Masculine, but not in the way they're used to. Queer, but not camp. A distinct energy that you can't put your finger on, but is guaranteed to unsettle you in either a good or bad way, depending on how well you deal with new things. I have no problem with new things. I do have a problem with being caught openly lusting after a man, though, because it would definitely cost me my position in leadership here, and possibly my life as well. The only openly queer member we've had has been Eamon, and the only reason people seemed to tolerate it was because he was more interested in violence and abuse than any kind of loving relationship. Which is fucked up, beyond measure, but true. They could tolerate him openly abusing the prospects because they excused it as an overdeveloped bloodlust, and because he was clearly a fucking lunatic who Padraig was gunning for an excuse to exterminate from the start. Someone like me, that commands respect, that's a whole different story. My stomach clenches, and I don't know why. None of this is new information, and I made my peace a very long time ago with the sacrifices that this lifestyle comes with. It's not like I've ever been very interested in a real relationship anyway. The Banna saved me and made me into who I am today. They're the ones who have my allegiance. By the end of the meeting, we've decided to clean up the mess Fallow and I left behind and not make a decision about retribution until we've seen if they have anything else popping up over the next few days. We will stay on high fucking alert, though, and I'm not going out without much more competent bodyguards. Lucky, you can be in charge of getting rid of the bodies, I say, interrupting him from his long, pointless scowl directed at Fallow. He turns to gape at me. What? Why me? I don't want to dig 3 fucking graves by myself. I crack the beer now that I've finished my Coke and take a long sip before I answer, quelling my swelling irritation. I didn't say anything about burying them. We need them gone. Take them to Triggers. What? He starts, his expression pissy, but I cut him off. Am I talking to myself? Take them to Triggers. He pauses, obviously trying to compose himself instead of snapping angrily at me and turning this into a fight, like he would with anyone else. Once he's swallowed back enough of his rage to be able to open his mouth, he gives me just a moderate amount of whining. You know that place gives me the fucking creeps, and I've only been there once. There are animals everywhere, so it stinks worse than this place, and that dude is a nutcase. Who the fuck wants to live out in the middle of nowhere taking care of a bunch of animals for no goddamn reason? Freaks and losers, that's who. Charming. I deadpan, forcing myself to push back on my own irritation for the sake of getting this conversation over with. And why don't you say that a little louder? I'm not sure Fox Widow heard you. I shouldn't call her that in front of everyone else probably, but it's accurate. I'm not asking you to have a fucking tea party with the man. You barely even have to talk to him. Take the bodies, feed them to his gators or whatever other weird pets he has that are hungry, and then get your ass back here to do your deliveries. But why can't... He's interrupted again, this time by my fist slamming against the table. Outwardly, I'm composed. I don't let my anger show on my face or start to yell. I just cut him off before he can get going. Inside, I'm roiling at the fact that I've been in this role for a while now, and still getting more backtalk than Padraig ever would have gotten. I don't want to actually kill people to make a point. If they could all just do their jobs and be polite, that would be fucking fantastic. Lucky's looking at me, wide-eyed like he didn't expect that. And of course, Fallow, who has nothing to do with this, has his hand over his mouth and is trying to hold back a laugh that's becoming more obvious by the second. "Do you have a problem?" I ask him, focusing on keeping my face and tone as serious as I would with anyone else. The atmosphere in the room is getting more tense with each passing moment, as everybody else looks between me, Fallow, and Lucky. Fallow fucking snorts, pulling his hand away from his face and then leaning back to look at me with a smile. "No?" he says, his voice soft. "No, sir. You're very scary. I'm sure we're all very impressed. If you'd also like to take out your penis and start banging it on the table, we can watch that as well." He gives me a wicked grin, and I bite back an exasperated moan. Jesus fucking Christ. He's going to be the death of me, and I've only known him for a few hours. Now everyone looks even more bewildered and uncomfortable, so I decide to cut my losses and call it. "Look, just... fuck. Lucky, bodies. Trav and Buzz, burn down the building and the truck and be careful not to set the fucking surroundings on fire. Everyone else, stay on high alert and check in with any contacts you might have to find out what they're planning. And Fallow will be here for a while. I promised his old man we would keep him safe, and that man basically owns the Banna worldwide, so you are all implicated in this if we fuck up. But also, I think you should ignore every word that comes out of his mouth. Got it?" There's a general nodding and mumbles of agreement as the ones with assignments get up to leave, but I'm looking straight at Fallow. He's the one I need to listen to me and start keeping his mouth shut. I didn't just get promoted in order to get outed by some pixie-looking murderer from across an ocean. I don't like being the one who's not in control. I'll make it clear to him. He's smiling at me like there's no chance of that, but I will. I'll show him who's the boss around here, and he'll have to fall in line. Eventually.
Chapter 4. Fallow. The meeting wasn't actually finished, much to my dismay. Someone like me was not meant for meetings. Pedantry, in general, makes me want to rip my skin off. So I focus my attention on Colm while he rambles about Aryans and blood feuds and everything else I couldn't give two fucks about. Because Colm, despite the fact that he tried to hide his identity from me like a sneaky little bitch, is more intriguing than he should be. There's an even, imperturbable air that he manages to maintain, even when his temper is beginning to fray. He's controlled. Too controlled. It makes me want to claw through all that mild-mannered mafioso bullshit until I can watch his brain unhinge itself and spill the contents all over the floor. I want to cause pressure that fizzes inside of him so relentlessly he's forced to crack. And then I want to devour everything that spills out. It's been a long time since I've hungered for someone quite like this. I lick my lips, realizing I've let myself get too carried away with my thoughts, and now I'm breathing a little more heavily than I should as blood begins to fill my cock. Realizing it doesn't make me stop, though. I keep staring at Colm, tracing the way each thick body part he owns moves through the air. Now he's staring back at me, a frown marring his expression and his gaze fixed on my chest. He's watching me breathe. He doesn't miss a beat in whatever he's rambling about, but he's staring at me as my chest heaves and I get closer and closer to panting for him like a dog. The tingle of arousal is quickly taking over my entire body, forcing my blood to rush through my ears and drown out any droplet of sense I may have still contained. I reach down to adjust my erection, already close to full mast, and sink into all the sensations. I can picture him on his knees for me, bent over for me, bleeding for me, then staying perfectly still while I paint my body with it before fucking him raw. That's what I need right now. That's the exact palate cleanser I've been looking for to revive myself after weeks of pointless, bloody murders and dead-end leads. Thinking about that makes my mind brush up against memories of why I came here in the first place, which begins to bleed stress into my cloud of arousal. I beat back the stress with a fucking stick because I deserve this. I'm out of leads and I'm exhausted. I need to refuel. And the expression Colm makes when he's pretending he's unaffected by me, even though I can see his fingers twitching to reach out, it's like fucking jet fuel. I could fly to space on this feeling. By the time I wake up from my fog, I realise we're finally alone in the room. Colm is still staring at me from across the table, like he can't decide if he wants to snap my neck or suck on it, as if I'd let him do either. And everyone else seems to have slipped out. I distantly realise that I still have a hand resting on my dick from when I adjusted myself before, still rock hard, and everyone probably saw exactly where my head was at. Judging by Colm's expression, he's not happy about it. Delicious. How was the meeting? I ask, leaning my chair back to kick my feet up on the table, while leaving my hand exactly where it belongs. I even let my fingers massage my shaft through the denim for a few seconds, hissing at the sensation. I'm too keyed up not to. I think I zoned out a little there. Did you solve all the problems and scold the naughty mafia brats until they listened to you properly? There's a flex of skin that I can just see as Colm seems to clench and unclench his fists where they rest on the table. Yes, just try it, little torture victim. For a second, I think he really is about to try something. Then his expression shutters, his body stays stiff but not aggressive, and he pushes himself up abruptly from the chair. Without a word to me, he turns around and walks out of the room. Oh, absolutely the fuck not. Get to fuck if you think you're escaping me that easily. I'm already flushed with excitement just by having to get up and chase the fucker down. Clearly my time here will be more interesting than I first expected. Colm moves quicker than I would have expected from someone his size. I'm trailing him down the narrow hallways of this old house, everything smelling a little of farm and wood rot, until he opens a door seemingly at random and puts himself behind it with a definitive click. I stop outside the door, staying silent for a moment to see what he'll do. I can't actually hear him breathing on the other side of the shitty pine, but it's as if I can feel it. Feel him. The way he's hungered for me since he first saw me, mouth agape and dick getting hard for me even as he was strung up like a treat, is nothing short of intoxicating. Come out, wherever you are, I say in a soft sing-song voice. If he wants to play hide and seek, I'm more than happy to be the big bad wolf. More silence follows, but I can wait. I tap my fingers lightly against the wood to remind him I'm here, to serve as an even greater temptation. Because he may be remarkably composed for a mafioso, famously a short-tempered demographic, but I can smell the stink of desire on him. He just needs to be reminded of his place. More silence. If you don't come out and keep me entertained, I'll be forced to go socialise with your men, I eventually call through the door. I'm sure at least one of them would be happy to provide some amusement for me. That gets the reaction I was hoping for, and the door wrenches open to reveal my prey behind it. He's flustered. Most people wouldn't notice, I think, but I can see the tension in the creases next to his eyes, and the way his breath is coming quickly through slightly parted, unfairly plush lips. Delicious. Is that a no? I ask when he doesn't say anything. Colm breaks his stare to snag the front of my borrowed uncomfortable t-shirt and yank me into the room with him. It's a bedroom, Spartan and depressing. But that's not what I'm interested in. Why are you harassing me? The words are growled into my face, his mouth unnecessarily close to mine. I forgave his temporary lapse of touching my shirt, but when his fist doesn't immediately release the fabric, I bat it away with enough force to send Colm back a step. What did I say about touching? I'm not as mad as I should be, though. The high of the world's shortest chase is still fizzing in my blood, so my words come out as more of a purr than a true admonishment. Colm squints at me. If you still don't want me to touch you, then what do you want? I pause. That's a good question. I decide to seize the bull by the horns. Just because you can't touch doesn't mean I can't. Colm's eyes widen at me. Unless you really don't want me to. I'm not interested in playing with anyone who doesn't want to be played with. I have so many other delightful avenues for violence in my life. But if you're just playing hard to get, that is something I'm very, very interested in. Still, Colm stays silent. Now's his chance to tell me to get fucked, and all he can do is stand there, swallowing hard as his pulse flutters visibly in his throat. I can't tear my eyes away from his, but I know without a doubt that if I looked down, I'd see him getting hard for me all over again. Questions? Comments? I ask, still getting silence in return. That's confirmation enough for me. Thought so. With a sharp, hard movement, I hit Colm's chest with the flat of my hand and send him lurching backward. There's a bed a few feet behind him, and it only takes one more push before his calves hit the edge of it, and he lets his big body fall. Colm ends up flat on his back, his feet still on the floor and his knees spread apart a little more than they need to be. I take the invitation for what it is and step between them. Good. Good rabbit. Colm cocks an eyebrow at me, clearly reaching for some sort of righteous indignation to drag to the surface, but I don't give him the chance. Reaching down, I grab hold of his thickening cock through the fabric of his trousers and give him a slow, dragging stroke. I'm squeezing hard enough that it has to be more painful than pleasurable, but the masochist buried inside him is clearly out to play because all he does is gasp and shiver. His eyes are wide, pupils blown out, and a flush creeping under all the dark ink that covers his skin. He looks like a wanton thing. He looks good enough to eat. I just can't decide which part I want to devour first. Going with my gut, I climb on top of him and switch from groping to straddling his cock. I grind my hips down into him, pulling more shallow, desperate noises out of his mouth, and remind myself of how he looked under me just a few hours ago. Colm's hands are in the air, hovering over my spread thighs. I can tell he wants to touch, but he's stopping himself. Obedient, too. Oh, I could get used to this. Another roll of my hips has him hissing, and his hands tremble in the air. I push them both down to the bedspread to help him avoid the temptation, before leaning over him. I suddenly wish his hair was long enough to grab, but I'm sure I can think of something else. With my face suspended a few inches over his, and one hand braced on either side of his head, I begin to grind into him in earnest. I can feel him getting harder beneath me, and when his hips start to thrust up to meet my movements, I know I have him. He's trying so hard to stay quiet. Ragged inhales and the occasional soft grunt are all he's giving me. Doesn't matter. I'm going to make him come in his pants anyway. My own cock strains for attention, tenting my jeans and begging for more, but I don't have time for that now. I'm building up more and more momentum as I ride Colm, determined to make him squirt in his underwear like a desperate, horny little teenager. And judging by the flush climbing up his neck and the intensity of the growled, bitten-off noises he's making, I'm getting close. That's it, I whisper. Good rabbit. Colm gasps, but when he tries to close his mouth again, I grind into him even faster and reach up to tap his bottom lip with one finger. No, Keep your mouth open, just like that. He does as I say, obedient and pliant now. Tongue out for me, I whisper, and again he obeys. His tongue is pink and wet, and I have a stronger urge to lick into his mouth than I was expecting. It's not something I indulge in because the reality is always significantly more disappointing than the fantasy, but the urge is there all the same. Instead, I gather up the saliva in my mouth before grabbing his jaw to hold him still and spitting down into his open, waiting maw. My spit hits his tongue just as I arch my back and grind against him again, and again, and again. The sight of my own spit smeared over his tongue is enough that he's not the only one that might come in his pants. Colm is taking one deep, heaving breath after another at this point, and I can see him about to spill over the edge. That's it, I whisper. Good rabbit. Come for me. His hips jerk a little, and then he makes a raw, desperate, gasping sound that I want to inject directly into my veins. I can feel his cock twitch where it's pressed against my taint, even through all the fucking fabric in the way. And I know without a doubt that his stiff, arched body is currently soaking cum all through that fabric in an attempt to get to me. Colm makes a strangled moan as he comes down, still looking me in the eye. I can't wait any longer. With one hand resting directly above his head, I lean forward and unzip myself enough to pull out my aching cock. I'm so close to exploding that all it takes is a few rough strokes before I come. I fist my cock, making sure to aim so that Colm's pretty face gets striped with white, some of it landing in his open mouth where my spit is still pooled. Fuck, I moan, out of words other than that. Yes. The last pulse of cum is more of a dribble, leaving fat, gleaming droplets on Colm's lips and one on his chin. As soon as the euphoria fades, I'm leaning back to look at my work, kneeling over him still, but without any part of us touching. Without saying anything, I tuck myself away and zip back up, only taking a little peek to admire the dark wet patch on Colm's trousers. Who the fuck are you? He whispers to me, his voice more wrecked and raspy than it should be. I shrug. I'm your wet dream, apparently. His eyebrows raise, but he doesn't say anything. I'm just about to climb off of him when a shrill noise cuts through the air the same way it cuts through my afterglow. Colm's face immediately switches to something tense and serious, and I don't care for it. This person is a far cry from the needy thing I just worked to a messy orgasm. He's all sharp angles and intensity. Worst of all, he sits up like I'm the one in his way, and I clamber back off him before we become entangled. Snaking his phone out of his pocket, he pulls it to his ear and answers with a bitten off, "What?" I can't make out the words on the other end because I've backed away a few feet now, but their tone is coming through loud and clear. Whiny, insistent, speaking quickly, saying something that's making Colm's face set in irritation. At least I know he's not talking to my father. That expression would be fear, not irritation, for sure. I space out as I watch him argue, spitting sharp words and orders down the line for a few minutes, before finally jerking his phone away from his face and hanging up. The sight of my cum still decorating his cheeks and chin while he's in work mode is frankly more distracting than I would have expected. He must have forgotten about it as well, only noticing the wetness when he goes to rub his forehead before jerking his hand back in surprise. A series of emotions flitter over his face in rapid succession, a mixture of disgust and lingering horniness that strikes me with the sudden urge to fuck him and then plug all my cum inside him, wearing me while he goes about his bullshit day bossing around these losers. Colm uses the hem of his shirt to wipe off most of the mess, realising in the process how wet his crotch is with a renewed look of exasperation. Jesus fuck. What a disaster. He mutters the words, and I get the feeling he's not talking to me, even though he shoots a glare my way. I shrug again. It's not like he wasn't involved too. "Come on," he says, before pushing himself off the bed and walking over to a dresser, yanking over a drawer and rifling for clothes. Huh. We must be in his room after all. How depressingly bland. "Come on where?" I ask, before I get very distracted by him stripping off his clothes to put on clean versions of the same things. He's brusque in his movements, and the whole thing feels much more like a locker room than a striptease, but that doesn't mean the brief sight of him fully naked, sweating and cum-slick, standing in front of me like he wants me to see, doesn't do things to me. "There's a problem that I have to fix, and you've made it very clear I can't leave you alone because fuck knows what you'll do. So, you're coming with me, where I can keep a goddamn eye on you." He barely looks at me while he says it, but I can see the subtext lurking below the surface regardless. Whether it's more, "Don't fuck anyone else but me," or "Don't tell anyone you fucked me," I don't care. I have no intention of doing either, but I'm not going to tell him that. Not if it gets me invited to his little field trips. "Are we going to be murdering anyone?" I ask, because I wouldn't say no to 2 bloodbaths in one day. Colm stops, pants on but his fresh shirt still in his hand, and looks at me. Thick. That word was made to describe him. Thick is probably even more accurate. Once again, the thickness distracts me. "No, you can just try to keep quiet and not kill anyone. That's your job for the rest of the day. Fuck, the rest of the week." I pout, only a little exaggerated. "Oh, you're no fun. If you didn't like me murdering people as much as you did, I wouldn't have had your dick in my ass this morning." "And none of that bullshit," he snaps, pointing at me with the shirt in his hand. "Just..." He hisses in a breath, leaning his head back and closing his eyes for a second, like he's praying or something. When he speaks again, his voice is softer. "Just be chill," he says. "Please." The please gets to me a little, I'm not going to lie. I'm not usually suckered in by other people's emotions, but he doesn't seem like the kind of person who says please very often. I don't say anything, which is as much assent as I'm going to give him. Colm stares at me for a few more minutes before making an angry huffing sound, like a bull waiting to charge. He pulls on his shirt with jerky, rage-fueled movements, and then reaches for my arm, like he's going to drag me with him before stopping short. "Let's go," is all he says in the end, turning around and expecting me to follow. Which I do. Because why wouldn't I? At this point, anyway. Everything that's happened since I met him has been far more interesting than the weeks preceding it. I'm down for the ride if he is. And if I walk unnecessarily close behind him down the hallway, not touching him, but occasionally blowing on his ear to make him flinch, well, that's our little secret.
Chapter 5. Colm. Fallow doesn't say a damn word the entire time. We get out of the house and trudge around to find one of the SUVs that's not currently being used, all to the soundtrack of the fucking Foxes. The noise makes him look blissed out all over again, although that may just be the bliss he seems to get from pissing me off at every possible opportunity. Once I have the right keys in hand and open the door on a white Ford Explorer, I'm expecting him to get in the passenger seat, but when I look around, he's all the way over by the cages. He's leaning down, looking through the wire and making heavy eye contact with a fox that's clearly evaluating whether she wants to let him pet her or scream in his face. I know the feeling. "Hey, Patrick Bateman, let's get a move on," I shout. He doesn't move for a minute, and then eventually straightens up. Slowly, though, making it clear he's on his own timetable, not mine. As if I'd ever doubt that. I've known him for less than 24 hours, and I can already tell he doesn't do a damn thing he doesn't want to. Comparing me to such a shitty serial killer is just rude, you know, he says, and he trudges toward me through the mud. At least call me after one of the greats, H.H. Holmes or something. Yeah, but he wasn't hot. The words are out of my mouth quickly, too quickly, and he's already looking at me with his head cocked to the side before I realize I want to take them back. The amount of personal information I managed to reveal with that single slipped sentence is disconcerting. I'm waiting for some snide remark to hit me, but he stays silent, just smiling wickedly at me like I'm bare-ass naked in front of him. Somehow that's even worse. I turn to get in the car, finally, but he starts yapping again. Whatever you say, lover. Adrenaline and anger hit me like a sharp smack, and it's an act of great self-control that I don't grab him and shove him against the car before telling him to get the fuck out of my face. I tell myself I don't do it because I'm being respectful of his bodily autonomy. You can be a criminal and a murderer, but still have ethics after all. And not the fear that the action would somehow end with me on the ground, face down, while he straddles me and presses his knife into my throat again. And if he makes me come in my pants one more time today, he'll never let me live it down. Don't call me that, I growl. Especially not in front of the guys. People might get the wrong idea. His eyebrows raise, faux innocence shining on his face. Oh? Well, what would the right idea be? Fallow reaches down to adjust himself as he says it. It's not the first time he's done this to me, and it's hit me like a rush of arousal every single goddamn time. I don't look. I'm not looking. This is over, whatever it is. I should tell him that. See how he likes boundaries. Fuck you, is what comes out of my mouth instead. No, that sounds like what I was thinking, but you just said that would be the wrong idea. Bubbling up with the kind of unhinged, uncontrollable frustration I never normally experience, I stomp over to his side of the car and yank the door open, pointing inside. In, now, and no more fucking talking. No more of whatever this look you're giving me is either. He doesn't stop eye-fucking me, but I didn't really think he would. Instead, he curls his lips slightly, once again looking like the blood-soaked angelic herald of murder that I met this morning. He moves slowly and carefully, climbing into the car with the same preternatural grace he does everything else with, and I'm left alone with the sound of heavy breathing and the fucking foxes as soon as I slam the door shut. The drive to Trigger's place is silent. No radio, no talking. Just the wind rushing past, and the unbearably loud sound of my own breathing. Even that feels like an unhinged loss of control for me. But Fallow's presence is somehow larger than his body. Like he's filling up all the space in the car just by existing. And I'm left crushed into a corner, panting like a dog to get enough oxygen to survive. I hate it. I hate it more because I'm very aware that he knows all about how I react to him and seems to find it wildly entertaining to toy with me. I should be far away from him right now, trying to slap some sense back into myself. Or maybe I should be locking both of us in my bedroom so I can fuck the sass out of him. Consequences be damned. I already risked a lot by letting him dry hump me with the door unlocked, and that turned out fine. Mostly. But instead, I'm driving out to referee two idiots who are supposed to work for me, but can't handle a simple body disposal without my personal involvement. Maybe Savage was right, and this job is a waste of everybody's time. A growl escapes me unintentionally. My fingers tight enough on the steering wheel that something might snap, and I can feel Fallow's gaze on me from the passenger seat the entire time. Something wrong? He asks, the same teasing lilt to his voice as usual. I don't answer. I can't answer. If I answer, he'll somehow seize on that and manage to turn the conversation into me pulling over to the side of the road so he can blow me in the car or something. And then we'll both end up getting arrested for the least illegal thing either of us have ever done. Thankfully, we're finally here. The entrance to Trigger's place is so overgrown you can only see it if you know what you're looking for. That's by design, I'm sure. Turning in takes me to an unnecessarily long dirt track that morphs into a driveway at some point, until I'm pulling up in front of a sprawled-out, rambling ranch house in desperate need of a coat of paint. The wraparound porch is covered in cages and other equipment. It's all neatly stacked, but overcrowded nonetheless. There are alligator skulls with beads hanging in the trees, and it makes the whole place creepier than it needs to be. "Oh, I see cages. Is this another fox vendor?" Fallow asks. "No," I say as I switch the engine off. "And don't mention that shit in front of him. He hates it. I need to keep my hands on him without pissing him off any more than we already do." Fallow stares at me, not making a move to get out of the car. "Keep your hands on him. Where? Exactly?" There's a tone there. More than teasing, but I can't quite figure out what it is. His eyes are narrowed, and the car feels like it just got 10 degrees hotter. My metaphorical hands, pervert. I can't stop myself from rolling my eyes, which he clearly doesn't appreciate. I make a mental note to do it more. He has this big-ass piece of land in the middle of nowhere. All he wants to do is take care of his ridiculous brood of animals, and he doesn't give a shit about helping me dispose of bodies sometimes as long as I help him pay the bills. Fallow looks out of the window again, and when he looks back at me, his eyes are wide and bright. "Dispose of them how?" "I guess you'll see." It feels good to have the upper hand for a minute, even if it's only in this tiny sense. If he and Lucky haven't killed each other yet, that is. With a suddenly light expression, Fallow practically flings the door open and bounces out like a kid on a field trip. We walk toward the house, but I already know they're not inside. Trigger doesn't let anyone in there, at least not any of us, because he barely tolerates us and our criminal acts as it is. Plus, knowing how many animals he has crammed into the space out here, I shudder to think how many there must be inside. Instead, we walk past the porch, ignoring the low din of scratching and whining, and the constant horror movie sound of big, rusty exercise wheels being used by something. I don't want to know what needs an exercise wheel big enough to make that much noise. On the other side of the building, there are some outdoor enclosures made out of wire frames. Fallow keeps stopping to look at them, trying to see whatever godforsaken critters are inside, but they all have little wooden hide boxes, and no one seems to want to come out. I, personally, am not here on a field trip. I have shit to do, namely figuring out how to get Fallow out of my life before he blows it the fuck up. Not for the first time, I have to resist the urge to grab his arm and bodily drag him with me, but it seems to keep his attention if I just growl at him every few yards to keep moving. Eventually, we get to the back part. Past the backyard, through some trees, to the place where Trigger stashes shit that he probably can't legally keep on his property. Possums and rabbits and shit are one thing, especially because he seems to have some kind of license for whatever he's doing here. But I can't imagine there's any license that lets you keep gators in your backyard, even in Missouri. As soon as we make it back there, the sound of yelling is loud enough that it leads us the rest of the way to Trigger and Lucky. They're standing at the edge of a pond or lake or some shit, a creek. I don't know the fucking difference, but it's water and it's brown and it disappears off into the trees. Trigger and Lucky are at the edge. Lucky waving his hands in the air and ranting at an incoherent speed. Trigger with his arms crossed, leaning back and looking down at Lucky like this whole situation is beneath him. 2 dead bodies lying on the ground at their feet and a third fucking floating in the water. All our evidence right there, just bobbing away, like it's totally normal. All right, what the fuck is going on? I'm snappy, but my patience is already threadbare. I hate being outside. There are mosquitoes coming for me with the tenacity of a Spartan legion. The humidity out here is stifling, and it's been a long fucking day. Lucky turns to me with his whole body, oozing exasperation. "It's not my fault, boss," is all he said, and it makes me feel even more like a kindergarten teacher than before. I suppress a sigh. "Well, it's not mine," Trigger says, his voice deep and significantly more calm. I'll say it one more time. What is the problem? And why is my evidence still lying around? Isn't this what I pay both of you to deal with? Trigger's lips curl, but he stays silent. Lucky frowns before crossing his arms to mirror Trigger's posture for about a half a second, until his endless twitchy energy gets him moving again.
I do my fucking job. I drove out to this shithole, fought my way through hordes of rabid honey badgers.
They're skunks, you moron, and the only thing here that's rabid is you. Trigger interrupts. Lucky half smiles before leaning forward to snap his teeth at him like an animal, clearly happy he got a rise out of the man, and Trigger pulls his mask of impassivity back down in return. What is the problem? I repeat myself, feeling my temper flare for the millionth time today.
Look!
Lucky points at the floating body.
They won't fucking eat it! His stupid pets are supposed to eat the bodies, and instead they're just sitting there like useless little dinosaurs.
My gaze goes back to the water, and this time I notice what I missed before. Several pairs of greenish-brown eyes are peering back at me from just above the surface of the water. I guess I never actually asked how he disposed of the bodies. I inherited this resource, and all I knew was that they were gone, and not buried or lying around in a way that could be traced back to us. I'm not totally sure what I was picturing or why I hadn't asked before, but fuck it, we're here now. Phenomenal. Fallow whispers beside me, gazing out at the water as awe slips into his voice. These motherfuckers lived with fucking dinosaurs and they're right here in front of us. Great. Apparently he finds basically every animal we encounter amazing, but thinks of me as his personal sex toy that he sometimes chews on. Clearly he's the rabid one. You can't make them hungry or something? Trigger shrugs, like this happens all the time. Usually you give me a little warning and I can cut their food back. They're not feeling it today, obviously. Your bodies must be defective. He tips one body at an angle with his foot, a look of disdain on his face as he sees the 1488 tattoo on the guy's neck. Or maybe they just have discerning taste. You're bringing me fucking Nazis now. Better dead than alive. I shrug, and Trigger makes a face like he takes my point. Lucky fumes silently, still roiling with a disproportionate amount of anger. Did I really have to come all the way down here to...
They're not defective!
Lucky interrupts me, his attention still on Trigger.
They're fucking meat! Make them eat it! I'm not dragging them back to the car, and I'm sure as shit not burying them out here by myself.
Trigger shrugs again, his nonchalance clearly designed to get under Lucky's skin. My babies have refined palates. What can I say? And I never said you were allowed to bury them here. You'll have to take them away and pay somebody else to dispose of your trash. And next time, send a goon that isn't afraid of a little physical labor. Or maybe just taller. I roll my eyes because this seems much more like a pissing match between the two of them than something I actually need to be involved in. I think I'm getting a headache. As my hand comes up to rub the bridge of my nose, Fallow starts to giggle beside me. This is fantastic, he sighs, looking between the three of us. Look, can you incentivize them or something? I ask, at my wit's end. Trigger gives me a hard look for a minute before stooping to grab onto the body closest to him on the ground. It's naked, the clothes presumably in a burn bin somewhere, and when he starts to handle it, I can see everywhere that Fallow's blade sunk into the man earlier today. It's a reminder I didn't need of this morning, and I move my gaze and my body as far away from Fallow as I can manage before I get distracted. Trigger hoists the corpse, demonstrating a kind of strength that's impressive enough to have Fallow wolf whistling. Knock it off. Lucky and I both say at him in unison, which is frankly more terrifying than the gators. Fallow's eyes widen as he looks between us, and I fight back the flush threatening to stain my face. Possessive? He asks, although I don't know which one of us he's talking to, and I don't really care. Shut the fuck up, both of you. I'm going for a commanding tone, but I think it falls flat. Thankfully, we're all distracted when Trigger finally gets closer to the water and heaves the damn thing in, landing with a splash near the other body. The gators don't even flinch. One gives the body a slow blink and then just disappears entirely beneath the surface of the water. Yeah, I don't know what to say, Colm. They don't want it. Y'all can fish those out and take them somewhere else because I don't want them rotting here and poisoning my water, Trigger says, arms crossed. Alligators only eat once a week in the wild. They can go years without food before they starve to death. You're not going to convince them, Fallow says like a fucking encyclopedia. I don't want to know why you know that, I say before turning my attention back to Trigger. Jesus fucking Christ, do you not have something else we can feed them to? I'm not spending all goddamn day on this. I feel exhausted, even as I spit the words. Oh, Fallow says, bouncing on his toes as he grins beside me. Snatch! The three of us blink at him, waiting for some follow-up, which makes him sigh like we're the weird ones here. Snatch? The Guy Ritchie movie? Still, nothing. Fucking Americans, he mutters. No fucking culture. Not even Brad Pitt can drag you to a decent film. Fallow sighs again, looking like a put-upon ingenue in the golden afternoon sunlight before he continues. They have those big hogs, the ones raised for meat, and they feed people to it. Do you have hogs? Trigger's eyebrows climb upwards before he answers. No hogs. I only do wildlife here, not domestics. Is there something else big enough? I ask, problem-solving the stupidest problem I've ever been roped into. Trigger's mouth twitches like he's going to answer, but he stays silent. Lucky notices anyway. Oh, there. You thought of something. What do you have? Trigger sighs. I have 2 reticulated pythons, okay? But I've never given them a person before, let alone 3. Fallow's hands shoot up like we're in grade school, and I turn to look at him. I would love to see that in real life, he says, a note of awe in his voice and his eyes bright. Bet it shits all over watching it on TV. I'm already shaking my head when he hits me with my own word from earlier. Please, Colum? Jesus. That's only the second time I think he's actually said my name out loud, and it's doing something to me. I crumple like wet paper. Fine. Let's go watch the fucking snakes eat the damn Aryans. Yes! Fallow fist pumps. Fucking excellent. He's absolutely glowing with anticipatory joy, and I refuse to admit how much I like the sight of it. Fuck my life, and however I got here. Chapter 6. Calm. That was phenomenal, he says, as if he hasn't been babbling about it since we left Trigger's. Seriously, they swallowed those bodies like I can swallow a cock. Huh. Best thing that's happened to me all week. He pauses to look at me out of the corner of his eye. Well, he adds, maybe the second best thing. Snake food or your dick? It's a toss-up. I can't decide. How flattering, I mutter, tightening and relaxing my grip on the steering wheel as I focus on the road. The bodies are gone at least, and it wasn't not funny watching Trigger and Lucky fish them out of the water, especially when Lucky slipped, making a splash that attracted the gator's attention, then fucking shrieked as they came a little closer. I've definitely never seen Trigger laugh, but he came damn close. I did laugh. Watching Lucky flailing and flapping in the water as the biggest gator decided it was hungry after all and snatched the body out of his hands is a memory I'll cherish for a while. That left us with only 2 to dispose of, one wet and one dry but blood-covered. We threw one to each python, both of them in separate oversized enclosures, and then waited patiently on the other side of the fence to see if they would take it. Trigger said we were lucky that it's feeding day for them, and we came just in time. Thankfully, we didn't have to wait forever. I didn't really have to wait at all, but by that point I wanted to see it through. It was grotesque. I have a strong stomach, but watching those things unhinge their jaws and slowly start digesting the bodies got to me a little. I found myself watching Fallow instead, who was taking in the whole scene with an almost religious level of rapture. Please tell me wherever we're going next is going to be as much fun as that, Fallow says, still thrumming with energy. What else could eat a human? Piranhas?
You should make Trigger start raising piranhas. You can eat piranhas too, so if you keep feeding them people before you eat them, it could be this weird niche form of pseudo-cannibalism. Cannibalism light. That would be pretty sweet. He only stops talking when he can feel the force of my gaze boring into the side of his face, when I should be watching the road instead. I think my mouth might be hanging open a little. How am I so attracted to this walking, talking red flag of a human being? He seems to parse my bewildered expression before giving me this half smirk that's unacceptably sexy. "I'm kidding," he says, his voice practically a purr. Then he sinks down a little lower and rubs his thigh, salaciously, like he's thinking about going for his dick, making mine immediately perk up in response, before adding, "Well, mostly kidding." As if I haven't already forgotten what we were talking about. The silence sits heavy between us this time. It doesn't help that Fallow leaves one hand resting gently over his dick, right where I can see it. "Where to now, boss?" As soon as he breaks the silence, I realize I was looking at him more than the road, and my eyes snap back forward. "More work or more work?" "You're not as funny as you think you are," I say, but that only makes him laugh. At least I try. Better than looking placid all the time. You're like a loaf of American white bread. Bland, tasteless, and secretly sweet in a way you don't really want. What the fuck does that mean? I'm not yelling, but I can feel my temper being pushed to its edge. Whatever you want it to mean. There's more silence as I try to figure out why he's so good at getting under my skin, before I give up and change the topic instead. "We're going to a strip club." "Oh la la," Fallow says, but I cut him off before he can spew more bullshit. "It's technically our territory, but the Aryans have been making a play for it. I'm trying to show up there in person as much as possible to remind them who they belong to." "Oh, that doesn't sound like human trafficking at all," he says with a hum, looking out the window, a hard edge to his expression. I try not to sigh with exasperation for the 1,000th time today. "It's not, actually. We run a clean place. We have fucking standards, which means we run drugs and guns and nothing else. Well, technically also brothels, but all our girls are there by choice and they're all fucking adults. That's where the line is drawn. Unlike the Aryans, who really do use this shit as a front for human trafficking." Fallow is looking at me again, but the hardness to his expression hasn't changed. "Do you want a prize for being the most moral criminal or something? You know my father would murder you if he caught you trafficking anyway." As if he's not going to kill me anyway. You'll make sure of that. I might as well stick to my own ethics in the meantime. His eyes narrow, but he stays silent for once. Minutes pass. Then tens of minutes. The strip club is a ways out of town behind a truck stop on the interstate, so it's a lot of flat, empty landscape and wide, empty roads. Nothing to distract me from my enigmatic passenger. "Did you know that alligators' dicks are always erect?" His voice finally splits the tension, and I'm so shocked at my own palpable relief that I barely hear what he said at first. "What?" "Their dicks. They're always hard. They just sit there inside their bodies and pop out when they need them, then get sucked back in." He's not looking at me, but I don't need to see his face to know that he's not teasing me anymore. It seems to be his favorite pastime. I make a point of not looking at him either. "Can you imagine having a permanent hard-on?" he says, his voice getting a little lower and more seductive. "I'd go completely mad. No wonder they're so aggressive." "Are you telling me your constant horniness doesn't drive your bloodlust? Because I've seen your killing and it's pretty fucking sexual if you ask me." There's a pause, but I refuse to look at him, even when his breath gets louder and hitchier, like he's making a point of how turned on he is. "Maybe. Or maybe you just think everything I do is sexual because of how much I turn you on." The words are accompanied by a faint, wet sound, so I finally break and look at him. And of course, there he is, dick in hand, slowly moving his foreskin back and forth so the pink, glistening head is peeking out.
At first, I'm too shocked to say anything. Then I'm abruptly aware of the sensation of leather under my fingers, and I remember I'm holding a steering wheel because I'm fucking driving. Fallow, what the fuck? This is not the goddamn time. I'm not looking, but I can hear him snort and pick up the pace a little, the sounds becoming more slick and less subtle. What's wrong? He asks, his voice the living embodiment of seduction. You're distracting me while I'm trying to fucking drive. That's what's wrong. You can't just go around jerking off in the passenger seat. It's fucking feral behavior. Another low, throaty chuckle escapes him, but he doesn't stop. What did I say? Stale, boring bread. Just like I expected. You should try being a croissant for once in your life. Do I look like I eat fucking croissants? I bark back, but still don't manage to regain my focus. I can see his hand moving out of the corner of my eye, the same way I can see the blushing pink color of his cock that looks so delectable all I can think about is getting my mouth around it. Nope, stop. Bad thoughts. I squashed the worst of my internalized homophobia a long time ago, because flesh is flesh, and who cares what parts of people are sticking in each other, as long as everyone is on board. But there's a difference between the occasional dabble and something that actively makes me shitty at my job. My job is all I have. The Banna is all I have. I've never even come close to putting my job performance at risk for someone, girl or guy. It's not what I do. Except savage. A voice in my head says, but I ignore it. That's different. He was my friend, not a fuck. And I risked a lot to gain a lot. It was calculated. This is not calculated. That's exactly what I'm thinking to myself as I jerk the steering wheel hard, crossing 3 lines of moderate traffic to hit the exit ramp and get the hell off this interstate. I'm 2 exits early for the strip club, but I don't care anymore. I careen down the slope of the exit, then make a couple of sharp turns until I find somewhere relatively off the beaten path and pull onto the non-existent shoulder. It's still broad fucking daylight, and I shouldn't be doing this, but I'm not stopping. And neither is Fallow. He's continued to jerk himself through all of this, only switching to using his left hand on his cock so he can grab the oh shit handle with his right as we bump around. What the fuck do you think you're doing? I say, unbuckling my seatbelt to launch across the car and wrap my hand around his slender throat. I've had enough. I'm breaking his rules, but he doesn't freak out like I expect him to. His eyes widen as my fingers touch his skin, and there's just a flicker of arousal as I squeeze, all while his hand never stops moving on his cock. Then his hips rise up a little into his grip. It distracts me for a split second, and apparently that's all he needs to get the better of me. I'm not sure how he manages to be graceful with his dick hanging out, but he brings up his legs between us, plants both feet in the center of my chest, and pushes me, hard. I fly backwards until I hit my own door. He gives me a stern look for just a second, pinning me in place before softening again. He removes his boots from my chest and places one on the dash, while hooking the other between the 2 seats to dangle into the back. He shuffles until he's in the most obscene position I could imagine, bites his bottom lip at me ostentatiously, and then goes back to fisting himself. If you want me to beat you black and blue, you could have just asked, little rabbit. I'll beat you anytime you want. No need to break the rules. Fuck your rules. I growl, but there's no heat behind it. If I really didn't care, I'd be fighting him right now, not watching him with my chest heaving and my own erection pressing uncomfortably hard against my zipper. No, I fuck your rules, just like I fuck you, and you fucking love it. So it's time to stop pretending you don't. His words hit a little harder than I'd like. You don't fuck me, I say, but my voice is weak, and we both know it's a technicality. Shh, rabbit. He throws his head back and closes his eyes, rubbing that hand up and down himself with a kind of indulgence I don't think I've ever experienced. Like he's savoring every moment. He stops every once in a while to roll the head in his hand before switching to a feather-light touch of just his fingertips working his shaft. Are you hard, Colum? He asks, the emphasis on my name sounding more disdainful than I can fathom. I pause before I answer. I need to stop this cycle of letting him have all the control, but I can't seem to find the willpower. You know I am, I say, and I swear my voice nearly cracks. He hums. I do. I can practically see it with my eyes closed, reaching out to me like that. He doesn't stop working himself. Do you wish it was your hand on my cock? Yes. What's the point in lying now? Do you wish it was your mouth on my cock? Yes. Good, Robert. He reaches down to gently roll his balls in his other hand and finally opens his eyes to stare at me. What are you going to do about it? I freeze. This is absurd. I can't take him fucking anywhere. He makes everything sexual. He acts like he has some sort of power over me. And he doesn't give two shits about the consequences I would suffer if I was caught fucking a man. I know what you're thinking, he says. And if it helps, I don't really consider myself a man. More of a defined manifestation of sex and violence. I don't think someone like me could possibly be constrained by gender. Not that there's anyone else like me, of course. I snort, because he's so ridiculous, but I do see what he means. It doesn't matter what you are. To the rest of the world, you're a man, which means fucking you makes me gay. In their eyes, the people I'm worried about don't give a fuck about nuance. You think someone like Lucky knows what a binary is? Let alone wrap his little pea-brain around something outside of it. True, he says, before pausing to grind his hips up a little and let out a faint groan. Maybe I want to get you caught. Maybe that's what I'm getting off on. Getting you in trouble. I shake my head, unconsciously leaning a little closer to him. If that were true, you would have done it already. His hand stops, releasing himself as abruptly as he started. His swollen cock is sticking straight up. His posture still slumped so far back in the seat he's basically horizontal, and once his arms are cast to the side, it looks every inch like an invitation. Without thinking it through, I keep leaning forward. Right in front of me, his cock is glistening at the tip and absolutely delicious looking. For a second, I decide to say fuck the consequences. I want to taste him, even if he murders me for it. I get closer and closer, his eyes on me the whole time, waiting for him to snap and kick me again. But he doesn't. Even when I reach out my tongue to lick his tip, the taste of him explodes on my tongue, and I have to seek out more. If he's going to kill me, I might as well accomplish something first. There are worse ways to go. I hold his gaze with mine as I suck the head of his cock into my mouth. The skin is velvet soft and even hotter than I would have imagined. I can count on one hand the amount of times I've had a dick in my mouth, and it was generally when I was a lot younger under much more sloppy, surreptitious circumstances. This is different. This feels luxurious. I don't touch him anywhere except my mouth on his cock. I'm able to find places on the seat to brace myself, even though my muscles are already straining at the effort of holding me in a sort of half-crouch, half-plank position over his sprawled body. Fuck, Rabbit. He groans, sounding like he's coming undone, and it only spurs me on. With more enthusiasm than skill, I try to fit as much of him in my mouth as I can, bobbing my head up and down as his hips arch up into me. Christ almighty, he says, his voice quiet. Then I feel one of his hands on my head, holding me in place. That's it. Open up. You're sloppy and I can work with that. Just open wide for me and relax. I've been on the other side of this enough to know what I'm about to experience, but it's too late to back out now. Especially not with this intimate smell of him surrounding me, feeling like I suddenly have an all-access pass to something that's off limits to everyone else in the world. The adrenaline and lust coursing through me is enough to make me bold. So I keep my mouth open and try to figure out how to relax my throat, just in time for him to fuck his hips into my face. He hisses as soon as he hits the back of my throat, and it spasms around him. I'm breathing through my nose, focusing on suppressing the urge to puke, ignoring the way saliva floods my mouth and drips down his shaft.
Oh, God, look at the state of you. You're such a mess, such a wet, eager mess. I groan. I can't help it, I actually groan. My erection is throbbing, but I don't care right now. The feeling of him in me, around me, is too much to think about anything else. He shifts until he's sitting up a little more, getting the leverage he needs to bring his other hand to my head as well. If I had longer hair, I'm sure he'd be pulling at it right now. Instead, he settles for gripping me tight and beginning to fuck my mouth in earnest. I choke and splutter while my throat seizes and grips at his cockhead every time he punches into me. Saliva is coming out of my mouth in fucking rivers. Everything is wet, and the sounds coming out of me sound like torture porn. It's fucking ecstasy, though. This is the sound of heaven. Fallow is grunting now, sounding more undone than I've ever experienced before. Oh, that's it. Yes, fuck. What a slutty mouth, Christ.
He gets rougher and rougher, fucking me raw until he finally releases with a moan. His cum pours so deep into my throat that I don't taste it, but the sensation is raw and animal, curling in my stomach like a warm meal. He holds me down hard until he finishes, not caring that I can't breathe. I don't care either, only that my nose is pressed into his hairless, taut stomach, and his cock is still filling my throat.
Are you gonna come in your pants for me again?
He says as soon as his orgasm tapers off. His voice is still low and seductive, but now I can just about see the heady way he's looking at me at the periphery of my vision.
Go on. Show me how needy you are and hump my leg.
There's a flicker of annoyance filtering through me, but not enough to beat back the tide of raw arousal. I am needy for him, right now. I don't move any part of myself except my hips. I'm sure he'd still beat me senseless if I try to touch him with my hands, but my cock needs attention more ferociously than it ever has, so it's not hard to bend my hips and curl myself up until I'm basically riding his leg. It's humiliating, childish, and desperate, but I don't stop. As soon as I can feel the pressure on my cock through my pants, I'm chasing more of it. I hump my hips and work myself down, holding his softening cock in my mouth, making wet grunts around it and containing the drool down his shaft.
That's it, little rabbit. Mess yourself all over again for me.
That's all it takes. And before I know it, I'm stuttering my hips, filling my boxers with more cum only a few hours after he dry-humped me to oblivion back in my bedroom. Somehow this has managed to be even more humiliating, but something about it also hit me somewhere deep inside, because I'm convinced I've never come harder in my life. I'm left gasping around his cock, my cock still twitching and movements unsteady as I pull myself away from him a little at a time, careful not to touch him. He watches me, silent and unmoving the entire time. I can't tell if he wants to fuck me again or eat my flesh. It's minutes until I've arranged myself back in my seat, and he's quietly slithered back to his. He fished out tissues from somewhere in the car and used it to clean up, although there's no amount of tissue that could clean all the fucking drool I deposited on his crotch. I wince with embarrassment, but I'm still too dazed for it to fully set in. Instead, I focus on wiping the mess from my own face. The situation in my pants is not one I'm going to be able to fix, even though I dip a hand in there and try to scoop the worst of it out with the Kleenex. At this point, I am grateful I came already not that long ago. At least it's less mess to deal with. The fact that he's convinced me to go soft and wanton for him twice in one day after we only just met and fucked this morning is a bigger problem than I'm able to address right now. I'm tired, I'm pissed, and I'm fucking dehydrated. I need to go home and sleep for a week, but I have to resolve this business at the strip club first. Then I'll tell him to fuck off, politely, of course. So Murphy, who I guess really is his father or something like it, doesn't flay me alive. As soon as we're done with the strip club, I'll tell him. That was the last time. We're not ever doing this again.
Chapter 7. Fallow. I was expecting something a lot shabbier than the building Colin pulls us up to. It's in the middle of nowhere. That much matches the image I had in my head, but everything else is a surprise. I've travelled around this godforsaken country enough to see plenty of truck-stop strip clubs, and they tend to feel seedy from top to bottom. Just looking at them makes me feel sticky, and I've always refused to go inside. Just the thought of all those textures. No, thank you. But this is a squat, unassuming building that looks well kept up, with a well-lit parking lot, plus only one sign over the door and a small billboard at the turn-off advertising what's inside. It's giving gentlemen's club vibes over girls, girls, girls. I can't lie, as a teenager I was intrigued by strip clubs. On television there's an air of glamour and excess to them that I've always been drawn to. It's only the reality that has seemed a pervasive disappointment. I want to see fabulous dancers and uninhibited sexuality, not poorly disguised human trafficking victims being assaulted on stage. I'd always assumed the version you see in films was just that, total fiction. As soon as we're inside, I realise I might have been delightfully wrong. I generally don't care for being wrong, but in this case I'll make an exception. This is nice. Not opulent in a Saudi prince sort of way, but genuinely classy. It's all dark, including some gorgeous black wallpaper with a darker black Rococo-style pattern that I have an overwhelming urge to touch, with small platinum accents dotted around. Everything looks spotless, and the black marble floor makes a satisfying clip-clop sound as I walk across it. Colin leads me wordlessly through a little foyer, nodding at the security guard as we pass, and then immediately into what looks like the main room. It's big, with multiple stages and a large bar running down one entire wall. House lights are up, so I can see it in more detail than I would expect during open hours, but it still looks gorgeous. The stripper poles are all glittery and unsmudged. There are discreet little curtains dotted around the edges that must be private rooms, and the seating is all spaced out so guests aren't on top of each other. If I'd known places like this existed in real life, I might have considered a different career than mafia assassin. Not that it's stopped me from becoming a master of lap dances, but still, it's always nice to get paid for something you excel at. I'm so distracted by taking in my surroundings, it takes a minute before I notice someone talking to Colin. It's a beautiful woman, who could be aged anything between my age and her 50s, with one of those faces preserved by a combination of good genes and tasteful makeup, and maybe filler, but it's also tasteful if it's in there. I'll never let someone get close enough to me to inject my face, but I can certainly understand the impulse, and sometimes I feel like I'm already in mourning for the day my looks start to fade. They let me get away with so much. Thank fuck I still have my status as a psychopathic murderer to keep the people around me in line. Colin is giving her his total attention, and it doesn't take me long to realise my little torture victim isn't playing 100% for Team Homo, the way I initially read him. Interesting. I had him pegged, no pun intended, as someone rigidly repressed and closeted, totally gay and unwilling to admit it out loud. Perhaps he's more fluid than I first thought. The subtle cues in how he's holding himself toward her isn't something you can learn, it's inherent in most people. My internal monologue flirts with the idea of getting jealous. She's beautiful, with a salacious figure, long, thick brown hair, and the body language of a dom. But the flicker or jealousy is extinguished pretty quickly, when I remember that I don't get fucking jealous, because that would require caring about other people. And if I did get jealous, it still wouldn't matter. because Colum's been more fixated on me all day than a sighthound on a bird. He won't admit it, but he's absolutely terrible at hiding it, so it doesn't matter. The woman turns and gestures to follow, Colum trailing her and me trailing him. She hasn't acknowledged my presence yet, but I don't really care. I'm still drinking it all in. We head through some corridors with another couple of security guards dotted around, taking a couple of turns until we end up in a spacious dressing room half full of dancers. They all look like they're getting ready, but with the absolute lack of haste that tells me opening shift on a random weekday isn't exactly like performing for Cirque du Soleil. Most of them glance up when we walk in, but don't look surprised. I guess if you work for a strip club run by the mafia, you're used to random guys traipsing in and out of here. Colum's still focused on his conversation, completely ignoring the women around us, while I feel quite entranced, but not for the reason so many men would be. It's just all so sparkly. Bright but flattering lighting, big mirrors over dressing tables lining the walls with a classy wooden version of a locker next to each, and between all the girls are racks of wigs, costumes, and bottles of things I couldn't even begin to guess at. I feel utterly relaxed. I want to pick up everything in here and look at it, but I'm vaguely aware that would be frowned upon. "Fallow," Colum says, possibly not for the first time. "Are you listening?" "Not even a little bit. What can I do you for?" I know I told him I would behave in front of other people, and I swear I'm trying, but he's too far under my skin. It's difficult not to purr when I speak to him, just like it's difficult not to notice the subtle flush that hits his cheeks. "Are you okay to wait here for a minute? I need to talk to Caitlin in her office." The woman, Caitlin I assume, is looking at me for the first time and gives me a thorough once-over. A small smirk hits the corner of her mouth, but it's difficult to tell if it's a smirking at me versus smirking with me situation. I don't really care. "Sure thing, boss," I say, leaning on the rack of clothing next to me. "I'm sure these lovely ladies wouldn't mind keeping me company for a few minutes, right?" This gets addressed to the room as a whole, and while my natural speaking voice isn't exactly dripping with heteronormativity, I make sure to crank up the gay voice to its maximum setting, so the girls don't read me as a threat. I probably need to befriend them if I want to explore this room and all its treasures with impunity. The collective response from them is some variation of a cock of the head, like I'm not what they expected, and some of them saying, "Sure," or "No problem." Colum looks around them nervously for a second, although I can't tell if he's scared I'm going to be violent with them or try to fuck one of them. Joke's on you, Rabbit. It's neither. I raise an eyebrow at him, but he can't seem to give voice to whatever worries him, so he turns to go without saying anything. Once he's disappeared through a door at the other end of the room, I look away to notice every single person in that room staring at me like a novelty. "All right, who's going to let me borrow some makeup while I'm waiting?" It didn't take long to go from cautious strangers to friends. At first, a couple of the girls lit up at the idea of doing my makeup. Some people will always get excited for a new toy, even if the rest mostly carried on as they were. I explained that I don't like people touching me, but I would love to sit with them and share their goodies, and the reception I got was better than expected. Now I'm sharing a bench with Madison, and I'm not quite finished, but I already look phenomenal, if I do say so myself. There's a contented sort of chatter going on around me, and even though I'm generally solitary, this is the kind of company I occasionally appreciate. It's probably my favourite thing about groups of women. All you have to do is convince them that you're not a threat for sexual assault, and they'll generally welcome you in with open arms. The bar's in hell, guys. I'm literally a murderer. "Do you guys like working here?" I ask, for no reason in particular. "It's all right," Madison says. "Not exactly what I dreamed of my whole life, but the money's good and security does their fucking job, unlike some places I've worked." "Speak for yourself," someone, Destiny, interrupts. "All I wanted to grow up to be was a stripper. I might not have understood all the ins and outs when I was little, but it's still the dream. I get to dance for a living. That's a shit ton better than most of the options around here. Fair, Madison says, and some of the other girls echo a response. No one has asked me anything about myself, which tells me they're used to having strangers in and out, and know better than to get involved with Colum's business, which I can respect. I'm just applying the finishing touches when I hear the office door open, and Colum and Caitlin walk back into the room. You all right? He asks, as if I was going to be mauled and harassed by the lovely dancers. I stand up and turn around before I answer him, which means I get to see in glorious technicolor detail his expression shift as he takes in the sight of my face. Oh, he likes this. There was always a chance it would gross him out, which wouldn't have stopped me, obviously, but would have been less fun. But no, I'm pretty sure they could see the man's pupils dilate from space. I'm perfect. Did you finish your very important secret business? There's a pause while I can see him struggling to get his face under control, and then he clears his throat. The snigger I hear from the other corner of the room tells me absolutely everyone here is picking up on his vibes. For a criminal, he really is horrifically unstealthy. It wasn't secret, just private. There's a difference, he says. But yes, we're done. Although I think I have more problems now, not less. Caitlin has been watching me closely during this conversation, and I can see some kind of comment on the tip of her tongue, but she's cut off when Colum continues to speak to me. I'll explain in the car, but Caitlin has a theory that the weird situation she's been tracking has nothing to do with the Aryans, and there's an entirely new player in town. And if her contact is right, this is a very big, very transcontinental deal, and we might need to get your father involved. I wrinkle my face unconsciously. The last thing I need is that man traipsing through here, spoiling all my fun. Sorry, I can't help. I'm here for my own reasons, and your business is not my business, despite what my father might insist. I'm not getting sucked into something earth-shatteringly boring just because of hearsay. Caitlin's face darkens, and I can see I've touched a nerve. She's very put together, but for the first time since walking in here, I get the feeling it's completely and utterly a front. I mean, I guess you have to be pretty crazy to work at a place like this voluntarily. The mafia aspect, not the sex work aspect, obviously. Sex work is the single most sensible thing a person can do, in my opinion. Ellery wouldn't lie about this. They're fucking sharp. If someone else is involved, then someone else is involved. For a split second, my heart stops. Then, I make a conscious effort to smooth all my outsides into something impenetrable, so no one can see how those words just rocked me. And where is this contact? I ask, my voice even. Colm can explain. We're late to open, and someone has to keep this place fucking running. I appreciate the promotion, Colm, but you could have given me less of a shithole to work with. Colm rolls his eyes. Yeah, because what you were doing before was so glamorous. All those late-night drug runs with Eamon, the creepiest fucking man in organised crime. I'm sure that experience was classy as fuck. His tone is snarky, but he's watching me as he speaks, not her. I don't give a fuck about what he's saying, but I do not fucking care for the way he's looking at me. It's too penetrating. My internal thoughts are closed to visitors right now, but he's still looking at me like he wants to get in. Unacceptable. I barely notice when Caitlin stomps off in a huff, and neither does he. Around us, the dancers all go back to business as usual, after studiously pretending they weren't eavesdropping. Let's go, Colm says, reaching for my elbow, and then aborting the movement at the last possible second. At least he's learning.
Chapter 8. Colm. There's something weird about Fallow. He's always weird, of course. Possibly the weirdest person I've ever met, and that's saying something. But the version of him now is fucking night and day compared to the person he's been since we met this morning.
We get in the car, and he listens quietly while I explain what Caitlin told me. It's almost hard to concentrate with him all dolled up. I wasn't expecting the makeup, but it also wasn't a surprise. What the surprise is how much it makes my dick twitch in my pants. It's literally not something I've ever thought about before. But as soon as I was looking at all that shimmer on Fallow's pretty but masculine face, I was sunk. I just have to get through the conversation about Caitlin so we can make a plan. I just have to not get distracted. A little part of me is wondering if he's going to take it off before the guys see, but mostly I'm thinking, fuck it. It's too lovely a sight to hide because other people are dicks. I tell Fallow that Caitlin has a contact out in California, bouncing between LA and San Francisco, who's been inserting themselves in mob drama. I'm not sure how Caitlin knows this person. She loves to play shit close to the chest. But I know she was semi-mobbed up back in Boston before she came here to track down her son. And since her son, Tristan, is technically a Banna contractor, Caitlin fell into our organization pretty comfortably. More comfortably than Tristan, who was pretty much press-ganged into the situation as far as I can tell. I don't really care about the details, but I inherited her when I took over here, and she seemed too smart to be wasted on pissant drug runs and enforcement actions. We took over the protection contract for this place when we moved into town, but we're not technically the owners, so it only made sense to install a manager who was loyal to us. This is more than just a strip club for me. It's a huge building that I can move shipments of anything I want into and out of without a lot of attention, and that's more valuable than any simple protection racket. Okay, so this Ellery person is in California, but what does that have to do with us? Oh, it's us now. Because 5 minutes ago, I thought you said you didn't give a fuck about Banna business. I say, glancing at him quickly and then back at the road. I'll give a fuck about whatever I want. You can wither under the mystery of it, or you can concentrate on answering me like a fucking adult. He's snappish, without the sheen of irreverence that he's carried around like a shield all day. It's weird. I don't know exactly what could have set him off like this. I shouldn't care either, but I won't lie to myself. Everyone else I will definitely keep lying to. I let out a slow, controlled breath, not letting myself get worked up over a little moodiness. It's not like I don't deal with worse from the meth heads who work for me every day. I've been worried about human trafficking in this area. I tell him. I meant what I said before. We don't do that. We have some fucking boundaries, which is one of the things I love about the Banna. No kidnapping unless they deserve it, and no kids. For anything. But there have been more women going missing than usual. Not just dancers, but hookers too. Not ones that are under our protection, but still. Sure, sometimes girls just leave, but I don't like what I've been hearing. It's too much. Fallow is looking at me intensely from the passenger seat, so I take the cue to continue. And I don't like it either way, but it's definitely bad for business if it looks like we can't control our territory. I'd assume it was the Aryans because they've always been pissed at us and all the stuff with Savage made it worse. They're the only other operator in this area, but according to this Ellery person, that might not be what's up. They think there's a West Coast operation extending its tendrils over here and doing it quietly, which I'm going to be very fucking pissed about if it's true. Mostly because your father will have me fucking murdered. Fallow is staring out the window now, not reacting to my words, but it makes me nervous in a way I don't usually get. Every time I look at him, the first thought in my head is about how beautiful he is. It's discombobulating. I feel like I'm babbling to fill the silence, but I can't help myself. He'll probably have you do it, won't he? Since you're here. That makes Fallow let out a little snort. More like an exhale recently, but at least it's a response. I don't answer to him if I don't want to. He can try and come punish me, but he'll fail. We're not really related, you know. Our relationship is one of convenience, and he knows he's the one getting the better end of the deal, so he won't do anything to jeopardize that. I unclench a little. The thought of dying at all bothers me more than it should, but I hated the thought of Fallow being the one to do it. I mean, his face being the last thing I see wouldn't be the worst, but I feel like it would bother him, even if he won't admit it. You're safe from me for now, little rabbit, he says, his voice so soft it's almost a whisper. I appreciate it. I have so many questions. I want to ask him about Murphy and how they're really related. I want to ask how he ended up here and if he really likes it. My story is boring and the same as every other thug I've met, but I'm sure Fallow has a lot more going on under the hood than any of the rest of us. But even though I don't know him, not really, I know that none of those questions would get any answer other than snark. I let the silence drift between us for a minute before another question occurs to me, and I ask before I can second-guess myself. Caitlin kept calling her contact they, I say, falling silent as I try to figure out how to word my next thought. So? Fallow asks, turning to look at me now. You said before that you're not really a guy, but you're not a girl either. Should I call you they? Fallow snorts again, and I can't tell if he's making fun of the concept or making fun of the ham-fisted way I'm asking about it. Or were you just joking? That doesn't make him laugh, though. He stays serious, studying me for a moment before he answers. I wasn't joking. I'm not a man or a woman. I enjoy being something delightfully in between. Or maybe outside of the in-between. But no, I don't give a fuck what you call me. Language is stupid anyway. You think mafia assassins get workplace rights and go around politely reminding people about their pronouns? Something about that rankles me. He comes across as permanently encased in a layer of couldn't give a fuck. But I don't like the idea that he's pretending not to care about something for the sake of blending in. Yeah, but you could make it a thing. People are pretty afraid of you. I'm sure they'd get in line. I'm more than happy to whip the little shits back at the farm if you want me to. Fallow stays silent, but a sinister smile spreads across his face as he watches me. You mean that, don't you? He asks. Christ. You really are the most ethical little criminal I've ever met. It's actually adorable. He's just saying it to get a rise out of me, so I concentrate on keeping my expression blank. But no, he continues, his voice lighter than it has been since we got in the car, free and easy in a way that makes me think he's not lying. I honestly don't give a fuck about it. I hate words at the best of times, and I don't wish to be perceived by anyone if I have the option. Whether it's incorrectly or correctly doesn't matter to me. Except for words like bro or dude, that irks the shit out of me for some reason. But the pronouns don't. I know some people care, and that's fine. Other people can do whatever the fuck they want. But you can call me whatever the fuck you want, little rabbit. It's all the same to me. So I can start calling you princess then? That makes him genuinely laugh out loud, and it's a magical sound. Sinister and slightly off in a way that probably bothers most people, but fuck me, I'm hooked. You can if you want, but we both know it's a fucking lie. I'm not your fucking princess. No, I say, not intending for the word to come out as dreamy as it does. You're something else entirely. I just don't know what it is. The farm is quieter than I expect when we get back. Lucky must not be home yet if there's no one yelling and bitching at the top of their lungs. But as soon as we walk inside, I see the real reason. Savage is waiting for me, right in front of everyone. He hasn't been out of the Banna for long, but for him to come all the way here to find me instead of meeting somewhere else must mean it's serious. I know he hasn't looked back once since giving up this lifestyle. I'm honestly surprised he even talks to me, but we were always friends. As much as we could be, given the circumstances. Sav looks like he always has. Big, brawny, covered in tattoos that are slightly better than mine, but still not great. But there's a softness to him now, in a good way. It's like he always held so much tension in his body before, and now he can relax, even when he's sitting here with an obvious look of urgency on his face. What's wrong?
I ask, not wasting time with pleasantries. Sav doesn't answer right away, and his eye line flicks to my side, where I can feel Fallow's warmth close to me. When I look as well, I notice Fallow seems off. He's been weird the whole drive back, but now he looks visibly prickly. I'm not sure why, but he's eyeing up Savage like he's a threat, even though there's a dozen other guys around here who look exactly the same. "Can we talk?" he asks. I turn to walk toward the room that doubles as my office. Not that I'm doing a lot of paperwork. I can feel Sav following behind me as well as Fallow, and I'm hit by a wave of curiosity about how these two will interact. I'm the first one to step into the room, then Sav, but before Fallow can enter, Sav starts to close the door between them. Fallow catches it with his hand, and even though neither of them has said anything to the other yet, the air between them is suddenly crackling with tension. Not the sexy kind either. "Alone," Sav snaps. I can't help but let out a soul-deep sigh. Look, it's a long story, but believe me when I say there's no point trying to keep him out. He'll either tunnel in here if he wants to, or walk away to go cause chaos somewhere else. I'm supposed to be keeping an eye on him, which means we're joined at the hip for a while. Sav looks between us, laconic as always, but mistrust clear in his expression. "Who is he?" "Who the fuck are you, cunt?" Fallow snaps back, testy for absolutely no reason. "Jesus fucking Christ," I say before things can escalate. Sav is already bristling. "Clearly this is my fault. Sav, this is Fallow. Yes, that Fallow. He's also Old Man Murphy's son, or something. Pet psychopath, I don't really know. But I'm responsible for him right now, so he's here. He does not care for making literally anything easier for me. Fallow, this is Savage, who used to be in line for my job, but now is a civilian. A fucking secret civilian, supposedly, so I don't know why he's drawing attention to himself by showing up here, but I guess we'll find out if you two can stop fucking glaring at each other for no reason. The words come out in a tumble, and by the time I'm finished and gesturing them both into the room, everyone seems to relax a fraction. They move far enough inside that I'm able to close the door at least, which I slam because I know the other guys are probably eavesdropping right now, and I have zero goddamn patience for it. I take a second to walk over to the desk, take another deep breath, and then lean back against it before speaking. Sav, how can I help you? He keeps staring at Fallow instead of answering. His brow furrowed and his thick arms crossed to make all the muscle pop. It takes me clearing my throat before he looks at me again. I don't mean to be an alarmist, but you should seriously consider getting out of town, he says. Just for a minute, until all this cools down. I raise an eyebrow at him, waiting for him to continue. He works at a bar now and spends all his spare time at home with his boyfriend, so I don't know how he's gotten information about the underworld before me. But I guess stranger things have happened, and I'm seeing more and more that the guys I have working for me are fucking incompetent. Everyone at the Feral Possum has been keeping their eyes open. You know, for my sake. They're all pretty straight. He pauses, frowning. You know what I mean. They're clean. But it's a small town, and everybody knows someone who knows someone. Turns out Cassia has an old friend that relapsed recently and spent a little time bumping rails with the Brotherhood in between running back to Cassia to try out. She showed up today and started running her mouth about how they're all gearing up for something big, and she got kicked out. I happened to be there, asked a couple of questions, and it sounds like you are now their favorite fucking enemy. I don't know what you did, but they're pissed, and they're gunning for you. It takes a minute for the words to sink in. I'm not surprised, I guess. But for all the bluster between our two organizations, we rarely go to a lot of effort to actually hurt each other. Who has the time? Drugs won't sell themselves. I know we've talked about this before, but are you sure you and Micah won't leave town? I get that they're pissed at me right now, but this all started with you, and I don't think they're going to let it go. He sighs. I know. But Micah doesn't want to leave his job or his mom, and I'm not convinced it would make a difference. If they want to come for me, they will. I think the reason they haven't is because they care more about talking about it than actually getting it done. They treat me like a goddamn boogeyman. I guess, man. Whatever you want, but I'm not running either. Actually, Fallow says, reminding me that he's been remarkably silent this whole time. Maybe you should go. You promised to keep me safe, remember? Well, I'm going to California, so if you don't want me to die on the way and take the blame for it, you should probably come be my knight in shining armor. He says with no particular inflection, dropping all the playfulness from earlier in the day. But that doesn't stop Sav from clocking that it's a weird thing to say and flicking his gaze between us a few times. I'm too distracted by the other things to get annoyed, though. Why the fuck are you going to California? I ask him, trying to remember if he mentioned this already. To investigate your human trafficking issue. Fallow drops the sentence like it's the most natural answer in the world, and I'm getting a fucking headache. Sav frowns, and I bring a hand up to rub my temples. Why are you doing that? I didn't ask you to do that, and I'm pretty sure that it was only an hour ago. You said you didn't give a flying fuck about Banna business. Fallow shrugs, but his lightness from this morning is still gone. What can I say? I'm capricious. I don't like kidnappers. You're clearly not doing a very good job of getting to the bottom of it, so I might as well take over. He's lying. I don't know how I know, but I do. So you want to fly to California, with me, to chase down Caitlin's random contact in person and ask them about this human trafficking rumor. Have I got that right? Fallow wrinkles his nose and shakes his head while I focus on not finding it adorable. No way. Flying leaves a paper trail. We'll have to drive. I can't keep the look of shock from my face. That's like 30 hours of driving. It'll take days. He shrugs. I can drive, you know. I have many talents. We can split it. A couple days to get there tops. And it'll keep you out of sight until whatever this is. He circles his hand between me and Sav. Settles down. Sav is still watching us both, clearly sucked into the dynamic even if he doesn't fully understand it. I always knew he was secretly a fucking gossip. He is loving this behind his impassive expression, I can tell. I don't know how to say what I need in front of him, though. Are you sure this isn't about something else? I ask lamely. Fallow rolls his eyes. Shut the fuck up. As if I need to create a whole scenario for that. He says, which is too close to the truth for comfort. My cheeks heat, and I steal a quick glance at Sav to remind us both he's still in the room. I'm going, and I don't need your help, but you do make an excellent driver, and it might be helpful to have a second pair of hands if I have to kill a lot of people very quickly when we get there. Just in case. Come on, what the fuck are you needed here for? Ouch. Hit me where it hurts, why don't you? The words come out dry, but they're closer to the truth than I want them to be. I'm not sure if I'm doing jack fuck here, or what the point of it all is if I'm being honest with myself. But I don't have a lot of other career opportunities, and Sav's escape from this lifestyle wouldn't have happened if he wasn't the boss's son, so the rest of us better make the best of what we've got. I barely stop myself from sighing out loud. At least Fallow makes things interesting. He'll probably get me killed, but what does that really matter? Sometimes it feels like I'm wasting away here trying to manage a bunch of idiots to commit not very serious crimes. I owe this organization my life, but that doesn't make it any more interesting. Fallow's interesting. He's not just a croissant, he's a whole fucking birthday cake. Fuck it, I say out loud, before the thoughts even coalesced in my head. Let's go. Beats waiting around here to die, I guess. There's a long pause. Fallow has a ghost of a smile on his face, but not as much as I was expecting. He still seems preoccupied, and Sav is staring at both of us in open interest at this point. Well, he says, I guess my work here is done. He turns toward me and grabs my shoulder in a familiar gesture. I'm still facing Fallow, so I can see the minute way that his expression tightens at the contact.
Try not to die, brother. Let me know when you're back, and good luck with whatever this is. He gestures at Fallow but doesn't say anything to him before letting himself out of the office.
Who was that?
Fallow asks, more pissy sounding than I expected.
I already told you that.
I snap at him.
Why? Jealous?
He snorts, then turns to leave himself in a movement I can only describe as flouncing, but still unbearably sexy. I cannot survive a road trip with this person. None of this makes any sense, but I already know fighting it would be a losing battle. Fallow seems to always get whatever Fallow wants, and right now he wants to drag me along in his wake, apparently.
Chapter 9. Fallow. I don't know why I did it. I rarely know why I do anything, and I care even less than that, but this particular case is bothering me. The whole thing about Colm being stalked by the Aryans was convenient, and I'm obviously going to California with or without him. As soon as Caitlin had said the magic word, I was already planning my escape. But the thought of leaving without him, it didn't sit right. He's interesting, and so very fun to play with. I've played with a lot of different people before, mostly men, but none of them have held my attention in this singular, ineffable way. It's barely been a day, but the sensation is as undeniable as it is unexplained. I'm choosing not to question myself, because I have more important things to focus on, and thankfully he seems to be consistently compelled to do whatever I ask him to, whether he's willing to admit that or not. We can take 2 days to drive to California, pausing occasionally to fuck, I'm sure, and it'll get whatever this intrigue is out of my system. I can hear the pitter-patter of rabbit feet following along behind me as I move through the unfamiliar house. Can we go to the store first? I seem to have misplaced my things in all the drama. Colm stays silent, but keeps pace with me. I take a few wrong turns, but eventually find my way back to his bedroom. Do you not have a bag to get or something? I shrug, still not looking behind me. I travel light. I don't need much. Maybe I can just share skivvies with you, Rabbit. I park myself in front of his chest of drawers and start rifling through them, looking for anything I can wear that I won't be swimming in. The feeling of his warmth right behind me is making me uneasy. Everything feels weird. I already regret committing to this idea, but I'm also completely unwilling to take it back. Everything will be better when we get there, and I can put this whole fucking damned trip to bed. I focus on looking at his clothes, picking up an assortment of dark, plain clothes that make him more like a SWAT team wannabe than a criminal. Do you own anything with any kind of personality? Not unless you count, he replies. I pause and look at him over my shoulder. Droll. You're the cleverest criminal I know. Colm snorts. I doubt that. My attention is drawn to an empty duffel bag in the bottom drawer, also black, of course. So I pull it out and start throwing things inside, mostly at random. Colm sighs and moves away from me, and I have to physically stop myself to look at where he's going. He's back in a minute, though, throwing some toiletries into the bag and following it up with a couple of handguns and extra magazines. We can get whatever else we need on the way, he says. If we're going, we may as well go now. The longer we wait here, the longer the Aryans have to work themselves up into a fit.
Colm, are you going to tell me what this is really about?
I say it when I can't take the silence anymore. I'm normally good with silence. In this life, I don't get enough of it. But something about silence and stillness coming from Fallow is disconcerting. I may have only known him since this morning, but for whatever reason it feels like 1,000 years longer, and it's enough to make me deeply disturbed by this level of stillness from him. It's been 3 hours since we left the compound. No one really understood what was going on, but I didn't feel like explaining it. It's pretty clear that I don't really understand either, but Fallow asked me and I'm powerless to say no to him wouldn't go down well.
I trust them to at least keep the business running in my absence, and hopefully not to get into a firefight with the Brotherhood. We got our stuff, got in the car, and left on this half-baked mission, and Fallow's barely said 2 words to me since. What's really about? He snarks back. This road trip? Why you seem lost in thought all of a sudden? You haven't molested me in hours. Oh, that's what we're calling it. He interrupts. Fair. Okay, no, that was an exaggeration, but you know what I mean. I'm tired. I never got my usual post-murder nap this morning. Maybe we should stop for the night. That throws me a little. We're not even out of Missouri yet. You made it sound like this was a time is of the essence situation, and we should drive straight through. And now you want to stop? He doesn't answer. He doesn't even look at me, but the malaise that's fallen over him is obvious to anyone with half a brain cell. Something inside me softens, whether I want it to or not. Okay, we can stop and you can sleep. I don't know how to deal with this version of you. It's bumming me out. That almost gets a laugh out of him, but not quite. Once the option of rest is on the horizon, all the aches and pains I've accumulated in the last 24 hours start to insist on their presence, and I'm abruptly grateful for the excuse to stop. It doesn't make me less confused by Fallow's sudden personality shift. I don't have the energy to get worked up about it right now. My wrists hurt from being tied up. My shoulders hurt from being held over my head. Every part of my lower body hurts from desperately fucking up into Fallow while I was tied to a chair, worth it, but still, and I cannot begin to imagine how dehydrated I probably am. Fuck it, I'm stopping at a Walgreens before we find some place to sleep. There's no one here but him to see me first aid myself, and he already thinks I'm a pussy. I don't know why I even bother with the too tough to care routine anyway. It's more of a habit than actually caring how tough the other Banna guys think I am. The rest of the drive continues in a semi-comfortable silence. I get a little more of the highway behind us, so we're at least into Oklahoma, and then take the next exit where I can see a Walgreens sign on the horizon. The scenery here is painfully familiar. We're going to go straight through Oklahoma City, and I'm going to do everything I can to pretend it wasn't my home for 20 years. It's not the city's fault, not per se, and it's a hell of a lot better than the shithole rural town I came from before that, the one I've worked very hard to erase from my memory. There are no fond memories for me of the reason we had to leave in a hurry. I thought I was going to die on the steps of the fucking courthouse when the Brotherhood attacked us, and then I spent a week convinced that Sav was going to die from his injuries. It was miserable. But the silver lining was me getting to a new town for a fresh start. Possum Hollow isn't that different from where I was born, but it's different enough that it feels like a whole other world, where I am nothing like the people I came from. I didn't expect to care about driving through Oklahoma. We're barely stopping, and there's not a lot to look at. But every time I see a certain kind of tree or a fucking Brahms, it reminds me that I'm back in a place I was ecstatic to finally leave. I've never been someone who dwells on my past, but being here again is making all my shitty memories bubble to the surface in a way I didn't expect. At least it's a reminder that there's a reason I do what I do, and all the alternatives to this job are a hell of a lot worse. Exhaustion really must be getting to me, for me to be sitting here dwelling on my feelings and shit like this. Without meaning to, I sigh loudly enough that Fallow flicks his gaze to me for the first time in hours, but I don't say anything to explain, and he doesn't ask. He also doesn't ask what we're doing when I park at the Walgreens, but he does get out of the car and follow me inside. Once I'm on my feet after sitting for a few hours, I feel dizzier than I'd like to admit. Getting out of the air-conditioned car meant I got slapped in the face by the heat and humidity. The waves of heat rising from the asphalt that have been collecting there all day only start to releasing now that it's getting dark. Then 50 feet later, we're walking through automatic doors to get slapped in the face again, this time by cold and the smell of Freon. The overhead lights are too bright, and one of them is flickering in and out with a low buzz that's already pissing me off. I swallow down the dizziness and focus on where I'm going. I'm pretty sure Fallow is watching me, but I refuse to turn around and look. My attention span is for shit as I grab a basket and then walk through the aisles, throwing in painkillers, bandages, and other shit at random. There's a sound of rustling behind me at one point, followed by Fallow reaching over to throw lube and condoms into the basket. That doesn't make me turn to look at him. I'm trying to glare, but the exhaustion is digging its heels in, so it's half-hearted, and he doesn't care either way. "Don't pretend they won't get used," he says, raising one eyebrow at me. I don't care enough to fight about it, so I take the whole thing and pay in cash without making a big deal about it. The silence continues as I get us to a discreet-looking motel back by the highway. They let me pay cash and not give ID, so I don't really care if it's a shithole. Fallow raises an eyebrow at me when I ask for one room with 2 beds instead of 2 rooms. He can think whatever he wants, but the truth is that I don't trust him. If he runs off in the middle of the night, I can't protect him, and if anything happens to him, it will 100% be coming back on me. The room is as dingy as I expected, but there's a decent lock on the door and a heavy enough curtain that I plan to fall asleep before the sun even finishes setting. To that point, I throw the duffel bag and Walgreens bag on a threadbare chair and then throw myself face first onto the bed farthest from the door. The whole thing sags beneath my weight as air explodes from my lungs, but it feels so fucking good. I can feel my hips spreading open, my shoulders flattening, and my face burrowing into the pillow as all my weight settles onto this crappy mattress, and I resist the urge to groan in relief. "Wow, you really know how to romance a girl," Fallow says before throwing something at me that bounces off my butt. I think it's the gum I just bought him. "This is supposed to be a work trip, not a romantic getaway," I say, although the words are completely muffled by the pillow and I refuse to move. "Unless you made all the other stuff up just to get me here, which doesn't really seem like your style." It's a joke, because there's absolutely no way Fallow gives enough of a fuck about me to lie about anything. And although this day has been beyond intense, romantic isn't exactly a word I'd attach to it. But when he doesn't say anything, it makes me unsettled. I don't look up. As much as Fallow comes across as controlled and confident, I get the feeling it's only when things are on his terms. Easy Money says that if you peek beneath the surface, he's a lot more skittish than he wants anyone to know, and I don't want to spook him. I'm done pretending I'm not interested in him, but I'm not going to scare him off either. The silence settles in. I think there's a rustle of him sitting on the other mattress, but that's it. No lying down, no getting comfortable. I let it hang as long as I can stand. But while exhaustion began to overtake me the second I laid down and closed my eyes, the niggling worry won't let me quite settle. When I peel open one eyelid, the whirl is still tilted to the side because of my position, but I can still make out Fallow perched on the edge of the mattress, staring at the wall with a blank expression. The sight creates a sort of hollowness in me, but there's nothing I can do about it. "I need to take a shower," I mumble through the pillow. "Any chance I can trust you to run to that Denny's across the street and grab us some food?" Trust me. As in, trust me not to spit in your food, or trust me not to fuck the maitre d' in the coat room, because I feel like you'd like the first one at least. It takes a surge of effort to peel myself off the scratchy pillowcase, but I manage to lift my head enough to look him in the eye. A, please don't spit in my food, that's weird. B, it's a fucking Denny's. They don't have a maitre d' or a coat closet, but they do have mediocre pot roast that'll be reheated in some styrofoam in under 15 minutes, and I'm starving. C, I just need you to come straight back here after without causing chaos or running away. Got it? He stares at me, a hint of smile playing at the edge of his mouth. Sure thing, boss. I narrow my eyes at him because this answer somehow makes me even more nervous. There's nothing I can do about it now, I guess. I can't watch him every second of the day. If he wants to leave, he'll leave. With another heavy sigh, I push myself off the mattress and shuffle over until I can get my feet on the floor. Everything is stiff just from lying still for a couple of minutes, and when I stand up, I take a minute to really stretch my arms above my head and crack my neck. When I pull my shirt off, I take a quick glance at myself, and it's not as bad as I thought. Some of my small wounds have reopened and bled some more, but it's not a horror show. I give in to another luxurious full-body stretch and then turn to look at Fallow one more time. The expression on his face is interesting, to say the least. He's watching me intently, almost predatory. I've never had trouble finding people to sleep with when the mood takes me, and I had a couple of girlfriends when I was younger, but in my entire life, no one has ever looked at me with a tenth of the intensity that he's bringing into the room right now. You can look at me like that before we eat, bro. If I try to fool around right now, I'm pretty sure my dick would shrivel into my body with dehydration. Fallow raises an eyebrow at me, but otherwise stays still. Sure thing, bro, he says at last, his voice dripping with disdain. I'll just fetch the food. I'm too tired to come up with a snarky response, so I try for sincerity, and his whole posture softens when I thank him. I pull out a wad of cash from my pocket and hand it to him before heading into the bathroom. It's difficult, but I don't let myself turn around and watch him. I'm trusting him to accomplish one tiny thing without causing a scene. It's not a big deal. The motel room door doesn't open and shut until I'm in the shower, but the hot water hitting my body is enough of a distraction not to worry about it. God, I needed this. The ache in every part of me is still present, but I can immediately feel myself relax. I'm back on the bed wearing clean underwear and nothing else, trying to bandage myself in an awkward spot on the back of my neck, when Fallow finally comes back. He stands in the doorway, staring at me for a minute, and I realize he does that a lot. It should make me feel uncomfortable, but instead it gives me the strongest urge to preen a little. I do my best to resist. You got the food? I ask, looking at the plastic bag in his hand. He holds it up like I'm stupid for asking. Every single thing in here looks disgusting, just so you know. That place has been forsaken by God. I huff a laugh because he's not wrong. It's all going to be salty and soft. After the day we've had, it'll hit, trust me. He looks unimpressed but doesn't argue. I keep futzing with my bandage while he pulls out containers and plastic cutlery, but it only takes a minute for him to look annoyed and walk over to me, batting my hands away from my own wound. Do you know how to do anything right? He asks, quietly taking over the job of bandaging. His movements are careful, and he's touching me as little as humanly possible while completing the task, but it's still more than I expect. Strong fingers smooth over the bandage once it's placed, and then he's grabbing the antiseptic and swiping over some other cuts that I can't see. Thank you, I say, which he frowns at. You say that a lot, he says. Thank you? Yeah. I can't be polite. Fallow pauses, studying me for a minute before continuing with his work. It's just strange. It's not something you hear from the kind of people we both work for, if you take my meaning. Something about it is discordant with what I expect. I watch him concentrating on his work for a minute, not sure how to answer. The light casts deep shadows over the hollows of his cheeks in a way that makes him look like a sculpture, and the furrow in his brow is positively adorable. I don't know why, I tell him eventually. It's not like I was raised with any manners. I just like acknowledging it when someone is being kind. Is that so hard? Fallow shrugs. Not really. It just takes some getting used to. That almost makes me laugh. Yeah, I'm the one who takes a little getting used to. My words pull a real smile out of him, albeit a small one, and it feels like the biggest success of my day. I'm pathetic, and I know it. Or maybe I'm just scrambled from exhaustion. When Fallow finishes what he's doing, he steps back to look me up and down, checking his work. I can't help but stand up again and let myself stretch, still trying to work out all the kinks from this morning. You all right there? He asks, as if he's not still watching me with unrestrained hunger. I'm sore. I'm getting too old for all this torture. Fallow smiles at me again, the light reflecting brightly in his eyes. Yeah, you definitely look like an old man to me, practically falling apart. Hey, I'm going to be 30 this year, and it might not be old in real people years, but I have not lived well. Something about constant participation in violence ages you, I'm pretty sure. I pause, looking him up and down and realizing that while I assumed he was about my age, I couldn't really say. He could be a decade older and just have really good skin, or maybe a little younger. How old are you? I ask. Fallow pauses, then shrugs, looking nonchalant. I don't know. What? I feel like I'm not hearing him right. How can you not know how old you are? He shrugs again. I just don't. And unless you have a Ouija board and you want to ask my parents, I never will. Sometimes things get crazy and the details slip through the cracks. I don't really know what to do with this information. You must have a passport though, right? If you flew here from Ireland? Unless you're about to tell me you smuggled yourself here in the cargo hold of the Titanic. I have a passport, I have plenty of documents, but my adoptive father is the head of a very powerful international crime organization, so what makes you think they're real? I'm not even really fucking Irish. That makes me jerk back, more shocked than I would have expected. But this is a lot of information to take in at once. Fallow also looks shocked, like he wasn't expecting to spill that much information about himself. If you aren't Irish, what are you? Is that a fake accent? No, I mean, I grew up there. This is just how I talk. But I wasn't born there. It doesn't matter. Shall we finally eat and then get some sleep? I want to push. I want to know more about this person. So much more. But I can see his expression shutting down and the malaise from earlier returning to his face. Sure, I tell him. But I won't hear you slandering the food. Denny's is a road trip icon. I make absolutely no promises, he says before handing me my meal.
Chapter 10. Fallow. It's still pitch black when I wake for an unknown reason. My heart is racing, and there are lingering images of a nightmare in my mind, but consciousness is chasing them out too quickly for me to really see them. I'm okay with that. It's always the same stuff, my nightmares. I'm so used to them. They don't normally wake me up. I quickly take stock of my surroundings. The room is the same and completely still, apart from the rattling AC unit beneath the window. The heavy motel curtain is drawn all the way, with only a sliver of yellow creeping in at the edge from the old sodium lights in the parking lot. I'm uneasy, but that's nothing new. Ever since we left on this trip and I realised I was close to finally finishing what I started here, I've been off kilter. But the more I look around, the more obvious it is that nothing is out of place. Colm is on his bed, sprawled out on his stomach with his face shoved in his pillow and one knee hitched up toward his chest. The blanket is almost entirely kicked off, and he's stripped down to his underwear. His arms are wrapped around the pillow like he's holding it close, making the muscle there bulge like thick tree roots. God, he really is delicious. Every single part of him is thick. Not in a ripped or showy way, just fucking meaty. Sometimes my brain tells me I should take a literal bite, but I repress the urge. There are more sustainable ways to taste. His back rises and falls in an easy rhythm, and I let my eyes truly wander without restraint. I look at the dark hair covering his legs, arms, chest, really everywhere. I look at the tacky Banna tattoos crawling all over him, that don't look nearly as messy or embarrassing as they do on most of the others. Well, except for the ones on his knuckles that I can't make out in the darkness, but vividly remember from the day we met. Letters on each knuckle spelling out, "No hope." And I look at the way those fucking boxer briefs are straining to contain the mound of his ass that's presented before me, that little sliver of sodium light bouncing off it like the moon. Like I said, delicious. A sudden desperation surges in me. It's masquerading as lust, but I know that's only a cover for the desire to rid myself of all of this unease. At least it's something I know how to lean into. And I may not have known Colm for very long, but I'm also confident that he'll be happy to be woken up for this. An intrusive thought flashes through me. The idea of telling Colm why I'm awake and so needy. It's there, and then it's gone. But the thought still leaves a bad taste in my mouth. This is not what I do. Talking is not what I do. Fucking and fighting are the only things I'm good at and the only things I love. Without any more wasted moments of self-reflection, I slip out from under the scratchy duvet that I don't want to look too closely at, then pad across the space between the beds. It's only a few feet, but it feels like farther. Something insurmountable. Until I'm standing over Colm as he sleeps, wanting to reach out, but not quite doing it. I can see one of Colm's eyes, the other half of his face still pressed into the pillow as it flickers open. There's a moment where he's unfocused, but quickly finds me. His entire body stays still, although I see a hint of tension set in, but he doesn't move. He doesn't even speak, watching me and waiting to see what I'll do. It makes the tension in me ease. Something about him is so solid, and I know there are a million different actions I could take right now, and every single one of them he would find some way to accommodate with his big body and calm presence. As someone who's never relied on another person for a damn thing, it's more of a relief than I expected. I'm not proud of myself right now, but I'm also not going to dwell on it. I twirl my finger in the air, raising an eyebrow at him until he gets the point and rolls over. And accommodating he is. All that bulk spreads out beneath me. His muscles relaxed again. The blankets kicked off to the side so I can drink in the sight of him. And it may be dark, but not too dark to see him already getting hard for me. Off, I tell him, keeping my voice hushed in the darkness. He complies, hooking his thumbs in his waistband and dragging the fabric down until he's able to kick off the briefs and push them to the floor somewhere. Colm reaches for his half-hard cock, but quickly freezes, reconsidering. Blue eyes squint at me for a moment, before both his hands relax at his side, waiting for my instruction. Someone learns quickly. I'm impressed. Good rabbit, I purr. I'm still standing next to the bed, and I take my time stripping down. I love being naked to fuck, and don't have any kind of body shame, but when I'm sleeping, I like to be as covered as possible, especially if there's someone else in the room, which isn't something I'd normally tolerate. Colm has no idea how many exceptions I've made for him in the past 24 hours, but I'm certainly not going to be the one to tell him. Once my clothes are in a pile on the floor next to Colm's underwear, I climb onto the bed as gracefully as I can. Colm's gaze feels like a brand, the closest he can come to touching me, as I settle into position straddling his hips, my skin inches away from his. The level of need that hits me is all-consuming, and not something that I expected. My hands are shaking a little as I lean to the side to grab the Walgreens bag off Colm's nightstand. I should have been better prepared, but I'm frazzled tonight. I just need to power through. I'll feel more like myself as soon as I see Colm turning to mush in my hands. At least I'm still coordinated to pull out a condom, the lube, and the most important purchase I made today, black nitrile gloves. I'm about to get started, but another idea occurs to me, and I take a second to fish one of my knives out of the drawer as well. Colm's eyes widen when I toss it on the mattress beside his head, but he remains still and silent like I want him to be. The promising sign is that the knife's presence doesn't deter his hard-on. If anything, it seems to encourage it. I take my time getting ready. Gloves on, lube generously applied, I work myself open while he watches. Every minute that passes makes Colm more flushed, more tense, and more than a little hard. But he stays still. His hands are palm down on the mattress out to each side, and I can practically see him vibrating with the effort to keep them there. He really is a very good boy. I'm quick and efficient when I add a condom and some lube to his aching cock, but because he's been so well behaved, I change into fresh gloves after. He deserves a little treat. He clearly isn't expecting it, because his eyes go saucer wide when I start to run my hands over his body. I grab at the flesh of his chest, getting a fistful of peck in each hand and squeezing him the way he's begging to be squeezed. He manages to keep staying still until I start plucking at his nipples, and then a low whine escapes him as his hips jerk a little. I can see him struggling to control himself, and that's the part that makes me truly desperate with arousal. "You like that?" I whisper to him, and he only nods in response. His mouth is partially open, pink tongue peeking out, and his breath coming faster and faster as I continue to touch him. It's too tempting to pass up, so I sink 3 of my gloved fingers into his mouth and press down on his tongue. Colum's lips close around my fingers like a reflex, and he sucks me gently as I push my fingers in and out of his mouth. God, the sight of him already drifting into some relaxed place is intoxicating. My thighs are starting to burn with the effort of holding myself over him, and I'm desperate to feel him moving inside me. With my fingers still in his mouth, I use his chin like a handle, hanging onto him from inside and out. I use my other hand to grab his cock and hold him steady, trying not to be affected by the little gasps he makes as soon as I touch him. I feel stretched and filled by the time I'm seated on him, and I don't waste any time setting up a rhythm. It's all I can do not to ride him like a fucking bull. Right from the start he's hitting the spot, and the more I move, the more my body pulses with the pleasure of him fucking into me. The friction and intensity builds, and I find myself staring at Colm as he stares right back at me. I want to look away, but it's hard. He's turned into something magnetic for me. Fuck. Why does being around him feel like this? I focus on the fucking, picking up the pace as I ride him. My eyes catch a flicker of movement to the side, and the tiniest burst of adrenaline hits me before I realise it's just Colm's hands. He's holding them to the side, quivering in the air, clenching and unclenching his fists as if to stop himself from reaching for my thighs. They're barely inches away. I can almost feel the warmth of him. A little piece of me wants him to touch, to feel what it would be like to let his rough, scar-pocked skin rub against mine. I can't think about that right now. Something is obviously very, very wrong with me. I reach for the butterfly knife instead. It's easy enough to flick open without losing my pace on Colm's cock. The gasp that comes out of his mouth when I press the blade against his throat is worth every moment of confusion I've felt since climbing onto his bed. He's rock hard inside me, and I watch his entire chest flush red beneath me as I push the edge of the blade into the skin hard enough to draw a little trickle of blood. Stay very still, rabbit. This is a sharp knife, and you wouldn't want it to slip. Colm's eyes are prey wide, but he nods with as little movement as he possibly can. There's a fraction of hesitation inside me, another thing I'm not used to feeling. All right? I ask, needing that extra bit of confirmation. Normally, I'm big on trusting my playmates. They're adults, and I always make it clear at the beginning that they can leave any time they want to, and after that I assume they're still there because they want to be. Sometimes they do leave when the knives come out. It's no skin off my back. But right now, with him, I want a little more. I want the feeling of knowing he wants it as much as I do, and isn't tolerating it just to get his sloppy little orgasm. I don't want to want it, but I do. When Colm nods, my heart clenches. Perfect, I say in a low voice. I mean it more than I want him to know. Everything turns hazy after that. Colm continues to hover his hands over me like he's waiting for a last-minute permission to touch that never comes. I keep my blade against his neck and stare at the blood running down his skin, one tiny droplet at a time. Every thrust of my hips makes his cock punch deeper and deeper into me, until we're both breathless and right on the edge. "Come for me, rabbit," I tell him. It barely takes a minute before he comes with a small whine, his cock kicking inside me and filling the condom. As soon as he sags, I drop the knife to the floor. My fingers, still wet from his saliva, run through the smear of blood before I reach for my cock, tugging myself frantically until I'm tensing up and spraying cum over his chest. My cock is still dripping as I swipe up the cum to mix with the blood and shove that back into his mouth, watching him suck the mixture eagerly from my fingers before he goes back to softly panting. For half a second, I feel truly, genuinely relaxed. But then something close to panic sets in, and I extricate myself from this position as quickly as possible before I can get any more drunk off his stupid dick. I run to the shower to rinse off, walk back in to get my clothes, and toss a damp towel to my lover so he can clean himself up. If I took the time to make sure it was nice warm water, not cold, no one needs to know. "What time is it?" Colm asks, like his awareness of the world has come back to him for the first time since I woke him up. He grabs the towel and starts cleaning up, moving slowly in the dim light. I glance at the digital clock on the nightstand. "A little after 3. Why? Are you angry that I interrupted your beauty sleep?" Colm shakes his head and huffs a little bit, but doesn't snark back. Instead, he focuses on heaving himself out of bed with great effort and fishing around for his underwear. The wet towel gets thrown somewhere to the side. "You couldn't sleep?" he asks. I shrug, even though he's very carefully not looking at me. How am I supposed to sleep when there's a 4-course meal sprawled out on the other side of the room? Colm pauses, his head tilted as he probably searches for a hidden insult in the sentence. But there's none there. I didn't mean it to come out like that, but I did mean it. I think I'm looking convincingly smug, keeping all this unease and discontent from my face, but when his expression tenses, I realise I might have failed. "Are you okay?" It's simple. I can give him a simple answer, and he won't push back. But the fact that he asked, let alone noticed that I might not be okay, is surprising in and of itself. I can't quite bring myself to lie, but I don't know what I would say otherwise. I settle on a nod, holding his gaze. "You really are sweet, you know? It's disappointing." It's impossible not to smile a little as I say it, but I'm rewarded by nothing less than Colm, big, hunky mafia Colm, fucking blushing. Delicious. "Don't say shit like that around the guys, okay? It's not like they respect me much to begin with." The fact that he's not even really denying it just proves he's too sweet for this job. He's even giving me a little half-smile that matches my own. I want to wipe the expression off my face, but I can't seem to. Everything else in the world seems far away right now. No mafia, no murder. Just Colm and I staring at each other like two dumb, love-struck puppies in the moonlight. Disgusting. Absolutely not something I can allow to continue. I open my mouth to tell him something to that effect. But before any sound comes out, I hear a noise outside the window. What the fuck is that? Colm's smile falls as he frowns at me. "What?" he mouths, suddenly on high alert. "Get down!" I barely have time to drop to the ground before the window explodes next to me, and the room is filled with bullets and broken glass.
Chapter 11. Colm. Thank fuck for Fallow and his freaky Vulcan hearing, because I hadn't heard shit, and I'm not exactly someone who moves through the world with my senses turned off. Although he did fuck me within an inch of my life a few minutes ago, so it's possible I haven't been firing on all cylinders. But now that the room is full of gunfire and bullet holes, I'm wide awake. Violence is a part of my job. It's not one I revel in, but I'm also not afraid of it. I haven't been shot at in this kind of overwhelming assault since the day Sav and I were attacked at the courthouse, though. An image of that day imposes itself on the dark room I was just standing in, and I feel the moment my brain screeches to a halt. I'm on the floor. I must have dropped by muscle memory because I don't remember doing it. I rub my fingertips across the carpet for a second, and helps me pull my consciousness out of the sticky trap of that memory. At the courthouse, I was standing up and firing, taking down our attackers. Sav was the other one on the floor, and between the moment he initially went down and when I dragged his limp body back to the car, I thought he was fucking cooked. The carpet against my fingertips and my face drags me into the present. It's possible that I'm shot and not feeling it yet, but I don't think so. Fallow. The thought hits me with a tsunami of panic I wasn't expecting. Did he get hit? Looking around, I do my best to focus in the dark. The curtain is still hanging over the window, although it's a little shredded, and our attackers are obviously planning on waiting outside to see if we're alive enough to return fire. I can already hear the muffled sound of what must be them congratulating themselves on a job well done. This kind of dumbassery can only be the Aryans. Even my guys would be coming in here to make sure the job was finished. I'm still on the ground, figuring all this out like a moron when I see Fallow. His cheek is cut, and maybe his eyebrow. I can see that much, but otherwise he doesn't seem injured. His movements are just as fluid and stealthy as always as he moves over to the window in a crouch, gun in his hand that must have been grabbed from the side table, and then dives through the broken window. Dives. Like he's fucking Superman. Idiot. More adrenaline hits me as I surge to my feet, looking around for another gun. A couple more shots ring out outside and make my breath clench in my chest. I'm still in my fucking underwear, and not nearly as graceful as Fallow, but I managed to duck through the broken window without cutting anything critical on the broken glass. There's a little more light in the parking lot, although not a lot. At least enough for me to see Fallow doing his best impression of Jason fucking Bourne against at least 4 Aryans. There's a body on the ground with Fallow's knife sticking out of his neck, one guy standing off to the side grabbing his bloody leg, and it looks like most of the guns have ended up on the hard, packed dirt. I don't even know what the fuck he's doing, or how he's doing it, but he disarms most of them with some martial arts shit. One guy gets grabbed and pulled right up close to Fallow before his own knife ends up shoved into his chin from below. He spits blood and gapes for a minute in shock, falling as soon as I put 2 bullets in his head. It's easy to pick off the rest, between my gun and Fallow's everything. I guess they weren't expecting us to fight back. Or more likely, they weren't expecting us to be awake and thought they'd just slaughter us in our sleep. Thank God Fallow woke up horny or they might have succeeded. It all goes by in a flash before I'm standing in the dim light, panting almost as hard as I was when Fallow fucked me. My gun is in my hand and I can't stop looking around, convinced there are more people coming. "We should go," Fallow says, walking over to me. The entire left side of his face is covered in blood. I think it's his, while his dark clothes are covered in blood that hopefully came from the Aryans. He gives me a quick up and down, as if looking for injuries, and I can't help but do the same to him. His cheek is bleeding pretty good, worse than I first thought. Other than that, he looks intact. At least he got dressed first. Although his feet are bare, just like mine, and I'm sure we're both a little cut up. As if he summoned them with his words, I hear sirens in the distance. This is the middle of nowhere, and it's not exactly an area that hasn't heard gunfights before, but still, nobody wants to be a part of this. "Yeah, let's bounce," I say. The glass crunches underfoot as we both move, making me wince. I wish he'd let me carry him, but I know better than to even ask. It only takes a few minutes to grab our stuff and run to the car. I don't bother to get dressed, throwing my clothes into the back of the SUV with everything else and planning to pull over in a while. What's more important is that nobody catches sight of our plate,
and we're long gone before the cops get here. The whole thing passes in a whirlwind of adrenaline. I don't think I catch my breath until we're on the freeway. I drive carefully, not speeding too much, but not going so slow it's suspicious. Fallow doesn't say anything beside me, but eventually starts to sift through the Walgreens bag he remembered to grab and work on bandaging his face. It's dark in here, though, and whatever he's doing is obviously ineffective. Just hold pressure for now, I say, stealing a glance at him. I'll take a look once we stop. I'm waiting for a snide riposte, but nothing comes. Instead, he just huffs next to me. Are you okay? I ask. Did you get shot? I'm fine. His voice is dull, and I don't have the brain power to figure out why right now. At least I can see you're not shot, he adds after a minute. All that unbroken pale skin was absolutely gleaming in the moonlight. There's a hint of tease in his voice, but not as much as usual. I try not to think about fucking anything except how tired I am until we make it far enough from the motel that I can find a place to stop. Eventually, we find a 24-hour truck stop with a big enough and dark enough parking lot that they must be used to illegal shit going on. I park up in the corner, blocking a little space with the bulk of the vehicle, so we have the space to get out and clean up. Fallow opens the passenger side door and hangs his legs out, using his phone flashlight to pick pieces of broken glass out of his feet. I thought I'd escape without any until I get out of the driver's side and move around to stand by him, putting pressure on parts of my feet I wasn't using to drive for the first time since the adrenaline fled my system. Fuck, that hurts. I collapse on the ground at Fallow's feet, fishing out my phone flashlight to do the same. We work in silence, passing the bag of supplies between us until we're both somewhat clean and bandaged up. Let me see your face, I say, standing up and shining a light towards him. Fuck off. He bats my phone away and then holds his hand over his eyes like I'm blinding him. Come on, it looks shitty and you're not going to be able to fix it yourself. Let me see. Fallow stares to the side with a set jaw, hiding the injured part of his face away from me and crossing his arms. He looks like a petulant child, and I stare at him for a full minute before my sluggish brain realizes what's wrong. You're upset about your face. It's a statement of fact, not a question. I spend most of my time around men who think of scars accrued in terms of clout to get girls, but Fallow, for all his badassness, has cultivated an aesthetic much closer to pretty than anyone I've known. He also loves to fuck, based on the time I've spent with him. He's so forthright about everything, I never would have worried about him having any kind of insecurity. But I guess that's a stupid way to look at it. Everyone's insecure about something. Even serial killers, I guess. Come on, I say again, softly this time. Let me clean it up so we can see if it's bad or not. Fallow turns his head a little towards me, but his arms are still crossed and he's not exactly inviting me to reach out. I'll wear gloves, I add, and his shoulders soften the tiniest bit. I'm pretty sure that's all the yes I'm going to get, so I find another pair of the gloves from the bag, thankful again that he bought them even if I didn't understand it at the time. His hands are about a medium, and mine are definitely not, so I have to stretch that fucking nitrile as far as I can to get them on, but I manage it. There's a couple of washcloths from the hotel that ended up in our bag, so I soak one of them in a mixture of disinfectant and bottled water until it's dripping before turning back to Fallow. Slowly, still not saying anything, he turns his face towards me. It's worse than I thought. There's a lot of crusted and congealed blood, basically covering the skin from forehead to chin. I'll have to get it off to see what's going on underneath, but it's very possible it'll start bleeding again when I do. Hold still and keep your eyes closed, I say, reaching out to hold him steady by his chin as I move the cloth towards his face. He jerks back, though, chin up and out of my reach before I can touch him. I freeze, hands in the air. I've never known how much of his don't touch me thing is for the drama and how much was a real fear of some kind, and it didn't really matter to me. Whatever the reason for it, I'm not going to not respect it. Of course I want to touch him, but he manages to make every single thing we do absolutely incendiary anyway. It didn't really matter.
Right now, watching him stare down at me with his head pulled back and his body bowstring tight, I think it might matter even more than he was willing to let on, which breaks my fucking heart a little. I take a deep breath in and let it out. I stay hunkered down lower than him. I keep my shoulders soft, and I don't reach for him again. "Please," I say quietly. "I don't think you can do it yourself, or I wouldn't ask." Silence drags on between us for a few minutes before Fallow slowly lowers his face again. "Okay," he says, his voice small. I move slowly and take his chin in the gloved fingers of my left hand. He tenses but doesn't jerk away. Then I bring the sopping wet towel to his face and hold it over the mess there. He keeps the eye on that side closed but watches me with the other. I can see his gaze flicking around, looking all over my face, then up and down at my body. I don't know what he's looking for, but I feel transparent as he looks. Once the blood is softened, I start to gently wipe it away bit by bit. I was hoping that underneath wouldn't be that bad, but it really is. The cut on his left eyebrow is bleeding the most, but it's not that deep. It looks like maybe he got hit by a fist or the butt of a gun there, or maybe when he fell. It's still bleeding sluggishly as I clean it, but I'm able to tape it up with butterfly strips without too much difficulty. The cheek, however, is fucked. This looks like a bullet graze. You can even see the direction it came from, with a shallow but broad start to the wound near his ear, then tapering to a point as it runs toward his nose. It's not bleeding as much as the other cut, but it's basically gaping open, and I can already tell it won't heal well on its own. I don't even know if butterfly strips are going to do it. I don't say anything until I'm sure, and focus on getting it cleaned up. Fallow agrees to tilt his head forward so I can pour out a bottle of water into it, and then I do my best to tape it up before covering the whole thing with a bigger piece of tape. He flinches and jerks a little as I touch him, and continues to watch me throughout, which makes me feel a weird sense of pride that he trusts me this much. "Okay," I say when I'm finally pulling back and taking the gloves off. The good news is it looks pretty clean. The bad news is I think it needs stitches. Do you want me to do them, or do you want to try to find a shitty enough medical center tomorrow that we can convince them not to ask questions? "I'm not doing that," he says, staring at me with wide eyes. "No, absolutely not." I chew on the inside of my cheek for a minute while I think. Look, the sentence starts, but then goes nowhere as I realize I still don't know what to say. "You don't have a choice. I'm sorry, I know this sucks, but I'm pretty sure it's going to heal so much worse if we leave it open like this. I promise I'll do my best to minimize all the touching, but it needs to get done one way or another." Fallow stares at me, not moving. He stares and stares and stares, and I feel like time has stopped moving forward, but I need to wait. If I say anything right now, it'll spook him even more. Eventually, when I feel like we've both aged a decade, he agrees. "You can do it. I'm not going to a fucking hospital." "Okay," I say. "Deal." We spend a little while longer getting cleaned up and into some clean clothes, and I run into the truck stop to get him an ice pack and some food. We'll need to drive through the rest of the night, at least to get some more distance between us and that motel. I take a brief pause to go online, though, and use my burner account to place an order, and then I meet Fallow back in the car. He's silent, leaning against the window with his eyes open. I crack the ice pack and then hand it to him. He looks at me for a second before wordlessly accepting it and holding it to his face. I want to do something else. I hate to see him sad. It feels like a disruption of the natural order. But there's nothing I can think of that doesn't involve touching him right now. It's killing me not to be able to just reach over and put my hand on his thigh, which is not an urge I've ever had in my life, but suddenly have all the time, now that he's around. Still, I control myself. I guess the best thing I can do for him right now is keep my hands to myself, shut the fuck up, and drive. Chapter 12. Calm. They'll send more after us once they realize the others are dead. You understand that, right? It's the first thing Fallow has said to me in hours. I'm not totally sure how to answer. I know it's true, but I'm having trouble being really worried about it right now. I'm more concerned about his face. On the upside, after driving through the night and half the day, we've got a decent amount of distance between us and the scene of the crime, and we're almost ready for a pit stop. Don't worry about it, I tell him, but he looks unconvinced. All the GPS is disabled in our cars for obvious reasons, but I take my phone off of airplane mode for a hot second to check how close we are, and it's right on time. When I pull off the next exit, Fallow doesn't seem to notice. His eyes are closed, and he's resting his face against the window with a melted-looking ice pack still held to his eye. It's not until we pull up at the side of a gas station, not the pump, that he opens his eyes and asks what we're doing. Picking something up for your face. It only takes a minute to run out to the lockers and pick up my package, and as an afterthought, I stop in the gas station store itself to grab more ice and some food. I hustle back to the car when I get a brief pang of fear that it'll be empty when I get there. I'm never 100% sure that Fallow won't decide he's better off alone and split, and while that made me nervous initially because of my fear of Murphy's reaction, the fear I have now is more complex. Not something I have the fucking bandwidth to examine right now, but it's in me, whether I want it there or not. He's right there, though, still with his eyes closed, but with a tension in his body that makes me think he's paying close attention to his surroundings. I throw the bag in the back seat and quickly pull us out of the gas station without another word. There's a motel just down the street from here, and both of us could finally use some rest. Fallow seems okay with letting me lead the way through the process of getting there and getting a room, and it's making me more worried by the minute. I've seen a lot of sides of him so far, even if we've known each other for less than a week. The brutal, almost gleeful murderer, sure. The sex pest, the regular pest. But this solemn, inoffensive version of him seems so unnatural. I'm tempted to grab him just to get a reaction out of him that isn't lukewarm. I wouldn't, obviously, but I want to. He excuses himself to shower as soon as we get inside, and I take one right after him. As much as I'm worried about him, I'm grateful for the few minutes of solitude the whole process brings. On the face of it, nothing much has changed in my life the past few days. Sure, things have escalated with the Aryans, and Fallow being here has thrown a wrench in my shit. And sure, this road trip to get to the bottom of it all isn't that normal for me. But nothing has significantly, substantively changed for me. I'm still the low-level boss of a small cell of a shitty organized crime family, keeping my sex life extremely private and off the grid, and looking forward to a long life of more of both of those things. A short life is more likely, but I like to be optimistic. The question is, why does everything feel different? I don't know if it's just a side effect of being around Fallow, someone so utterly unlike anyone I've ever met, but it's like the fucking air has shifted, and the molecules that make up my body are in a different flavor now. I don't know what to do with any of that, though. Eventually, Fallow will leave to go and sow chaos somewhere else, and I will go back to my normal, medium interesting life. Maybe I should talk to Sav about this when I get home. He's never really been a talker, and men in our business are always discouraged from feeling our feelings out loud or in any way that isn't violent, but I bet he would get it. If anyone's life has fundamentally changed, it's Sav's. By the time I work through this rambling, messy train of thought, both Fallow and I are clean and semi-dressed. Well, in my underwear, because that's how I sleep, and Fallow is fully dressed in sweats and a long-sleeve shirt, despite the heat. I can't pretend to understand why he's so effortlessly comfortable being naked when we're fucking, but needs to button himself down more and more outside of that. But it's pretty clear he has some control issues. I'm not here to push it, except right now, because it's time to really push my boundaries with him, for a good reason. I steel myself with a deep breath before throwing him a fresh ice pack and finally showing him the package I picked up earlier. Suture shit. I think the wound is shallow enough you can probably ice it pretty numb, and then I'll go as fast as I can. Fallow opens his mouth, and I can already see the objections sitting on his tongue, so I cut him off. You need it. Like I said, it's this or clinic. I'm not exactly medical, but I do have experience of this very specific skill, and I'm pretty sure if I can just get it closed, it'll heal up quick. But if it's open, then it's going to take forever, and the scar will be fucking huge. My goddamn useless heart pinches at the flicker of stress on his face when I say it, but I shove the feeling aside. Seriously, I continue, pretending to be calmer than I am. Ice it. I'll do my best to barely touch you, and we'll have it over with in like 15 minutes tops. Let's just get it done. His face is carefully neutral as he watches me, but he can't completely hide his anxiety. I know him too well at this point. Where'd you even get that anyway? He indicates the kit in my hand. Honestly, you can just buy them. They're labeled as being for practice for student doctors or whatever, but it's all the same shit, and it's sterile. I wouldn't fuck with you on this. I take a second to look at him, really look at him, and see if my words are lasting. I mean it. Scout's honor. When I hold up my hand in some approximation of a scout's salute, he almost smiles. Not quite, but close enough. And I swear I feel 10 feet tall. All this feeling is definitely becoming a problem. Fallow holds the ice pack to his face and slowly lets a little of the tension slip from his body, while we both wait for his face to get numb. There's no way you were a scout, he says eventually, breaking the silence. I can't help but laugh, because he has a point. True. I was not anything even resembling a scout. But some of the kids I went to elementary school with were, so it's close enough. I can still have honor, right? Isn't that what honor among thieves means? Fallow nods, his expression solemn, like I made an excellent point instead of saying anything I can say to keep him distracted. Are you a thief, then? He asks. Is this when you reveal your tragic Dickensian backstory about how you rose from being an orphan, pickpocketed to the head of a criminal empire? Shaking my head, I try to get a read on whether he's serious or not, but I honestly can't tell. I'm pretty sure we're the same age, so I don't know why you're making it sound like I grew up in the 1800s. But no, I wasn't in a pickpocket street gang or anything. Fallow raises his eyebrows at me like I'm expected to continue, but doesn't speak. What, you want to hear my sad criminal backstory? I ask. He nods but remains silent. Do I get to hear yours in exchange? I know there's more to your whole history with Murph than a typical father-son situation. You gonna slip me the juicy details? A hint of a smile hits him, but he shakes his head no, still silent. I blow out a noisy breath like I'm working myself up to it, but it's honestly not an interesting story. I know at least a dozen Banna guys with the same story. It's not even hard to talk about anymore. But whatever will keep him distracted. I'm sure this will be a blistering shock, I drawl, my voice heavy with sarcasm. But I grew up poor. You don't say. Shitty family, shitty neighborhood in Oklahoma, shitty education, etc., etc. My mom and dad were together, which I guess was kind of unusual among my friends, but they were both intravenous drug users, so that gave them something to bond over. We had a home, shitty though it was, but money went to drugs more than food or anything else. They shared needles, of course, because sharing is caring. So they also shared HIV. And they didn't exactly get treatment, so they both got real sick real fast. I study his face, searching for a hint of something. Disapproval, pity, I'm not sure what, but he's just watching me, waiting to hear more. My mom got sicker faster than my dad. I think she had a history of hepatitis or something. He was working still, but dealing on the side to raise a little extra money for treatment for her. I used to go with him, because I was young enough that I still looked innocent, and if I was caught holding, I would probably get off without doing real time. He's still silent, and the room has settled into something quiet and almost peaceful. It's easy to talk to him when he's like this. I've told this story a bunch of times, but this feels more real right now, for whatever reason. Anyway, we got picked up eventually. and I did get out pretty clean, but they got him for everything, including child endangerment. He got a real sentence, real time. I don't remember how long it was supposed to be, but Mom died pretty quickly after he went in. I went under the care of the state and never saw him again. I heard he died in prison like 8 years later. I pause as a thought hits me. So, I guess technically I'm an orphan, but I never picked anybody's pocket. My dad did very low-level street dealing. No one would trust an addict with more than that. But the Banna were who he ultimately worked for, and it was a small town. The guys there kept an eye on me while I was in care. I was a little messed up, so I kept ending up in group homes for behavioral kids instead of someplace nice. I was eager to get out, and was already well and truly working for the Banna by the time I turned 18. I met Sav back when we were teenagers, and he was trying to prove himself as the son of one of the higher-ups. We were pretty tight, or as much as you can be in that situation. It just seemed natural that this was where I would end up. I never really thought about doing anything else. Fallow doesn't say anything, but he's watching me closely, making me feel open and exposed all over again. And you? Did you always expect a glamorous life of crime? We weren't talking about me, remember? This isn't a quid pro quo. He smiles a little as he says it, though, and I feel like the space between us is porous and soft, just waiting for me to move closer. Come on, I beg. Give me something. Fallow huffs a little, but I can tell he's going to bend. I pick up my supplies and move over to sit on a chair in front of him while he perches on the bed, and get it all spread out beside him. It's a brief silence, but I'm still waiting for him to fill it. My story's not that different, I suppose. He says at last. I was born here, actually. Well, not here, but America. Also, shitty parents, but in a different way. Lost them. Ended up with the Banna at first, and they took me to Ireland. I was still young, so it feels like home now, as much as anywhere does. And? I ask, gloved up and ready to go, but waiting for the rest of my answer. And what? And did you give up some childhood dream to do this? Like, were you going to be an astronaut or something? The smile he gives me this time can only be described as indulgent, and it makes me smile back at him, a little bigger than I should. He drops the ice pack away from his face. No, he says, his voice whisper soft. I always felt like I was born to violence. It fit me in a way nothing else did. I nod slowly, finding that I genuinely believe him. Could be worse, I say, not able to think of anything more clever. I'm going to start. Try to hold still for me, and this will be over fast. He inhales sharply through his nose just once, but then he turns stock still, and I take that as my permission to start. There's no flinch this time when I grab his chin. He barely even flinches the first time I bite into his skin with the needle, and by some miracle of self-control and willpower, Fallow manages to sit like a fucking rock for every single stitch. I don't think I'm exaggerating this time when I feel the atmosphere building between us. Tension, yes, but something on top of that. The intensity of the trust he's putting in me right now. The way his eyes track my movements, watching me with no expression, but still so clearly, desperately turning to me for comfort, even if it's in some unseen, unspoken way. It takes all my self-control not to stroke his skin under my thumb, or do something else to comfort him, but I guess that's what he's trusting me to do. He's breathing fast by the time I finish, but still and silent otherwise. I clean the wound gently before covering it with another bandage. You okay? I ask, letting go of his chin reluctantly and standing up. Fallow continues to watch me, tipping his head back a little so his dark hair falls out of his eyes. In the dim lamplight, he's all tan skin and high, shadowed cheekbones,
dramatic angles and edges, and looks like that dark, avenging angel I saw in him the first day we met. Something so fierce I can never truly comprehend it. Not being able to kiss him may be the death of me. At last, Fallow nods. "Thank you," he says softly, still holding my gaze. My fingers itch to push that hair back a little more, see if it's long enough to tuck behind his ear, but I stop myself for the millionth time. "Anytime," I say. "Really?" Fallow nods, and it takes a long time before our gazes finally drop away, but as soon as they do, I feel cold.
Chapter 13. Fallow. I can't tell if it's the pain in my face keeping me awake, or the general feeling of discontent, but it's something. Colm is asleep, of course. I've fucked dozens of criminals, all with their own tragic backstory in one way or another, but I don't think I've ever met someone who appears as well-adjusted as him. He moves through the world without obvious fear, but also isn't overconfident. He sleeps like the dead. He doesn't get upset over little things or take offence at the drop of a hat. He doesn't act like he's got something to prove. I thought if you wanted to be all of these things, you had to grow up in a house with loving parents or ponies or something. Apparently, Colm was born to be the warm little centre of the universe when it comes to being normal. Never in a million years would I think I'd be into that. But here we are. I guess this fluctuationship has been surprising for both of us. I still can't believe I let him stitch up my face last night, but it had to be done. I did my best to zone out and not let myself look at how steady and sure his expression was the whole time, like this was no big deal and I could just trust him. Just like that. Trust him. Whatever it is that's unsettling me, I don't care for it. Historically, I know the best distractions are fucking or murder, and only one of those is an easy option without leaving the hotel room right now, so I'll take advantage of the dick on tap I have snoring next to me. I get out of bed quietly, not wanting to wake him up until I'm ready. After a quick pit stop in the bathroom to clean up, I scoop up the supplies and strip off my clothes, before whipping his blanket off and hopping up to straddle him in one fluid movement. Colm inhales sharply, his eyes opening and his consciousness coming back to him as he looks around the room for threats. It only takes a few seconds for him to settle, though. He doesn't say anything, but studies my face with a serious expression. "Fuck?" I ask him, head tilted, getting straight to the point. I'm holding myself above him, just an inch, so I get the very satisfying sensation of his cock starting to swell and push out his boxer briefs, grazing against the underside of my balls and making me shiver in the best possible way. "You sure you should move that much? With your face?" He reaches up a hand, but stops short of touching me, and the sweetness of the words and gesture combined hit me harder than I expect. "I wasn't aware that you knew how to properly top. Is that an offer? You've seemed very content to lie back and let me ride you until now, my little pillow princess." I smile at him, but the teasing gets a rise out of the normally unflappable man beneath me, and he growls. Without grabbing me, but without giving me much time to get out of the way, Colm sits up and rolls over until our positions are switched. His long, bulky body is stretched out over me, propped up on his hands so he's not touching me anywhere, but it makes me feel small beneath him just the same. He surprised me again, because I don't hate it the way I normally would. But that doesn't mean I'm going to let him break all my rules. "Has anyone ever told you you're very confusing?" he asks, his eyes moving over my face like searchlights. I affect a bored expression, falling into the character he expects of the spoiled, self-indulgent Mafia Dauphin. "Would you rather I were boring?" I ask him, pretending to examine my nails and act like his presence on top of me isn't affecting me in the slightest. Never. The word is spoken quietly, but dripping with sincerity, and it makes me stumble in my little act for a second. Colm is still watching me, all intensity and something bordering on affection, waiting for my reaction. Good. I put a hand carefully on his bare chest and push, and he rolls back over willingly. Sit. I gesture at him, and he shuffles until he's sitting up against the headboard, his dick straining to reach me like it wants to tear its way through the fabric and his fingers clenching and unclenching in the sheets beside him. Off? I point at his underwear, and Colm quickly complies. When he notices the condom and lube I set out, he makes himself presentable. Don't worry, little rabbit. I'll be gentle. Colm doesn't say anything else, but he gives me a small, slightly shaky nod of his head, which I take as my signal to go ahead. I'm grateful he didn't want to talk about it, because no, this isn't going to feel amazing on my freshly stitched face, but I need it more than anything else right now. I need to quell the growing sensation in my chest that something isn't normal with me. I prepped myself in the bathroom before I woke him up, but I pushed my fingers into my hole a few more times to make sure I'm ready, before straddling him once again and sinking down on his cock. Colm has this way of looking like the experience is transcendent. Every guy I've ever fucked has loved sinking his dick into a tight, wet hole. I've fucked girls who like sticking their dick in a tight, wet hole. I figured out a long time ago that I love cock much more than I care about the gender of whoever is attached to it. No shade to pussy, boy or otherwise, but it's really never been my thing. But not one single human being that has stuck their dick inside me has ever made it look as close to a fucking religious experience as Colm does. He's quiet about it. It's not over the top or for the drama. It's all in the subtle shifts in his face and the way blood rushes to colour his skin as he takes in one deep, shuddering breath after another. I make a solid effort to look away as I start to ride him, but it's difficult. I keep coming back to find his gaze, whether I want to or not. Eventually, I lean forward so I can hang onto the headboard, my mouth falling open as pleasure starts to build inside me. I keep it slow and steady. Colm doesn't say anything and stays still, like he's supposed to. All I get from him is breathy gasps, the occasional small thrust up of his hips to meet me, and that constant smouldering gaze that is wrecking my fucking head. My cock hardens slowly, because my mind is all over the place. But eventually, it's pointing up at him, desperate for attention as I continue to work my hips over him. The urge that hits me is terrifying, but the soft haze of pleasure has made consequences seem less real, and all my normal thoughts and feelings seem further away. Touch me, I say, in a desperate rasp. Colm gasps like he's in a television show. It's cute, really. What? Just my cock, I say, panting heavily between the words. Nothing else. Just put your hand out, so I can fuck it. Colm's eyes are still shock white, but he doesn't hesitate before he reaches out, making a loose circle with his fist in just the right spot for me to thrust up into as I ride him. As soon as his hand makes contact with my dick, he moans, and I can feel a little throb of arousal from him inside me. Poor baby. I'd bet everything I have he's a little service top in his real life. Not being able to touch me must be killing him. Still, he's obedient and doesn't push the boundary I just opened for him. Fuck, he whispers, his fingers tightening where he's holding me. I'm gonna come. I can't stop it. Good rabbit, come for me. I pick up the pace, chasing my own pleasure as he starts to tense beneath me. He fills the condom almost immediately with a long, low moan. I take a little longer, but soon I'm following after him, and spurting cum all over his chest for what feels like the 1000th time since we met. It feels like it drags on, and I don't want to stop, even after my orgasm fades, but I force myself to. My hole feels more tender than I expected, and my face is starting to throb, so it's very possible I got carried away in the moment. Colm is still trying to catch his breath, but he's watching me just as closely as before. You should ice that again before you go back to sleep. If you lie down, I can grab it for you. I'm nodding without thinking about it, even though I don't normally like being taken care of like this. I let myself collapse to the side somewhat gracelessly, sprawling out on the mattress on my back, about half a foot of space between us on the bed. Colm hesitates for just a second, watching me. I think he might say something, but he seems to swallow it. He groans like an old man as he gets up, and on a whim, I reach out and slap his massive ass. Am I wearing you out? Colm snorts. Never. You can wake me up in the middle of any night you want, even if it is like being woken up by a feral incubus. He moves away from me, leaving the door to the bathroom open as he takes care of the condom and cleans himself up. You know, you don't sound like someone who's a barely educated lifelong criminal. I raise my voice to be heard over the running water. No offense. Neither do you, he calls back to me. Benefits of a classical education, darling, I say in an exaggerated posh accent. I may be a criminal, but Murphy always took our education very seriously. No expense spared and all that. It isn't until Colm walks back into the room with a weird look in his eye that I realise I slipped up. Fuck. That hour just fell right out of my mouth. Like Colm is someone I actually talk to and not a stranger I fuck. I'm holding my breath, waiting for him to ask, but it doesn't come. He wants to, I can feel it in the air, but he has to know I won't answer. I wasn't exactly an honour roll student, but I do know how to read. Criminals can't read? Not in my experience, but there are obviously exceptions to every rule. I guess I wasn't expecting to find an exception. I wave my hands around. Here. Colm laughs a little at that, tightening the towel around his waist and reaching for another ice pack to crack before handing it to me, along with a damp washcloth to clean up. Honestly, I don't really read, but I like documentaries. There's something soothing about the way they tend to be so monotone and chill, even if the topic is serious. And I think I listen to people when they talk more than a lot of guys do. He shrugs, and it's more adorable than it should be on a guy of his build. God, you really are boring, I say. But I can't help but smile at him while I say it, and he smiles right back at me, like some ridiculous feedback loop that feels like sunshine creeping into our hotel room. Put that on your face. Colm pulls off the towel and gives me a brief glimpse of soft cock and hairy thighs before he pulls his underwear back on and resumes his place in his bed, leaning against the headboard again. I should move back to my bed, but I'm too lazy, and the cold feels so good once I press it to my cheek. I roll over, rearranging myself until I'm more or less clean, under the covers and lying on my side with the ice pack resting on my face without needing to hold it. Colm watches me silently through all of it. He doesn't ask if I'm going to move back to my side of the room, and when he eventually shuffles down into a lying position and rolls on his side to face me, I notice how careful he is to leave me a buffer zone of personal space. I'm sure that fucking ass of his is hanging off the side of the mattress, but I don't care. The expression of contentment on his face is fucking delightful. We lie like that in silence for a long time, until Colm's breathing evens out a little, even though his eyes are still open, and I feel myself drifting closer to sleep. Just like when we were fucking, the rest of the world feels far away, and I find my mouth opening to speak without really considering it. I wasn't molested, you know. The words fall like lead between us. Colm doesn't move or speak, but I can see him holding his breath. The no touching thing. There isn't some horrible, traumatic backstory. I mean, I had challenging parents, just like you. I wasn't exactly enjoying themed birthday parties when Murph came along and took me. But nobody hurt me like that. I think I was just born this way. My mother always said I was a little off. After they died, it got worse. Like it was the only thing I could control. Fuck it. In for a penny, in for a pound. I've already told him more than I should have. My sister was always so adaptable. She could change her accent, her demeanour, whatever she wanted. She blended in everywhere, if you didn't really get to know her. All the times we moved before and exactly the same after we became Banna property. I wasn't like that. The more things changed around me, the more I held on to the only things I had. Touching comes with too many textures anyway. It's unpredictable. I changed my accent, but nothing else. And I can't imagine changing it back. Just like I can't imagine letting anyone touch me but her. I finally looked up at Colm, who looks just as intense as before, but just as still. It's easy to get away with a lot of quirks once you have a reputation as a killer. There's something satisfying in it, seeing how far I can push all these men who pride themselves on being tough and controlling. The silence stretches out between us while I wait for him to decide what he's going to ask. Where's your sister? Of course, that's what he wants to know. The hardest one to answer. I have to commit now to lying or not, and while I've never hesitated one single second to lie to anyone outside my family before, I don't want to right now. San Francisco, I think. I whisper the words, but they land hard regardless. Oh shit, Colm whispers back. Oh shit, indeed. Another long pause, while I wait for more questions. I'm glad you told me. Colm watches me for another stretch before closing his eyes, making it clear that the conversation is over. I think it might be the first time that speaking to someone about myself has made me feel lighter instead of more tense. The ice pack has slid off my face, melted now, and I bat it to the floor before I close my eyes as well. I should move to my bed. I should. But I know I won't.
Chapter 14. Colm. Fallow is quiet when we get up the next morning, but he had a sadness to him before that seems like it's gone. There's no tension. He doesn't act like he's pulling away from me after telling me some shreds of truth about himself, like I would have expected. The quiet almost seems content, which doesn't make any sense, because we're on a mission and should be thinking about where we're going and what's going to happen there. Or we should be worried about who's chasing us. But somewhere along the way, this started feeling like a road trip instead of a runaway, and I can't shake it off, no matter how serious I try to be. At least Fallow seems to be feeling the same thing now. Now that I know it's his sister we're chasing, even if I don't know the context. I expected him to be a little more frantic. There's a lot more story there, though, and until he tells me, I'll let him do his thing without judgment. The guys would be absolutely ripping me to shreds if they could hear what I'm thinking right now. But without them in my fucking ear all day, and without having to say all the shit they expect me to say to fit in, my own thoughts and emotions are coming more and more to the surface. So what if I actually give a shit about people's feelings? It doesn't make me a shitty criminal. I'll kill every fucking Aryan without blinking if Fallow doesn't beat me to it. I'm not soft. I just care about him, even if he is a sex pest.
I started taking back roads instead of freeways, so we're less likely to get seen by anyone following us. It means our trip's going to be a lot longer than I'd planned, but in all this sunshine, with Fallow napping like a cat in a sunspot next to me, I can't bring myself to care. We're both peaceful, for once. We've been driving all day before Fallow tries to make conversation, his voice raspy from his nap when he speaks. The sound of it goes immediately to my balls, but I ignore it as much as I can. "You're lucky you did a good job on this wound. If you'd fucked up, I'd have to put you through your paces, making me feel better about it. And I'm not sure you would have survived the process. I do fear dehydrating you sometimes." I refuse to rise to the bait and chew over what I want to ask him. It's something I've been thinking about, but until today, I never thought he'd take any personal questions seriously. "Does sex really calm you down that much when you're stressed? I love a good inappropriate fuck as much as the next guy, but you seem to genuinely use it to chase off other shit." Fallow smirks in that quiet way he keeps doing, eyeing me from the passenger seat. He has yet to offer to drive, and I haven't asked. I could, but there's a primal part of me that feels right chauffeuring him around, even if it's under ridiculous circumstances. Plus, sometimes he takes off his boots and shoves his tanned, lithe feet out the window, and the sight of it makes me so horny I feel drunk. It's not safe, but who gives a fuck? We could both get murdered tomorrow. I'll stare at his surprisingly lovely feet instead of the road if I want to. "It really does," he says, finally answering my question. "Always has. Well, since I was old enough at least. I don't feel out of control very often, mostly because I've engineered my life to be exactly the way I want it, but when I do, sex is one of the fastest ways for me to feel normal again." I wasn't expecting such a sincere answer, but it seems like a lot of things are happening recently that neither of us expected. After a pause, Fallow keeps talking. "Do you think that makes me maladjusted, little rabbit? Am I irreparably damaged in some way?" I can't help but laugh, because only he could ask that in a tone that implies he wants the answer to be yes. "I think how much you enjoy murdering people is what makes you maladjusted, but everyone has their thing." Sex and violence isn't exactly a revolutionary combination. You do you, boo. That gets a real laugh out of him, just like I was hoping, and we're both grinning at the road as we drive. More silence until I realize there's something else I want to ask him. "Are you always going to call me Little Rabbit?" Fallow considers his answer before he speaks. "Probably. Why? Do you hate it? Do you feel emasculated?" He drags out the word emasculated like he's teasing me. I'm sure it's a ridiculous concept to him, as someone who seems to have let go of most people's expectations of masculinity, despite being scintillatingly manly in some ways. But he also knows the world we both live in. No, I'm not that fragile. But if you say it in front of my guys, they will definitely have thoughts, and I'm sure you won't want to hear any of them. I can feel Fallow's gaze on me from the side, even while I refuse to turn and look at him. I can't tell if you're trying to protect yourself or trying to protect me, to be honest. It's very sweet, though. You're sweeter than I expected. For a bland ham sandwich of a man. Okay, I'll take Little Rabbit over ham sandwich if I get a vote in this. Noted, he says, the smirk obvious in his voice. You should be proud to be called Rabbit, though. Rabbits, especially wild kinds, are tough as hell. They can see in every direction at once, run up to 45 miles per hour, and kick you so hard it'll split your skin open. And their little teeth are so sharp that they can bite you down to the bone. You don't want to fuck with a rabbit when the chips are done. I try not to smile, but I'm not that successful. His tendency to spit out random animal facts pissed me off at first, mostly because I thought he was making fun of the situation. But the longer I spend with him, the more I realize he's doing it absently. Like he can't really keep the words inside, and it's becoming endearing. I don't know when I started finding the serial killer I'm fucking endearing, but here we are. I'm sure they'll all accept that when I explain it to them then. I tell him, still smiling. Where do you get all these animal facts from anyway?
Fallow pauses, and this time I do turn to glance at him. You think you're the only gangster that's ever watched a documentary? Fair, I say with a shrug. After that, our companionable silence returns. Fallow picks out things from the environment to tell me about sometimes, like a specific kind of bird or even a weird rock formation that he apparently knows about. It's nice. It shouldn't be, but it is. We spend another night at a motel. Fallow rides my dick until I'm gasping for air, just like all the other nights, and then falls asleep on the same bed as me, both of us pressed against the edge. I don't say anything. If anything about him is spookable, this is it, and I'm enjoying the companionship more than I expected. I've never pined for any kind of closeness. I'm a practical person. I know the big picture of my life. But having him around me constantly, quiet, except when he's teasing me or fucking me, has brought me a level of peace I haven't felt before. We've moved into the real desert now, and it's hard to feel insignificantly small with the size of the sheer rocks that rise up around the road. It's all constant twists and turns up and down in elevation, and it seems to lull us both into a sense of security. We continue to take our time, and I'm not getting nearly as many phone calls from the guys as I expected, complaining about a crisis. I'm sure they're enjoying the excuse not to work very hard and dick around themselves. Win-win, as far as I'm concerned. The night we stop in Moab, I take the sutures out of Fallow's face because it seems close enough and he won't stop complaining about them itching. He makes a big fuss about hating it, but wakes me up in the middle of the night with a gentle, luxurious blowjob that would only have been better if I could run my fingers through his hair the way I wanted. He spends a lot of time covering the wound with careful makeup. He's clearly still concerned about his appearance, even though it's just the two of us on the road, and I'm obviously already under his thumb, but I don't call him out on it. We're in the final leg of our journey when Fallow sits up sharply, pointing at something out the window that I can barely see in the dark. It's late, and this is a lonely stretch of freeway, so it's easy for me to pull over and ask him what the fuck he's pointing at. "Can we go in there?" he asks, his eyes bright with excitement, even in the dark car. "What is it?" All I see is a big fence, a sign I can't read, and a squat but sprawling building edging onto the desert. "Animal sanctuary! The sign says they have a nocturnal desert exhibition. Oh, I bet they have some very fucking cool lizards I've never seen before. Let's stop and go inside. We can be fast." I look at it again with a frown. "It's the middle of the night, Fallow. It's closed." He looks at me like I'm stupid, and maybe he's right. "Well, then it's a good thing neither of us is a dastardly criminal capable of doing something as heinous as breaking and entering in the middle of nowhere, in the middle of the night." I pause, immediately weighing the pros and cons. There are a lot of cons. It's a waste of time, and as much as this place looks like a run-down lizard shack with minimal security, it's an unnecessary risk to take that could potentially attract police attention to us. The only pro is that Fallow looks like he might burst at the seams with excitement, and I might be powerless to say no to him. He knows it too, I can tell. This does seem like the perfect time to ask him the one thing I've been holding back, though. "Why aren't you in more of a hurry?" He slow blinks at me, absorbing the question. "Why aren't you?" I consider lying, but it sounds like too much effort. "I don't really think we need to be here. I think this trip is bullshit, so as long as you were content to wander, I was happy to take the break. I haven't exactly had a lot of road trips and vacations in my life. Once we got a little distance from home, it felt nice, peaceful, apart from the Aryans busting in on us at the beginning, obviously." "Yeah, that was my favorite part," Fallow says with a wince, grazing his fingers over his camouflaged cheek. "Look, we both know I'm only tagging along because you wanted me to. Which is fine. I'm honestly starting to not give a fuck if we spend the next decade driving around the back roads of the desert. I've literally never had this much time in my life to just be. But you had a plan. Even though you lied about what it was, and you were the one saying we'd be there in 2 days. That was a week ago. So you need to tell me what changed. I should be in on the plan before we risk ourselves on a lizard-related B&E. Most people would say he was staring at me blankly right now, but I've gotten to know him. I can see the conflict he's working through, and I'm happy to wait. Fine. I don't care about the human trafficking thing. Well, actually, that's not true. If we find human trafficking, I'd be delighted to murder the perpetrators, but that's not why I wanted to go. My sister's name is Ellery, and I think she's your stripper den mother's contact in San Francisco. I pause, then slowly interject. Them. I thought it was them. She's my fucking sister! I'll say what I want. His eyes flash when he says it, and he's looking at me more threateningly than he has since we met. Okay. We can unpack that in a later conversation, I guess. They always hated living with Murphy, but they stayed for me. I don't have anyone else I can trust, and they know it. Ellery was always kick-ass at the business, while I'm only good at the murder part, but Murphy is old-fashioned. He didn't want me to be a killer. He wanted an heir. He had one right in front of him, but Ellery has tits, so I guess that ruled them out. It was all getting tense and weird, and then he sprang it on us that he arranged for Ellery to marry some asshole from another crime family, like medieval royalty securing a dynasty. No warning, no asking, just said it as if Ellery would automatically comply. I was ready to kill anyone I needed in order to fix it, but I was too late. Fallow crosses his arms over his chest and looks out of the window for a second. When he looks back, I can see tears shining in his eyes, which is not something I ever expected to happen. She just left me, he says, his voice rising in a wail. I'd correct him again, but I've never seen him in anything like this kind of emotional distress, and I'm scared to make it worse. The next morning, Ellery was gone, and I was alone. The only reason I know they hadn't been kidnapped was that they left a note, and that they would rather die than be taken. Again. Fallow isn't crying, but he sniffs, and I can tell that he's right on the edge. All I want is to reach out and touch him, and I've never felt so fucking neutered as I do in this situation right now. He shrugs, still not looking at me. I followed the trail here. They always wanted to come home anyway. I was okay with Murph taking us with him after our parents died. It was a whole Banna drug deal gone wrong, and I think he took pity on us. We didn't have any other family, and it beat the hell out of child services. Be some fancy crime man's spoiled pet. Have plenty of money as long as we performed tricks on command. As long as everyone mostly left me alone, I was fine. Ellery said it was a trap, though. That we didn't belong. They wanted freedom the whole time. I guess that was the final fucking straw. Fallow looks at me, still with his arms tight over his chest, rubbing his own arm absently with a thumb the way I wish I could. I would have come with her if she'd asked, but she must have wanted to be free from me as well as everyone else. I'm sorry, I say, because there's nothing else to say, but it makes a lot of things fall into place. Are you scared that once we find them, they'll run away from you again? Fuck off, he says in a quiet voice, which I take as a yes. Honestly, I never got the whole freedom thing. But once we were out here, I started to feel it. The lack of expectations, being able to make all your own decisions, it's tempting. It makes a little more sense to me, I suppose. There's a deep, dark undercurrent of sadness in his voice, and I don't know what I can do about it. Look, I say, not really knowing where I'm going with this. I think it's clear I bought my ticket for this ride. If you want to keep driving around and looking at lizards, we can do it. Fuck the Banna. We'll go back when we feel like it. But if you want my opinion, we should get the Ellery part over with. They might surprise you, and at least you'll know they're okay, so you don't have to worry. Fine. Fallow stares at me for a minute, and I feel like he's waking back up from wherever he went while he was telling me that story. You're ridiculous, he says, prompted by nothing. You understand that, right? Absolutely absurd. He waves a hand at me. Is not a combination of attributes that is supposed to go together. It's probably the closest to a compliment I've ever gotten from him, so it's hard to suppress my smile. Maybe you're not the only one who's a contradiction. I'm just not as much of a show-off about it. And I don't have a butterfly knife. Fallow nods, slowly, like this is a critical issue. You would look fucking sexy with a butterfly knife. We should get you one. Yes, dear. That almost makes him laugh, and I take it for the win that it is. In a normal way, of course. Not a heart-clenching butterflies type of way because I'm a hardened criminal and I don't get butterflies. Okay, we can go see the lizards. But if we get arrested for this, you're calling Murph to bail us out. His smile widens, and he looks like a beautiful creature that might consume me. Grand.
Chapter 15. Fallow. This is fucking incredible. Security here is a joke, so it took us just a few minutes to break in, and now we have the whole place to ourselves. It's not a huge facility, about the size of one of those creepy roadside zoos you see in Middle America, but it looks like it's an actual sanctuary, not a tourist trap. If we'd come in here and found some Joe Exotic shit, I would have been very tempted to free all the animals and burn the place to the ground, but silently exploring is much more satisfying. It's peaceful. Not in a passive way, but like the smells and soft sounds of critters in the dark are combining to reach their tendrils inside me, wrap around my bones and squeeze in reassurance. I feel like I can breathe. Colm is quiet beside me. He hasn't said anything, but I can tell he feels the same way. There's an ease and grace to his movements that I haven't really seen in him before. Maybe he's just relaxed now that I finally confessed all my dirty little secrets to him. I don't really care about the reasons. I'm just content to soak up the atmosphere. We keep all the lights off and move through the walkways like we're also creatures of the night. It's almost all open air, with little bits of cement buildings and various rooms between the exhibits. And the exhibits are huge. Everything's filled with native plants, and it seems like the animals have more places to hide and live than they would at a regular zoo. It means we don't see much face to face, but I'm okay with that. Just the atmosphere is enough for me right now. I whisper little tidbits about each of the animals to Colm as we move through. He doesn't say much, but every time I catch him looking at me, he seems almost fond, warm. It's not something I've had a lot of experience with, or really thought I needed. Even Ellery, who is not the warmest person in the world, just like me, looks at me with fondness sometimes, but nothing like this. He practically has cartoon hearts in his eyes. I should make fun of him and shut the whole thing down before we get into dangerous territory, but I can't bring myself to. There's absolutely no doubt that if Colm and I parted ways, my life would continue just fine without him. But having him around, it's nice. It feels like a little treat that I'm giving to the softer, more hidden sides of myself, and I'm beginning to come to terms with that. Maybe I'll keep him around for longer. I had planned to find Ellery, beg them to come home with me, or otherwise abandon Murphy to follow Ellery wherever they wanted to go. But I bet I can shoehorn Colm into that plan. If only I could just shrink him down and put him in my pocket for convenience. That would do wonders. Also, it would be nice to have a consolation if things go sideways with Ellery. Colm is more than just a consolation, obviously. I'm not sure exactly what he is, but whatever it is, he's definitely more. Losing them both at the same time would hurt, though. More than I'm willing to face. Eventually, we find a glass-fronted enclosure with a Gila monster sitting on a rock in full view. It's absolutely massive, with dark skin mottled with orange. It watches us approach, but doesn't run away, obviously content to be quietly watched for a minute. It's beautiful. One of those things that makes you wonder how many different pieces of the universe came together in just the right way to make something so cartoonish, but so elegant at the same time. Colm comes to a stop beside me, and he's so close that I can hear him breathing. His arm brushes against mine. His is bare because he's just wearing a t-shirt with all those ugly tattoos on display, while I'm wearing an unbuttoned flannel that we picked up at a service station a few days ago. I should step away, or at least scold him for breaking the rules, but it seemed like an accident. In the entire time I've known him, Colm has respected my rules with a shocking kind of diligence, and it's one of the things that makes him different from almost any man I've ever known. He makes me not want to care about my rules, for once. Even if the closeness is making my skin itch, and a little hum of anxiety makes itself known beneath my skin, I focus on anything else, so I don't have to confront what this man is doing to me. Or before I get so stressed out that the only distraction I can use will be fucking him right here in front of the lizards. Did you know that Gila monsters are one of the only lizards in the world that's truly venomous? I ask him, leaning into this distraction. Honestly, I think I did. You're not the only one with facts for once. He turns and gives a small, teasing smile, and I can't stop myself from smiling in return. What a clever rabbit. Well, their venom is mostly for defense, not hunting. But a lot of the really big lizards in the world, the kinds that would swallow a chicken whole right in front of you, have developed to have so much bacteria in their mouths that it basically acts like a venom. So they can bite something much bigger than them and then run away. The deer or cow or whatever will slowly get septicemia and get weaker, and only then will the lizard move in for the kill. Colm is nodding slowly, like he's absorbing all that information and storing it for later. So, the opposite of your attack style, basically, he says in a hushed voice. I can't help but chuckle at that, because he's not wrong. Yeah, but you love my attack style. Don't think I've forgotten how hard you got watching me kill your captors, sitting there all trussed up and bloody with a fucking erection waving in my face. Colm smiles again, but doesn't deny it. The back of his hand grazes against the back of mine, feather-light, and for a split second, I almost understand why some people like to hold hands. I'm so lost in it, I almost don't hear the noise. But a few seconds later it penetrates the fog of Colm that's wrapped around my mind. Shh, I hiss. There's someone here. Oh shit, maybe there's a security guard. We should bounce. Colm is whispering, but he doesn't sound as concerned as I am right now. I don't have a reason for it, it's just a sense. Something feels wrong, like that peaceful atmosphere from before has been pierced. Clearly the Gila monster senses the same thing, because they abruptly scurry off the rock and back into their hidey hole. I don't think it's a security guard, little rabbit. Just as I say it, the sound of low voices reaches us, and it's clear that whoever it is, there's several of them, and they're also sneaking around. I'm not overwhelmed with concern, but I am listening closely, and that's when I hear them say my name. Shit, it's them, I whisper, grabbing Colm's sleeve to tuck him in the opposite direction. My timing is perfect, because I can just see booted feet appearing around the corner as I do, and there's more boots than I was hoping. I can take down a very respectable number of people in a fight, and Colm isn't as much of a wet blanket as I like to pretend. But even though this place is open air, the spaces between the enclosures are long and narrow. If we get into a firefight right now, there's no way for it not to become a bloodbath. I'm assuming they were expecting to have the advantage of both numbers and surprise, but once again, they underestimated us. It must be difficult to grasp that everyone in the world isn't as incompetent as they are. Colm and I move quickly and quietly until we're in one of the squat buildings between exhibits. Colm tries the door, and when it opens, steps inside. It's too dark in there to see how much space there is, but it looks very small, barely a closet. I shake my head because I am not about to walk in there with him so he can breathe all over me, but the Aryans are getting closer by the second. Maybe he can hide and I can kill them. I could try to take on 6 of them. I have my butterfly knife in my pocket still. There's a tense pause before Colm frowns and huffs. I think he's about to shut the door between us, finally cutting me loose like he should. Instead, he reaches out, snags my sleeve, and yanks me so hard that I practically stumble into the tiny room. It's pitch black, cold and empty, and it feels like there's a drain under my feet. It's also so tiny that Colm can barely fit his shoulders in here, and the entire front of his body is pressed against my back. His breaths are coming in shallow, even pants. His adrenaline spiking, I'm sure, but just like I feared, I can feel the air on my skin. No. This is unacceptable. Maybe it's a punishment for how I got all daydreamy earlier. I let myself consider that letting Colm touch me might not be the worst possible thing, and this is what I get. Trapped and surrounded, with every second of it totally out of my control. The Aryans' voices are loud now, right outside the door, but I don't care. Let them kill me. I can't stand the feeling of panic rising in me, and my heart is about to pound out of my chest. I don't realise I'm actively struggling to leave until Colm gives up trying to give me space and wraps both of his thick arms around my chest. He wraps me up, pulls me away from the door and against his too hot body, and then he squeezes. Not like he's going to crush me, but with so much pressure it's hard to thrash. Shh. He makes the noise directly in my ear, so the guys outside can't overhear it. It's hot, too, and too close. It's all too close. I pull against Colm again, and he splays one hand out over my chest like a brace. He keeps shushing me softly, pulling me farther and farther from the door that looks like my salvation, the edge of it limned in moonlight. It takes all my self-control not to audibly sob, but my face is making some awful expression, I'm sure. It's too much. It isn't supposed to be like this. Colm's hand moves up until it's covering my mouth. My breathing picks up, harsh rasps through my nose, but it smothers the noise I was about to make. I don't think they're here, man. This place seems empty. Their voices filter through the door. They're still speaking quietly, but I can hear them loud and clear, so they must be right in front of us. They have to be here. The tracker led us to the car, and it's parked right fucking there. Where else would they be? Do you think they wandered off into the desert to look at the stars or some shit? The voices continue, arguing about where we must be and how they can find us. My mind is still stuck on the fact that they have a motherfucking tracker in our vehicle, which explains a lot, but I'm too distressed to process that right now. They need to step away. If they just go look for us somewhere else, I can get out of this fucking closet and think. Instead, they seem to be getting more intent on bickering with each other like children while my panic is slowly threatening to choke me. Colm is the only thing holding me together right now, even though it's being shoved against him like this that's making me freak out in the first place. If it were literally anyone else in here with me, I would have slit their throat already. He's shushing me in a rhythm and rocking me at the same time, one hand still on my mouth and the other arm barred across my chest. Shh, shh, shh. You're okay. It's just me. It's barely audible, but I hear it. I try to let the words sink into me, but my heart still feels like it's going to rabbit out of my chest. I can't stay here like this. I can't keep doing this, but I don't want to die over my stupid obsession with keeping people at arm's length. There has to be a fucking distraction. Fuck, I whisper, barely able to form the word through my panic. Colm tentatively moves his hand away from my mouth and tilts his head close to hear. Fuck, I breathe again. Fuck me. Distraction. Colm freezes, but I'm pretty sure he's been half hard from his cock being pressed against my ass this entire time. I know he lives for this secretive high-tension shite, even if he denies it. Yeah? He asks, also breathless. I nod. He can feel it. The voices aren't going anywhere because they've gotten into a fucking fight about something, and I need to think about anything else if I want to survive. Colm's hand is trembling a little as he reaches down and unbuckles my jeans, slowly shimmying them down with my underwear until my thighs are pinned in place by the fabric. He waves his warm hand against the side of my hip and holds it there for a second, not doing anything, just touching. I whine, although it's barely audible. It feels almost good. Terrible in the best way. I feel insane as the texture of his clammy skin against mine feels just as uncomfortable as I expected. But every time I remind myself that the hand on me is attached to Colm, it gets easier. Despite my fear, or maybe because of it, my cock is already well on its way to hard. It won't be the first fear boner I've experienced, and it hopefully won't be the last. But it's helping me twist all that adrenaline into something I'm designed to handle, and I'm ready to lean into that. Do it, I whisper, suddenly desperate for his cock.
Chapter 16. Colm. Pulling Fallow in here against his will has been a roller coaster of emotions, even though it's probably been less than 3 minutes. I didn't have a choice. He would rather have faced them all down alone and potentially get murdered over putting himself in an uncomfortable situation with me. And maybe that's his choice, and I'm the asshole here, but I refuse to let him die. Nope, not happening. I yanked him in here, and I will keep him still and quiet until we can safely leave, and if he ends up hating me for it, it'll be still worth it, because he'll be alive. I expected him to fight me on it. It did not occur to me that he would go down one of his sex as a distraction rabbit holes, but honestly, I'll take it. It's better than pinning him to the wall while he freaks out. He's asking me to fuck him, and God help me, I want to. The tight space is pushing my cock right against his ass, and I'm immediately aware of how it would feel to slide inside. But even though I was able to push down his pants, there's no way I can maneuver us into a real fuck. The space is too small. We don't have lube, and the distraction probably won't need to last that long. Instead, I wrap my fingers loosely around his cock and begin to stroke. He gasps a little, his body tightening under my grip. I have no idea if anyone's ever jerked him off before, and I'm sure it feels weird, but I try to keep my touch consistent and predictable and let him focus on the pleasure. Fallow softens against me, bit by bit, eventually letting himself sink into it. There's still a frantic air around us, but at least he's not running. He's stiff in my hand, but I can't feel the pressure building in him. He needs more. I need more. Now that the floodgates have been opened, I want to touch him as much as I can while it lasts. How much I'm enjoying it is making me feel way guiltier than what I did in the first place, but I can process that later. Fallow is still breathing quick and shallow, like a frightened animal. I pull out my own stiff cock and press the tip against his tailbone so he can feel that. At least that's a part of me he's used to touching. A smear of pre-cum wipes over his skin, and I can't stop myself from dragging my length up and down his crack a few times, stifling the urge to moan. Fallow reacts to it, arching his back and pushing himself against me like he wants more, which gives me the perfect idea of what we can do. If I'm going to touch him for the first time, I should touch him absolutely everywhere. I stop stroking him so I can reach further down and palm his balls. His hips give a little jerk against me. Even though he's still thrumming with anxiety, and the sound of the Aryans hasn't abated, the real world is starting to fall away for me the way I hope it is for him. When I let go of his balls, I bring the hand to his mouth and don't hesitate before shoving 3 fingers inside. Fallow loves to suck cock. He's normally in control when he does it, but I know he loves having something in his mouth just as much as his ass. So although he flinches away from me at first, it's barely a second before he settles and laves his tongue over my fingers like I need him to. Once my fingers are dripping with his saliva, I get right to the point. No teasing, no waiting. If he wants to feel overwhelmed enough that he stops thinking, I can do that with more than my dick. I circle his hole briefly with the pad of 1 finger, spreading some wetness there, and then push all the way inside with 2. I've seen how he works himself open, and I know this is nothing for him. Fallow jerks again, this time with a small gasp, but after that initial shock fades, he lowers his hips a little, pushing my fingers deeper inside. I'm already mesmerized by the tight, wet heat that I finally get to experience in an active way, and the way he starts rocking his hips and panting tells me it's hitting the spot. When I find his prostate and literally hit the spot, Fallow almost makes a noise. I can feel it choke him off, but when I reach around with my other hand to start stroking him again, I find him rock hard and leaking, just the way I hoped. We both seem to fall into a flow. It's all understated because there isn't a lot of space to move, and I'm focused on touching him inside in any way that gets a good reaction. But it gets easier to ignore the raised voices outside, and easier to ignore my own desperate erection as I chase a release for him. My arousal is building just listening to him breathe. In this kind of quiet, I feel hyper-aware of it, and I can hear every little hitch and increase in pace that tells me he's getting closer. When he's right on the edge, I take a chance and bite him on the earlobe, hard enough to hurt. Fallow makes the same choking noise from before and suddenly comes all over my hand. I can feel him squeezing around my fingers that are still spearing him open, and I feel so attuned to his body that it's almost as good as if he was squeezing my dick. When the pleasure finally fades, Fallow sags a little, but he seems content to let me hold him up with an arm around his chest. I'm sure it feels like he just ran a marathon. I'm still dying for my own release, so I quickly start jerking myself off. There's a brief flash of clarity where I think about how uncomfortable Fallow will probably be if I come on his skin. I don't know what textures he does and doesn't like, but I bet unexpected cum isn't going to help the situation. I lean forward, pulling him in closer to my chest, and then angle my hips so I'm pointing my cock at the floor, bobbing just beneath his taint. I want to give him space, but I can't. For just a few more seconds, I enjoy it. I'm breathing hard with my mouth right next to his neck, and when I let myself take a small taste, he shivers in my arms. That's all I need to fall over the ledge. My cum spatters onto the drain in short bursts, and I have one of the most toe-curling hot orgasms I've had all week, which is a high bar. We're both still catching our breath, dicks hanging out but softening, when the Aryans' voices finally get quieter. Thank fuck. I clean us up as much as I can with nothing to help, and then fix both of our pants. Fallow lets me, very still but nowhere near the pulse-racing, fearful stance from before. And as soon as the coast sounds truly clear, I eke open the closet door. Fallow doesn't wait. He bursts outside without looking around, taking big, heaving gulps of air. I move very slowly as I walk out, and keep about as far away from him as I can, but still be heard when I whisper, "Are you all right?" I expect snark, as usual, or to be told to fuck off. Fallow just nods, though. He's still breathless and doesn't say anything, but he meets my eye and nods, no anger in his face. "I'm sorry, I didn't have a choice." Fallow just keeps nodding and then waves a hand at me in a whatever motion, and I choose to take it at face value. If he was really angry, I'd probably have a knife at my throat. It takes a good 40 seconds for him to really catch his breath, and then longer to center himself enough to speak. "It's fine. Thank you for preventing my kamikaze mission. In hindsight, an ill-advised fingerfuck in the closet was probably preferable to a messy death. I smile at him, more relieved than I want to admit that he's already joking around about it. It all happened so fast, but there was an undercurrent of fear the whole time that he would never forgive me for crossing that line. Where do you think they went? I ask, not sure what to do next. Fallow tilts his head and holds his breath like he's activating a superpower. I can hear them. Barely. Let's follow them. I can't believe they put a fucking tracker on the car. It must have been at the motel before they attacked. Smart. But also makes them stupid for taking so long to catch up when we've been driving around like tourists. I nod, and without more fussing, we turn to follow whatever Fallow's listening to. We move quickly, and once we get a little closer, I can hear them as well. They're not subtle, now that they've decided we're not here. It sounds like they're still arguing about how to find us, and whether or not they should just stake out the car. The adrenaline returns, and we both move a little quicker and about as silently as I'm capable of. When we turn the corner around the next enclosure, I can see a single guy who stopped to piss on the fence. Fallow is moving before I have the chance to decide what to do. In a few long, silent steps, he's behind the man, covering his mouth with one hand and holding that sexy fucking butterfly knife to his throat with the other. Shh, he whispers in the man's ear. Or I'll slit your throat. Nod only. The man nods. Are there more than 4 of you? Nod. More than 6. He hesitates, but I'm not sure if it's because he's considering lying or because he's struggling to count. In the end, he shakes his head. Are there others, Coleman? Another shake of the head. And you? Are you so committed to finding us that you're willing to die for it? The man shakes his head fervently, but Fallow tightens his grip. Then I suppose you made some poor choices in life. There's no time to respond before he slits the man's throat. The wound gapes open, bright red blood spurting out to cover the fence in front of them that's already covered in his piss. Fallow keeps him quiet as he gets weaker and eventually collapses, but I focus on looking around for cameras. I checked when we came in and didn't see any except one in the parking lot, but the situation has suddenly become a lot more critical. Fallow grins when he looks at me, obviously happy to have his bloodlust sated for the day. Shall we kill the rest of them? His voice isn't as quiet as it should be, but I'm beginning to see we're not getting out of here without a fight. There's 2 of us, and 4 of them? Fuck it. Let's kill some Nazis. As soon as I nod, Fallow's grin widens, and he looks about as happy as I've ever seen him. Chapter 17. Calm. This stealthy shit is definitely more Fallow's strength than mine, so I'm content to let him lead the way. Plus, he looks blissed the fuck out. I watch him get into a low crouch, and immediately I'm reminded of how slick and cat-like he was the first day we met. It's becoming clear to me that even if I live a long, full life, I've never met someone as beautiful as this murderous sex pest. It makes me want to keep him close. But it's also clear that he's not the kind of person you can contain, and whenever he gets bored of me, he's going to leave. I'll have to savor it while I can. This is the foremost thought in my head as I walk behind him, keeping enough distance not to blow our cover. We're almost at the exit by the time we catch up to them. They have noticed that their buddy is missing, but thank fuck we're being tracked by the stupidest criminals in the history of organized crime, because these motherfuckers are acting like they're in a buddy comedy, not a horror movie. Fallow will quickly show them that was a mistake. One of the remaining 5 Aryans comes wandering back down the path to look for the missing member of the pack, calling out, "Abe!" Like he's sure the guy just got lost. He doesn't even see Fallow before his throat is slit. God damn, Fallow loves to slit throats. He also loves to hold a knife to mine while we fuck, but somehow the real-life danger of it only makes it sexier. The man is left gasping, reaching for his ruined throat, and Fallow gives him a shove to help him to the ground. His body is still twitching when I step over it to keep on the others. Good. The remaining 4 are clustered near the gate when we catch up to them. There's more open space here, and they'll have a line of sight on us when we approach. Fallow seems totally undeterred, but I snag his sleeve. I guess I already got used to having touching privileges, although he still might kill me for it one day, and pull him back before he reveals himself. "Wait," I whisper. "At least let me cover you." He rolls his eyes and makes a big show of blowing his hair out of the way, like I'm being a drag, but I have to at least try to keep him safe. I position myself behind the closest corner to our targets, pull my gun, and wait until Fallow is ready. I'm about to give a signal when he decides to do it himself, by reaching out and pinching my side. It's so unexpected. I'm a few seconds behind him, and he's already well and truly exposed before I start firing. He's such a little shit sometimes. He's lucky I'm a decent shot. I only have 1 magazine, though, 15 bullets. Could be worse, but I'm still not crazy about the odds. It's not like I have a choice. Fallow covers the ground between me and the Aryans like he fucking teleported, so at least he caught them off guard. He gets his knife in one of their necks before any of them has pulled a gun. It takes me 6 shots to get 2 of them on the ground in a way that convinces me they're truly down, but that leaves 1 lone loser to grapple with Fallow. I don't fucking like this. The guy is obviously not as experienced in hand-to-hand, but somehow Fallow's knife got knocked to the ground, and he's facing off with someone who has half a foot and at least 50 pounds on him. I'm taking aim when the man makes the mistake of grabbing for Fallow instead of punching him, and my little psychopath loses his cool. I feel like I'm watching something on TV, as Fallow slides behind the man and climbs his back, ending up with his deceptively muscular legs around the guy's waist and his arms around his throat. He used 1 arm to lock the other in place, with his forearm pressing hard against the man's trachea and desperate noises already pouring out of his mouth. I'm standing in the open now, holding aim on him, but I'm not convinced I have a truly clear shot that doesn't risk Fallow. I hesitate, praying that Fallow has the strength to choke this meathead out. I shouldn't have been concerned. The Aryan scrabbles at Fallow's forearms, leaving deep red marks with his nails. He tries throwing himself backward into the fence to knock Fallow off, but it's a chain-link fence and has too much give. And Fallow, for all his quirks, has a ferocity in moments like this that I've never seen on anyone else. The man makes a final, wet moan before finally falling to his knees. Fallow gives another crushing flex of his bicep and lets go. The second he's clear, I put 2 bullets in the man's chest and 1 in his head, because I'm not taking any fucking risks. "What the fuck did you do that for?" Fallow is panting with exertion, but still manages to look indignant when he gestures at the corpse. "I wanted to watch him die." Jesus. "I think we have more important things to do, like cleaning this up and getting the fuck out of here before anyone else shows up. Oh, and getting that goddamn tracker off our car." "You may have a point," he says, pointing at me with a loose finger and bending over to take some more deep breaths. "You all right?" It's difficult not to close the distance between us and inspect him for injuries, but I'm trying not to overstep more than I have today. Fallow looks down at his body, checking himself for wounds. He looks happy, though, calm. Then he stares at his arms for a minute, where the dumb fuck we just killed was clawing and scrabbling at him. With absolutely no warning, he leans to the side and pukes. This time I really do take a step toward him, but he holds out a hand to stop me. I'm fine, he says, panting. "I just need a minute. I'll be fine." Maybe he caught an elbow to the stomach or something? Or maybe his hatred for being touched really is that bad that he's having a full-body reaction to it. I guess I should be grateful I don't freak him out as much as a random stranger. Fallow stands up after a few seconds, wiping his mouth on his t-shirt and looking at me like he's waiting for instruction. "You okay?" I ask again, and he just nods. "I guess we should get rid of these bodies," he says. "Time to put those big muscles of yours to work, little rabbit." This is going to take so fucking long.
Fallow. I don't know how many hours this shitty process takes, but by the time we're done, the sky is starting to lighten a little. The stars are still out, but the world is a steely grey instead of black. Traffic on the road beside us has gradually picked up, but we were alone for long enough to do the initial part of corpse disposal. I dragged each of the 6 Aryans out of the facility, and then half a fucking mile into the desert, where Colm used the emergency shovel from the car to dig a hole that was actually pretty impressive. They got dumped, and then covered with rocks, so hopefully the animals won't pull them out anytime soon, and I found a couple bottles of bleach that I poured over the bloodstains inside. It's not exactly the perfect crime. The staff will see the evidence of a fight as soon as they get in, and I'm sure the parking lot security cam caught the sounds of gunfire, even if they didn't see us. There's no way I had enough time to clean up all the shell casings and DNA, but it's close enough. I'm relying on the powerful levels of disinterest the local police probably have in solving a crime with no bodies that, if you have an iota of common sense, is clearly a beef between bad people and not a threat to the general public. No one makes a Netflix series about low-level gangsters offing each other. It's just not newsworthy. The most annoying part of the whole process was finding the tracker on the car. It wasn't that well hidden, but still, what a pain in the ass. Colm hunted for it while I brushed my teeth, and we both managed a whore's bath and a change of clothes by the side of the car without getting spotted. We can dump the dirty stuff somewhere once we've crossed into the next county, I'm sure. The entire process is exhausting, and whatever buzz of endorphins I had from the murder and orgasms is long gone by the time we're done. I end up leaning against the car for a second, summoning up the will to leave, more desperate for sleep than I've been in a long time. Colm walks over to me, still pouring bottled water over his hands to wash them. His eyebrows are drawn together in that hangdog look of concern I've gotten familiar with, and I already know what he's going to say. I'm fine. He passes me the bottle of water when he finishes, and I take a swig. I realise abruptly how thirsty I am, and chug the rest without thinking. More? He asks, still staring. I shake my head. We should go. It's almost dawn, and who knows how early these people have to get here to start portioning out crickets for the lizard breakfasts. Colm smiles a bit, but the concern is still there, lurking beneath the surface. Look. I point to my cheek, where all the makeup has rubbed off, but the skin is red, completely unbroken, obviously healed enough to make it through some very vigorous activity. Seems like I had quite the surgeon. Even hand-to-hand combat wasn't enough to fuck it up again. Oh God, I shouldn't have said that, because now he's fucking beaming, and I might be a little bit in love with the feckless oaf. Creatures like me aren't built for love. It's not how I'm wired. It's been such a non-issue in my life that I never even considered it. It just seemed like something other people did. But here I am with the kindest, most emotionally mature man in the history of organised crime, thinking about asking him to touch me again like he did before, breaking all of my rules just to keep him close to me. Fuck it. I've always loved surprising people. What's the point in worrying about breaking rules when I'm the one who made the rules in the first place? Kiss me, I tell him, smiling to myself as his eyes slowly widen. What? You heard me. I make a show of leaning back against the car, stretching out and putting my now semi-clean body on display. Find some balls, walk over here, and kiss me. He doesn't sputter as much as I expected him to. I think he's felt the shift between us just as keenly as I have. Of course, he moves slowly, like I'm an animal he doesn't want to spook, but there's no real hesitance in it. He stops when his chest is an inch from mine, keeping his hands to himself. He's a little bit taller than me, so I tilt my chin up to look at him, trying to keep a confident expression on my face as I lick my lips. Have you ever kissed anyone before? He asks, his voice low and honeyed in a way that makes my blood rush. I shake my head. I never saw the appeal. Until now. Colm is serious, but I can see the pleasure lurking behind his eyes. Who doesn't love to feel special? And it's not a lie. He is very fucking special. For some reason. He leans in even closer, then decides to put 2 fingers under my chin so he can tilt my head back a little more. I comply, and then barely have the chance to blink before he presses his lips against mine. His lips are warm, and he kisses me firmly but not messily. I can't help but tense at first, but it's not as unpleasant as I might have feared. In a few seconds, I find myself softening into it. I reach forward as well, slipping a few fingers into the front of his jeans so I can pull him closer to me. Colm takes a half step, and then we're finally pressed together, chest to hips. It's nice. Weird, but warm. Like he's a wall between me and the rest of the world. I part my lips a fraction, and Colm takes the invitation for what it is. His tongue slips into my mouth, and it feels natural to do the same in response. By the time he wraps an arm around my waist to hold me tight to him, my heart is racing, and my poor, exhausted cock is attempting to summon an erection for the occasion. Nothing goes further. It feels easy for a while to stand there, close together, kissing languidly under the desert stars. I've never in my life pined for this kind of closeness, but now that it's here, I understand a little more what the fuss is about. When we finally break apart, Colm spends a long minute hovering close to me, all breathy and flushed like he gets when we fuck. Okay? Good job, little rabbit. Top marks. He smiles again, small and sincere, and then finally pries himself away from my body. Neither of us says anything else, because there's nothing else to say. Eventually we'll have to figure out what we're doing here, but right now, I feel utterly content to just be.
Chapter 18. Colm. San Francisco is crowded and loud. I have lived over a quarter of my lifespan, probably more if we're being honest about my future, and I have got to finally admit that I don't fucking like cities. All the people on top of people reminds me of the group homes and behavioral units I grew up in. I'm used to never being truly alone. It's not like the Banna are quiet to live with, but this is too much. I didn't say anything, but when we got out to Possum Hollow for the first time, I felt like I could finally breathe. And it's not like we were in a San Francisco-sized metropolis to begin with. We drove here without stopping after the incident with the Arians. Now that the tracker is gone, I think we've finally shaken them off our trail. Or hopefully killed enough that their whole grudge doesn't seem so important anymore. Either way, it seemed to be worth powering through and putting some distance between us and the crime scene. Luckily, I brought spare plates with us, so we've switched them out twice, and now we are safe and anonymous in the city. The loud, busy city. As soon as we got here, we ate, showered, and crashed, slept for well over 16 hours. I woke up once to have a brief conversation with Caitlin, and she's working on getting us into some casino where she says her trail leads. I'd rather ask her straight up where Ellery is, because that's the real goal of this whole shenanigan, but I'm not convinced she wouldn't warn them and send Ellery scurrying for cover. I have no idea whether they're genuinely avoiding Fallow or they took the opportunity to run and didn't think about what it would mean to leave him behind. My guess is on the latter, although he definitely suspects the former. Either way, I don't want to risk it. Bright light is filtering in around the thick motel curtain the next time I open my eyes. I'm groggy and tempted to go back to sleep, but as soon as my stomach rumbles, I realize there's more important things to take care of. I sit up enough for a full body stretch and look around for Fallow. He's still asleep beside me. By the time we were looking for a motel room last night, it was getting late, and we were both exhausted to the point of delirious. We found one with vacancies and parked quickly. By the time we walked in with our bags, the motel would have to be on fire for me to not stay there. I looked at Fallow for objections when the woman behind the desk told us they only had king beds available, no double rooms. He just shrugged, like it was no big deal, and I'm at the point where I'll take any excuse to be close to him that he doesn't seem to find objectionable. I was careful not to touch him through the whole process leading up to bed, and we fell asleep with our bodies on opposite sides of the mattress, but facing each other. It felt calm, and more normal than I expected. Fallow didn't say much, but whenever he did, it was in a soft voice that contributed to the peaceful atmosphere. Right now, it's difficult to remember why we ever have to leave this room. I don't mean to stare, but I definitely do, and Fallow catches me when his eyes blink open. He's hazy for a minute and then focuses on me, eventually curling his lip in that specific smile that says he's about to tease me for something. Is this a Sleeping Beauty, Prince Charming situation, or are you heartbroken that I didn't wake you up to fuck this time? I don't pretend not to smile back. This person makes me goofy for no reason I can explain, and I'm done trying to play it cool. He'll run if he wants to, but maybe the way I can get him to stay is by not hiding how much I love being around him. I think we both needed the sleep this time. I just woke up a minute ago. Are you saying you don't like being adored and admired from a respectful distance? He turns a little to rub his sleepy face into the pillow before he answers. Being adored isn't my main goal in life, but I can't say I'm not partial to it. Good. It's pretty hard to resist. We should get up. I should check my phone for messages from Caitlin, but I don't want to break the bubble that we're in until I have to. Come here, he says, like he's throwing down a gauntlet. I keep staring for a second to make sure he's serious. The teasing face is still there, but there's the slightest hint of nerves behind it. I think this is the exact moment I decide I'm going to dedicate my life to making Fallow want to keep me around. Fuck the rest of it. The Banna gave me structure and a purpose, and I'm grateful for that. But I'm realizing it's okay to want a little bit more, and for me, Fallow is that bit more. I'll do anything it takes. He's a complete weirdo, and it's perfect. I shuffle closer to him, slowly, adjusting the comforter until it's laying on top of both of us with nothing bunched in the middle. I stop short of touching him, but there's barely an inch of warm, sleep-scented air, and then lay my head on his pillow. Good morning, I say. Fallow stays quiet. His eyes are darting around, like he's taking in my face from this new, closer angle. I'm content to wait for him to come to me, even if every inch of my body is straining towards him in a mixture of affection and hunger. He hesitates, then jerks forward and kisses me. He doesn't touch me anywhere else, but the kiss quickly softens into something sweet, and I want to simmer in it forever. Lips and tongue in a glorious slide, tasting of this unique fallowness that I'm finally getting to experience. We kiss for a long time, and I wait for him to make the next move. Even if he's softening to letting me touch him, I don't think he'll ever stop being a bossy bitch when it comes to sex, so I'm content to wait him out. And he does shuffle closer to me, a little at a time, as the heat builds between us. By the time he tentatively presses the front of his body against mine, one hand flat on my chest, we're both aching hard. Once he gets comfortable enough to be truly draped against me, I push a little closer and wrap one arm around his waist to hold him to me. I wait for a reaction, but he keeps kissing me like before, gradually starting to grind his cock against mine. He's in sweats and a t-shirt like always, but I'm wearing nothing but briefs. It's easy for him to tug them down when he decides he wants to, so he has more space to fist my cock. Fallow jerks me off slowly, spreading the wetness leaking from my cock and never truly breaking our lazy, indulgent kiss. At some point, he brings his other hand up to cup my stubble rough cheek, and I almost have to break the kiss to grin at him. It feels amazing. No handjob in my life has ever felt this good. I'm rolling my hips into his grasp, feeling closer and closer to the edge. I wish he would take off his pants as well, or let me jerk him off in return, but I want to leave him in control. And every time I rub my length against his erection, even through the fabric, has him making little breathy noises directly into my mouth. Gonna come. I break off to gasp as my orgasm barrels towards me. Fallow doesn't stop. He strokes me quickly and lifts his leg to hook around my thigh like he's trying to keep me right where I am. Oh, fuck. I groan as I come all over his hand, my hips bucking with the feeling of it. I tighten the arm I have around him, wishing I had 2 handfuls of his tight ass instead, but still floating on a cloud of my own bliss. My little psychopath doesn't let my coming or cursing interrupt. He keeps ravaging my mouth all the way through it, dropping my cock the second I'm finished to push down his waistband and pull himself out. He strokes himself frantically, clearly close to the edge. I feel fucking drugged from how hard I just nutted, and it makes me bold. I slip my free hand in between us to cup his balls, tugging on them a little, just enough to get a reaction. A deep red flush paints his cheeks, and a few seconds later he's spraying his own cum on top of mine with a gasp, completing the mess we've made between us. We keep kissing after. It's messy, but it doesn't seem to be bothering him right now, so I take what I can get. It isn't until my goddamn phone starts to vibrate that I pull myself out of the orgasm bubble we're both living in. "Fuck is that?" he asks, his lips clearly swollen and a little stubble burn on his chin in a way that makes me feel feral. I bet it's Caitlin. I was waiting on a response from her. I roll over enough to grab the phone but keep one hand on his side before rolling back to my original position. I have a bunch of messages from Caitlin, and it takes me a minute to bring the words into focus. "Are you okay?" I ask him, glancing past the screen. He frowns at me like a dissatisfied woodland creature. Why wouldn't I be? The stern look I give him doesn't seem to penetrate through his feigned indifference, so I let it go and focus on my phone. "Just checking," I say in a sing-song voice. I'll keep checking, whether he wants to answer or not. "I need to shower." He looks down between us, an ick expression forming on his face. My eyes quickly scan to the end of the messages, and I look back up at him when I'm done, suddenly feeling awake and focused. Yep, time to go. We have criminal shit to do, and I have the secret instructions.
Chapter 19. Fallow. According to Caitlin, there's a big, semi-legal casino that's a front for an organised crime family. They have a back building that is supposed to be a strip club, but sounds like it's more of a human trafficking front if Ellery's information is to be believed. Ellery knows this because they worked here, but right before we fucking got here, right at the end of this long trail, Ellery went dark. Caitlin told us casually, not knowing our real mission here, and it lit a fucking fire in me. I will find my sister if I have to kill every mafia fuck in this building. The trafficked strippers I'll free, obviously. I already regret not freeing the lizards, even though they were clearly treated with more humanity. Caitlin's password still gets us into the club. We're pretending to be normal patrons, although Colum's a terrible liar, I've come to learn. But the guards here seem pretty disengaged and aren't interested in interrogating us, as long as we have money. We head to the bar first to get the lay of the land, and Colum orders us 2 beers that I have no intention of drinking. There are some stages and poles dotted around with girls dancing on them. They all look very clearly drugged, which isn't that unusual, but really sells the trafficking front to me. Well-paid, well-respected sex workers who are in it for the love of the game can be drug users sometimes, but certainly not all of them, and not to this point of uniform sedation. At the edge of the large room I see a few more doors, just like in Colum's club, private rooms. Except these have very committed-looking guards, and from what I can see, suspiciously thick walls. I don't like the look of this place at all. The thought of what's probably happening in those rooms is making my skin crawl. I may be a murderer, but abuse and exploitation always hits me right in the morals. It makes sense to me. The people I kill have it coming. I just happen to enjoy giving it to them quite a bit. Colum is quiet. Too quiet. It's making me more nervous. After a minute, I try to discreetly pinch his thigh to get his attention, because he's staring way too hard at one of the dancers on the other side of the room. He looks at me, snapping out of his daze, but I can clearly see concern etched on his face. "What?" I ask, keeping my voice low. Colm glances at the lone bartender and stays silent until the man walks to the opposite end from us so he can clean something. "I know that fucking woman." My eyebrows raise, but I keep myself still so I don't draw any attention. "What? Where from?" "She was an escort back in Possum Hollow. About as high-end as you can get in that place. Really nice girl, too. She was seeing one of the guys at the house. She knew how to keep her mouth shut, but had no interest in any of our mafia shit. She was one of the first ones to go missing in this recent spate that's made me worried. Everyone convinced Liam that she just took off. They said a bunch of shitty things about dating escorts in the process, obviously, as if that's not drowning in hypocrisy. I didn't get involved until several other women went missing." I hiss quietly through my teeth. "Well, I guess that seals it. Something funny is going on here, and you seem to be involved. You know, I was really hoping this mission could be all about my thing, without the tragic human trafficking vibes." Colm doesn't smile, but I can feel him lighten by a degree. I only half mean it. I'm mostly trying to keep him from freaking out. Not that I've ever seen him freak out, but this is about as close as he probably gets. I don't think he was expecting to have to do actual work here, either. He definitely wasn't expecting to discover something big, because it's just the two of us, and as formidable as I am, that's probably not enough to take down an entire mob army we know nothing about. "What should we do?" he asks me, chewing on his bottom lip. I reach out and put a fingertip there until he stops the chewing. Now that I've been up close and personal with those lips, I'm invested in them. They feel like my property. I can't be letting him gnaw on them willy-nilly. It only takes a few seconds for a plan to come to me. I can't drop the thread on Ellery right now, especially as they're potentially getting farther and farther away. But I can't leave Colm hanging either. For all his talk about fuck the Banna, I know his allegiance to them runs far deeper than mine. "Let's split up," I say. Colm immediately opens his mouth to object, but conveniently my hand is still next to his face, so I pinch those plush lips shut. "Hush now, Mammy's speaking. We have two situations here, and abandoning either of them risks losing vital clues. I reckon you can hire that girl for a private dance in one of those terrifying rooms. See if you can get her to speak, or, if she won't, you'll know she's afraid and they're watching. Either way, you can pick up some information. Take your time, I'm sure she could use the break. I'll go into the casino and start asking after Ellery. We'll meet back at the car in an hour. You can call the Banna for reinforcements on the trafficking issue, and then we can follow the trail on my sister. Deal?" Colm is looking at me like I'm fucking mad, but I think it's a solid plan. "You don't mind me getting a lap dance from a random woman?" Never in my life have I rolled my eyes this hard. I stand up, ready to get going. "No, Colm, I don't mind you getting a lap dance in the name of human rights. I'm sorry if my lack of jealousy breaks your heart." He shrugs, acting nonchalant, and stands up as well. There's a tightness to his face that I don't like, though. I lean in close, making sure the bartender still can't hear, and whisper one more thing to him. "If she tries to suck your cock, I'll slit her throat, obviously. But you wouldn't let that happen anyway. You know who your master is, little rabbit. Don't you?" The warmth that floods Colm's face is endearing. For the first time in public, I want him to kiss me. We almost lean in, but seem to realise we're doing it at the same time. We can't completely blow our cover already. 1 hour. Meet at the car. We'll figure all this out. I don't know when I became the calm one in this partnership, but I do enjoy being in charge, so I'm not complaining. Colm continues to give me a lingering look, not pulling away. So I throw a wink in his direction, and then turn to head to the casino. This place is massive. Maybe we need more than an hour, although it's also fucking filthy and the whole thing gives me the creeps. I wander through some corridors between the strip club and the casino for a while, dipping into any rooms I can find. Nothing interesting comes up. My next stop is the casino floor to see if I can charm the information out of any underpaid flunkies. Imagine my surprise when the next door I open reveals several tall, handsome men that look like more gangsters, all standing around staring at each other, dripping with tension. Oh, and with a body on the floor. I may have a mission to get to, but this is intriguing, and I do love a bit of intrigue. "Shit," one of them says, as they all look at me and ready themselves for a fight. I can't help but smile. This is at least interesting. These people definitely might know something about either Colm's problem or this place in general, and even if they don't, I might be able to get them to help me in exchange for assistance with body disposal. After burying those Aryans in the desert, I feel like quite the expert. "You trying to hide the body?" I ask. "Yeah," one of them says. He's tall and handsome, but that's not much to distinguish because they're all inordinately good-looking. "You have a problem with that?" "Fuck no. I think it's a great idea. Better that than leaving him right out in the open. Obviously." They all look at me like I'm the weird one, when they're the ones standing in a random casino backroom with a dead body. "Yeah. Gotta find an unlocked door to stuff him in. You happen to know of any?" "No," I say. I'm already getting turned around in here. "I just arrived, but let me ask you something. Did he deserve it?" "Scratch that, I'm sure he did. No one here deserves to live." And yet here we are. The man who murmurs it is arguably the most attractive of the bunch. Older, with a distinct air of murder around him that I always find appealing. Plus, there's a Russian or something similar accent tinging his words that would normally set my fucking panties on fire. It wouldn't be the first time I've seduced someone over a corpse. Colm wasn't either, but this time I don't want to. I want to get what I came for and go back to my bland ham sandwich gangster. This man is clearly more of a decadent Black Forest gatto. Apparently that's not to my taste anymore. Fair one, but I do love a good dead body. Did you know that badgers are known to cache or store dead animals to consume them later? Once I've racked up a couple, we could cache them together for later. You know about badgers, right? They get hungry, apparently. A little nervousness is edging into my mind. I need to make some progress. I'm not always nervous when I ramble, but it definitely helps, so these guys better help me soon if they don't want to hear any more interesting facts. "Why the fuck do we need to know that?" one of them asks. I shrug. Clearly this conversation is their fault. "Just call me a badger then. Not that I want to eat this man, I wouldn't go that far, but a little decay goes a long way." "What the fuck are you trying to say?" The tallest one snaps at me. "Let me help. They say there's security here, that they have cameras, but they don't. It's a lie. It is quite literally the only useful thing I've discovered during my exploration." "Why the fuck should we let you help us?" he asks. The fucks who run this place deserve everything they get. Have you seen what they do to the girls in the club? I'm about to start explaining the human trafficking thing when the tall one sighs and they all seem to relent. "Fine. You can help as long as you don't mind getting tangled up in whatever this is." "Oh, but I do. I love a good tangle. Especially with the right kind of people." I wait for them to tell me who the fuck they are or who the dead guy is, but all I get is a stony silence. The Russian one has been getting thornier by the second, and now he looks like he's ready to explode with impatience. I feel the same way, to be honest. I'm just much better at hiding it. I hope Colum's getting the information he needs. This is the first time we've been apart for more than a few minutes in, a week? It feels fucking weird. The red-headed beefcake holds out his hand to me. Clearly he's the nice one, but no thank you. Hey, thanks for being so cool about this. I'm Kit. Nice to meet you. I shake my head. No, thank you. I don't shake hands, but nice to meet you all the same. Now, what are you doing here, besides hiding bodies? They look at each other while the tall one struggles to shove the body into some sort of closet. We are looking for a man who was taken just minutes ago. Have you seen anything suspicious? The Russian one's voice is deep and growly, and I'm still a little distracted by how utterly uninterested I am in getting him to fuck me. Oh, all sorts, I say. This place is disgusting. And I have very low standards, so that's saying something. But funnily enough, I too am looking for someone who is missing. How fortuitous that we meet in this place doing the same thing. Who are you looking for? Kit asks. They all look at me expectantly. It's now or never, I guess. I won't find out if they know anything unless I tell them the truth. I can always kill them later, if it's necessary. My sister. She used to work here and now she's missing, I say. Does your sister have a name? Kit asks, tension thickening between the group for some reason. Yes, Ellery. She's a bit of a shit, loudmouth, obnoxious, manipulative. Ellery? Kit asks, looking almost childlike in his enthusiasm. They're literally back at the... Bingo. Jackpot. Don't, one of them says, pushing him in warning. I'm going to think of him as the pretty one because the shoe fits, even though he's glowering at me. We don't know if he's telling the truth. We could put them in danger. Jesus, these fellas are going to fucking kill me with all this beating around the bush. Fuck off. I'm no danger to her. She's my sister, I say. It's they, them, Kit says, and I feel my irritation rising. I don't fucking care for being called out about how I talk about my sister. They don't know her. They don't know me. She's mine. It's possible that there's a little guilt fueling the hair trigger I have on this. Ellery always used to want to talk about this stuff. It was something we shared, even if we had different takes on it. But I just had no interest in the theory or the self-exploration. I am what I am. I don't care what people call me. Ellery must have cared more than I thought, if my unwillingness to engage or be consistent about the pronoun thing pissed them off enough to leave, or at least not take me with them when they left. Still, I don't appreciate these guys calling me out like they're so fucking special and ethical, when we're all murderers and arsewipe human beings anyway. For you, maybe. But I shared a womb with her, so I get to call her whatever I want. Plus, she always calls me worse, I promise. And I still tore half the country apart so I could rescue her, so where the fuck have you hidden her? They all stay fucking silent. My patience is getting thin. How about one of us calls and verify your story? And if they want to see you, then maybe we can tell you where they are. The pretty one glares at me, as if this is all some elaborate scheme to get my fucking sister's phone number. Do you fucking believe this? This is fucking ridiculous. But fine, I'll bite. Call her, tell her Fallow has been looking for her. I guess it is a scheme, kind of, but at least I'm not fucking lying. After we find Bane, we've wasted enough time. The Russian one is getting growly. It makes me curious who Bane is, even if I'm focused on finding Ellery. Again with the intrigue. How long have you been looking for Ellery? Kit asks. Too fucking long. I tracked her here from Missouri and the East Coast before that, and the trail led me here, to all this. I gesture around us. Like I said, there's a strip club right in the back. Lots of shady business done in those locked, soundproof rooms. If they were to take your man, he might be there. No one would see or hear him if he screamed. And if we go there, I can check on Colm. If one gangster has been taken today, it doesn't rule out mine getting hurt. And that's not something I'm prepared to accept. Fuck, Kit says, before the tall one stops the angry Russian one from moving. We need a plan, he says. We don't even know if we can trust him. Rude. Like the plan you had when you strangled the bartender and stuffed him in a closet. Right now I trust no one but myself. Call Ellery. Verify who this guy is so we can find Bane. Russian man says, all thorns. He pushes past all of us in the ensuing silence, until he gets to the door I just came through. Where is this club? Yes. Let's go. Let's go find Colm, and whoever poor kidnapped Bane is. I was just there. Follow me. We move through the hallways, with Kit and the other lackeys making some phone calls to confirm that I'm not lying about my sister. When it's confirmed, my fucking heart sings. They're not turning me away. If Ellery didn't want to see me, they could just lie and probably get these guys to at least try to beat me to death. Fuck, why is the lighting so shit back here? Kit asks. All the better to hide the shady stuff with. I'm so high on finally getting somewhere that I'm positively giggling. Did you know that aardvarks have a long, sticky tongue that can reach about 12 inches long? Do you know what someone could do with a tongue like that? What the fuck does this have to do with finding Bane? The Russian says, practically sulking. It doesn't. Just thought you'd like to know. The guards at the entrance to the strip club recognised me from before as an associate of Caitlin's and let us all back in without a fuss. See? I point out. No one had to die to get in. A win-win. Oh, I'd love a good murder, if I'm being honest, but I absolutely do not have the time for it right now. Where are the rooms? Kit asks, raising his voice over the thumping music. It draws more attention to us than he should, but I'm not focused on him anymore. I can't see Colm or the girl, which means they could still be in a room, or they could have gotten in trouble and be in a very different kind of room. Follow me, I tell them, heading to the other side where Colm would have gone. One of the sex workers starts flirting with the tall one, and I barely suppress the urge to start corralling these guys with my knife. We have shit to do. Clearly the Russian and I are on the same page because he knocks the woman over and strides towards the room like he's got the devil chasing him. As soon as he steps up to one of the guards, he stabs him in the neck with a syringe. Oh fuck. We're really in it now. I start knocking on various doors and listening, trying to identify Colm's voice, but these rooms really are soundproof. Break them all down, the Russian says, turning to look at all of us. I'm included in this exercise now, apparently. Works for me. Find him. We start kicking down doors without hesitation. More guards get dropped, and every single person we find gets interrogated, with or without their pants on. No Colm. No hint of the woman. And clearly, as evidenced by how close the sexy Russian is to frothing at the mouth, no Bane. The very last door is all of our last hopes, but there isn't a single person inside. There is a lot of blood, and what appears to be a little device of some kind. Like the tracker the Aryans put on our car, but far more fucking posh. When the Russian starts swearing, I can only assume it means Bane is gone. Shit. I thought I was getting somewhere, but now I only have more people to find.
Chapter 20. Colm. I barely make it to the parking lot when a suspicious amount of noise seeps out of the strip club door, and the guards outside start to move. Fuck. There's no way this isn't Fallow's fault. The plan was supposed to be simple, but I knew he couldn't make it through without a little bloodshed. I can't decide if I should trust him and wait like he asked or go back in and help. Being apart for this single hour has been strange, like my body doesn't want to work right. I've always been deeply independent, just like Fallow, but right now I'm fucking aching for him. The thought of losing him when I just found something I didn't know I needed is too much. After a few seconds of hesitation, I turn on my heel to run back, but by the time I do, the chaos has stopped. No gunfire, no screaming. Then several men in suits bust out of the front door on such a mission that they don't even notice me, running towards a car. When Fallow wanders out behind them with his hands spread wide and a smile on his face, I finally breathe. I'm pretty sure I just aged a decade waiting for him. "You look happy," I say when he makes his way over to me. "Do we need to be fleeing the scene? I heard a lot of noise." Fallow's grin widens, but he seems to think about it for a second before he nods. Yeah, actually we should go. They're not going to be pleased with my handiwork. Plus, we need to follow my new friends. Quick. I didn't know Fallow knew how to make friends. Only obedient companions or murder victims. But he could explain it to me in the car. Once we're on the road, trailing behind the other car, he gives me the rundown on what happened. It sounds like these guys are the best connection to Ellery we've found yet, and as long as we can stay close and potentially help them with their manhunt, they'll lead us to Ellery at last. So one of their guys was taken, and we're going to get him back? Yep, Bane. He seems to belong to the sexy Russian one because he's fucking gagging to get on the road. Sexy? I ask, despite my better judgment. Fallow doesn't owe me anything. This situation has been one of convenience, and he's never said a damn thing to tell me it's going to last longer than it has to, even if he does let me kiss him now. Not as sexy as you, sugar tits, he says with an eye roll. It's teasing, but it still makes me smile. We'll help them, we'll get to Ellery, problem solved. Road trip complete. The words road trip complete hit me harder than I'd like to admit. It seems like every second I'm getting a new reminder that this might be the end of my time with Fallow. He's probably going to want to stay with Ellery after spending such a long time hunting for them. Lord knows what Murphy is going to say about all this. Call him? I ask, realizing he's been talking to me and I wasn't answering. Did you meet the dancer? Did you get any information? Do we need to go back so I can kill her for sucking your dick? I'm dying over here and you're not even giving me crumbs. Sorry, I say, shaking myself out of my weird malaise. Yeah, Candace. I forgot her name until I was talking to her, but her name is Candace. I got her in a room for a lap dance, and I was pretty sure there were no cameras in there, so I just asked her straight up. Fuck knows what they're using those rooms for with that much soundproofing and that little security, but I don't like it. Well, what did she say? I blow out a breath, taking another turn to follow the other car. She was definitely taken against her will, and fuck Fallow. What she described was pretty intense. We're talking cattle cars of people being carried around the country, girls and women who you wouldn't normally consider the most vulnerable populations still being taken. A much higher emphasis on looks than on picking someone no one will care about, like the organization doesn't have anything to fear. It's bad. These people are hardcore, even by organized crime standards. Yikes, he says, staring out the window with a solemn expression. Did you get her out? I shake my head. I offered, but she didn't want to come. She said they'd track her down again and kill her for it. I pushed harder, but eventually she ran away into a staff-only area and I couldn't get her back without causing a scene. We're both silent for a while, thinking about where we go from here. This is a big deal, I continue. If we're going to stop this organization, we're going to have to do it all at once, planned and organized. We still don't even know the extent of who these people are, and if we pick at them a little at a time, it'll only cause them to tighten up. As much as it feels pretty shitty to leave them there, I'm pretty sure we'd both die if we tried to save them alone. I really need to call Murphy and let him know, so we can make a decision about this. This seems like a thing that needs to go all the way to the top.
Yeah, he says, still quiet. I think you might be right.
Fallow. Colm pulls over a little behind the guys we're following. As soon as I move to get out, he starts to follow, but I stop him. I stop him with a hand on his chest, which makes him pause as his breath speeds up a little. Nothing about my particular rules for physical contact has ever been a manipulation. They existed because I wanted them to. But I have to admit, the most delightful, unexpected side effect is that it only takes the smallest touch to get Colm blushing and breathless, like a schoolboy with a crush. It's delicious. If I could inject this feeling directly into my veins, I would. Wait here for me. You need to talk to Murphy and your men anyway. Wait in the car in case we need to make a hasty exit, and sort out a plan for this trafficking situation in the meantime. I'm just going in to support the fellas. It shouldn't take long, and if it turns into a bloodbath, I'll run back out. Deal? I don't like this, he says, clearly understanding he's already lost this fight. Kiss me. Kiss me before I run bravely into battle. The corner of his mouth turns up, but he still looks worried. This is a raid on some kind of stash house with a bunch of other mafia bros. You're not exactly storming the beaches at Normandy. Oh, it sounds like someone's been watching Grandpa documentaries. I'm in. As soon as I get back in the car, you'll have to teach me about the beaches at Normandy. I already know about them, obviously. But I love how much pleasure Colm seems to take in learning things, despite having no urgent need to, and how he even has to hide it from his men. He does it for the love of the game. I could turn into a pool of melted butter right here in this passenger seat, listening to him explain World War II history to me, I've no doubt. Colm hesitates again, but then leans forward and kisses me like I wanted. It's brief and chaste, but sends shivers up my spine all the same. I keep waiting for the disgust or discomfort to settle in, but it never does. I don't know if it's literally just him that can do this to me, or if he happens to be the only person I've been around long enough to actually build up a tolerance to. But I don't really care. I'm not trying to repeat the experiment anytime soon. I'm still exploring the results of this one. The others are still sitting in the car, probably arguing about something, but I don't want to lose their trail, so I need to get moving. And I want to help them find Bane. They're all kind of cute, in a criminal way. I want to be part of the fun. Wait for me, I say, breaking off the kiss. Be safe. Colm holds my gaze, still looking stressed, so I have to be the one to get out of the car because otherwise he'll keep me there forever. As soon as I'm on the move, though, I feel absolutely psyched to cause a little carnage. My adrenaline starts to flow, and I picture what might be waiting for us inside the house. I'm nearly bouncing on the balls of my feet when I approach the car and knock on their window. Casey, the tall one, rolls it down, looking confused, as if we hadn't literally discussed me coming to help them. It's possible they're all a little slow, especially considering they're still in the car, not inside causing carnage. What are we waiting for? I thought this was urgent. The angry Russian gets out of the car with the same intense expression he wore earlier, and I get a little thrill as I realise some nasty shit is about to go down. He looks through the trunk for a minute and pulls out a wicked-looking knife before making an abrupt beeline for the house. Oh shit. There he goes. He's fast, isn't he? I say, watching him move very gracefully for someone so tall. When a man answers the door for him, this guy shoves the knife right in his neck. I'm a little jealous because that's normally my move, but it's always nice to see someone fully committed to their skill set. Someone swears behind me, but I'm too excited to pay attention. We move inside, and my own knife is in my hand, but the Russian takes out the next guard seamlessly with a double tap to the heart and thigh. Damn, he's good, I say, feeling an intense surge of jealousy. I'm not sure I've ever stabbed someone directly in the heart. I need to get one of those fancy fucking knives he's carrying. Another man appears to the side, and this time I'm fastest. My butterfly knife sinks neatly into his temple, and I get to enjoy watching him sputter and paw at it for a few seconds before I put him out of his misery and drop him to the ground. That's more like it. The rest of the guys are sweeping through the house, while my new hero is still on his mission, looking through one room after another to find his bane. It occurs to me that I really, really like that name. It's even better than Fallow. Once again, I'm a little jealous. Oh God. If I keep hanging about with Colm, is he going to expect me to tell him more personal things? I don't think I could ever face telling him my real name. I'm enjoying this whole intimacy thing for the first time, but nobody gets to know my name except Murphy, Ellery, and me. Angry Man has found a room, and based on the sounds, we finally got into Bane. It takes too long for me and the others to catch up to him, caught up with the remaining guards in the house. Just as I get to the doorway, a gunshot goes off. Inside is a bloodbath. I'm not sure how many people are in here, but I see a woman slumped on the floor and the evidence of some messy major knife wounds. A startlingly pale and blood-soaked man is tied to a chair, looking significantly worse than when I first found Colm on the edge of consciousness. He moans out, "Yorgi," before passing out. The angry Russian man, Yorgi, I assume, clearly caught that bullet. He's conscious, but as soon as Bane's eyes close, he starts to lose it. This is so much more high drama than I expected. At first, I was just along for the ride, but now I feel committed. I look at Kit and his friends, resolved to help with the cleanup for this situation any way I can. I just hope they have a medical connection, because Bane and Yorgi both look like they're going to need it. Chapter 21. Fallow. I was really hoping San Francisco would be our final stop, and Yorgi's crew would reveal that Ellery was in a hotel room somewhere and take me to them. But no. We had to go down to Los Angeles next. I'm frustrated by the delays, especially as it's given me time to build this whole situation up in my head. Colm isn't admitting it, but I think he's getting stressed out by the whole big city thing. I know he comes from a city originally, but he's always seemed much happier when we're in the middle of nowhere. It's possible it brings back shitty memories for him. I understand. We all have places in our pasts we don't want to return to. I'd rather lose an arm than live in any of the places Ellery and I grew up in, before our parents died and our new life started in Ireland. I honestly thought it would bother me more just being back in America. It's why I distracted myself with the bloodbath I left on my way to Missouri. Now I have a less objectionable distraction, although Colm's cock hasn't permanently slaked my bloodlust. It, and the man attached to it, has done more for my well-being than I ever expected, though. I feel settled. Even now, when I'm bubbling with apprehension at the thought of seeing Ellery for the first time in so long, there's a warm little part of me that's settled by his presence. There wasn't much time, but before we parted ways for the trip, I learned a little more about Yorgi, Bane, and the others. They work for the Costellos, a major player in the Los Angeles SoCal organised crime scene. The Banna don't have any footholds on the West Coast, it's just not our area, and that, combined with my pathological lack of interest in Murphy's business, means I'd never heard of them. Colm hadn't either, although he, like me, I guess, is fundamentally a small-time criminal. He shepherds a small group of morons as they run guns and drugs through Middle America. I kill who and when I'm told. Neither of us cares about the big picture. But they seem pretty nice guys, all things considered. Especially Kit, who is too genuine and has absolutely no business being a gangster. They were focused on getting Bane and Yorgi home for medical care, but I secured an invite for us both to stay at the compound and meet Ellery, if they're willing. I'm not clear on whether Ellery is also working for them or just a guest, but I suppose I'll find out. The drive is only 6 hours, give or take, so we decide to go straight through the night and avoid potential trouble on the road. Colm and I are both tired, but not unaccustomed to running on fumes, so I think we look pretty reasonable when we get in. The only thing I regret is that Colm and I haven't really had a minute to just be together. There'll be time for that later, though. Getting into the compound isn't as difficult as I'd feared. Various guards make their calls and confirm things, and then we're escorted to a room and told that Ellery will be in to meet us soon. We get apologised to that Mr. Costello, the patriarch of the family who sounds more interesting by the minute, is too busy with Bane to meet us, but all in all it's a pretty pleasant experience. I've never been the guest of other gangsters before. It feels a bit like a Jane Austen novel, being hosted out of mutual respect, with everyone being tense but overly polite. I can't say I hate it. Are you nervous? Colm asks me, standing on the other side of the large, well-appointed bedroom with his hands in his pockets. Pfft, I say. I don't get nervous. He clearly doesn't buy it. Fine. Yes, I can't lose Ellery. If they, are really genuinely angry with me, I'll lose my fucking mind. Colm's eyes widen like he wasn't expecting me to give him a real answer. After a second of hesitation, he moves towards me and slowly reaches out, stopping his hand an inch from his waist. His eyebrows raise again, this time a question, and I nod. As soon as I do, he fits that warm paw of his around my side and gives me a little squeeze through my t-shirt. It's pretty nice. Mostly because it feels so specifically like him. I'm leaning in towards him, caught up in the moment and considering kissing him on the mouth when the door opens and we both swing to look at it. Well, this isn't what I expected to walk in on. My knees almost buckle at the sound of that familiar voice. Finally. Fucking finally. Even if they're still speaking in an American accent. I let myself truly look them up and down, taking a minute to convince myself that they're real, and here, and in one piece. It looks like my sister and talks like my sister, but that accent seems awfully fake. We were born in Boston, asshole, they snap, before picking up a random decorative something and hurling it at my head. I duck, because I was expecting it. I know what Ellery's like, and they have a temper. If Ellery wanted to survive growing up in our world, they either needed to get very violent or very wily, and they went with violence. Murphy never let them use it in a productive way like I was encouraged to, so all that pent-up aggression combined with a razor-sharp need to isolate themselves makes for a tempestuous individual. Colm, however, looks like he just walked into something he wasn't prepared for, and it takes him a moment to react. He doesn't make a move for Ellery, thankfully, but does step in front of me like I'm a damsel and we're in a western or something. Ellery immediately notices, of course, and cocks their head in curiosity. And who are you? Defending my brother with all that misplaced chivalry? I'm Colm. I guess I work for your father. Adoptive father, he adds when Ellery visibly bristles. Colm clears his voice before he continues, but looks firm when he finally speaks. And me and Fallow are together. I'm not sure who looks more surprised at that, me or Ellery, but once the words are out there in the universe, I try them on for size. Are we together? What does that even mean? Would I go back to his little compound in Missouri, share a bed with him and fuck him every night for years and years? It doesn't sound awful. It actually holds a lot more appeal than going back to my life with Murphy. It was fine. I've always been able to entertain myself. It was getting stale, though, especially without Ellery around. Are you ever coming home? I ask. Ellery snorts. Fuck you for asking. No, I'm not coming home. I never wanted to be trafficked to that fucking country anyway. I never wanted to be some powerful old man's fatted calf to sell off to one of his business partners, and I never wanted to spend the rest of my life pretending to be a fucking girl. If you'd ever listened to me properly, you would understand that. Her accent wavers a little as she gets upset, slinging back and forth between American and Irish. I'm glad to see my proximity is getting to her. There's a barb on the end of my tongue ready to hit back. I want to tell them how angry I am that they abandoned me to go play with other criminals who can't possibly treat them any better. It's about to slip out of my mouth when I'm interrupted by that stupid hand on my waist. Colm, pinching me slightly and eyeing me up when I turn to look at him. What? Did you travel all across the country to fight, Fallow? Or did you come here to make nice? He asks. I glare at him, then at Ellery. Neither. I came to get Ellery back. Ellery also opens their mouths to start yelling, I'm sure, but Colm has no problem cutting them off too. He raises his voice a little, but keeps that calm, even tone I've gotten so used to. Ellery can do whatever they want. You're not going to kidnap them, but I don't think it's going to make either of you feel better if you spend the whole time yelling. Deal? He stares me down, and I nod. Then he stares down Ellery, who is still standing near the door with their arms closed. They're leaning back, looking deliberately careful, but I can tell they're on the verge of running. It makes me feel a twinge of guilt, and I soften myself further. Fine, Ellery says, but if he misgenders me, I'll slit his throat. Well, I guess there's no question that you're really related, Colm says, but I'm busy feeling my cheeks heat. If I knew it was that important to you, I would have paid more attention to the pronoun thing. I'm yelling because anger is much easier to feel than shame. I don't do shame. It's not my fault I didn't realise it was a big deal. Did you miss the point where I said this is really important to me? I freeze. It's possible I wasn't really listening. You do talk a lot when you're not fleeing the scene of our childhood. Ellery throws their hands up and moves away from the wall, like they're considering hitting me. Well, if you listened, and had even the tiniest fragment of empathy, you'd know that while I was pissed about your chronic disrespect for my feelings, that's not even the reason I left. I was being fucking sold. Ellery looks hurt, but I bet I do too, because I would never have let them be thrown to the wolves. Obviously, I was never going to let that happen. I was planning on killing the guy either right before or right after the wedding, but you left before I had the chance. There's a beat, and then Ellery starts to pace from side to side, still not coming any closer to me in the room. That's your solution to everything. If I wanted the man dead, I would have killed him myself. You're not my guardian. I didn't want him dead. I wanted to finally be free. There's so much emotion spilling out of my sister. It's spilling into me, and my pulse is racing. I cast around my mind for what I want to say. It's difficult. I don't feel most of my feelings very keenly, which is the opposite of Ellery. And Colm, I'm learning. But I'm heartbroken that my sister ever thought I wouldn't support them when it matters. Were you being serious when you said trafficked before? I don't understand. Ellery stares at me. Then all at once their body softens and they walk over to stand in front of me. I see Colm tense up in the periphery of my vision, but he doesn't make a move. He does gasp, though, when Ellery wraps their arms around me in a hug. It feels normal for me, the one person that's always been normal. And they know better than to touch me with sticky fingers, but it's probably weird for him to see. It's not a long hug, because Ellery leans back and takes my face in both of their hands. Our parents died because of drug dealing and crime bullshit. And then, random, tangentially associated mafia man takes pity on us. Literal children with no one to protect them. by taking us to an entirely different country, getting us fake identities, and raising us as his children/indentured servants. I'm not trying to be flip here. I know he made our life more comfortable than it ever had been before. But he had no right to take us. This isn't a Dickens novel, and I wanted out. The fact that I had to sneak out in the middle of the night only proves how controlled we were, even as adults. It's a long speech, and a lot to absorb. I feel stupid that I never thought about it that way before. Generally speaking, I just exist. I was home, then I was with Murphy, then I was part of the Banna. It is what it is. But when Ellery strings it together like that, they have a point. Colm is watching me, eyebrows drawn together and concern clear on his face. I didn't realise, I say, feeling useless. A ghost of a smile crosses Ellery's face. I know. Your brain works differently, for better or worse. It's not your fault you don't always get it. But I need you to give a shit enough about me to respect how I feel about things. Like listening when I say I want to leave instead of planning a murder, or using the right pronouns. Everybody else follows all your weird rules, so you can do it back. I don't want to think that I'm pouting, but I'm pretty sure that's what it looks like. I hate feeling like I'm being scolded, and even worse when the other person has a point. Yeah, but you don't follow my rules. I thought we had brother-sister privileges. I see the anger rising, but Ellery takes a deep breath instead and squishes my face just a little harder between their hands. I touch you because you don't mind. If you told me to stop, I would. Empathy, brother. Patience, sister. I can't suppress the call in response. Colm, who has stayed pretty silent up until now, clears his throat. Sibling, not sister, right? Ellery looks at him, a little shocked, like they forgot he was in the room, or is surprised he cares. They think about it and purse their lips. The hands come away from my face, and they go back to their sassy, I could give a fuck stance. I will always be your sister. That's fine with me. But you need to start caring about the pronouns and removing the word girl from your vocabulary with exactly the same ferocity you care about your no-touching rules, if you love me at all. I know you don't care about pronouns, but you have to care that other people care. Understood? I nod, but both of them continue to stare at me like they're expecting something else. What? I ask, confused. Apologize? Colm says, his face hopeful. Oh, right. I am sorry. I really do love you, and I am apparently not good at showing it. I'll do better. Ellery gives me a wicked grin and nods before turning to Colm. That might literally be the first time I've heard him say those words, or pretend to understand what someone else is motivated by. You've really done a number on him, Captain Beefsteak. Colm shrugs and holds out his hand for Ellery to shake. Thank you for coming to see us. It's been quite a journey. I bet. Tell me everything. I barely get started on the story, though, when Colm's phone buzzes. He looks down, and I immediately see the blood drain from his already pale face before he answers it, walking over to the other side of the room. Ellery and I don't even pretend we're not eavesdropping, although they do look at me and mouth the word hot when Colm's not looking. He's mostly uh-hus and yes sirs until he hangs up. I'm tingling with anticipation. Are you going to tell us? I ask. Colm blows out a huge breath and looks at me. That was Murphy, he says, and Ellery immediately tenses beside me. He decided he's going to get personally involved in dealing with this human trafficking situation. Ellery laughs, interrupting him, but he perseveres. I suppose there's some irony there, given what Ellery said before. Colm spreads his hands wide. Look, I just work here. But he's in motherfucking Missouri right now, and he wants you and I back there immediately. Ellery, it doesn't seem like he's heard about your part in our little trip, so you're safe. And as much as I want to invite you back with us, it sounds like you don't want to be seen by the old man. You're goddamn right. They spit. So, I'm sorry, but we're going to have to cut this short. I'm sure we'll have to come back once we make a plan, and we can arrange to come back so you two can catch up, if that works. Ellery looks between the two of us for a second before settling on me. You don't have to jump when Murphy says so, you know. You really want to go back? They ask, seeming sincere in their concern. This is such a weird sensation. I've always liked being a feather on the wind, utterly unbothered which way I get blown. But as much as I want to spend more time with Ellery, the thought of letting Colm leave without me causes an ache in my chest I can't ease. I'm speaking to Ellery, but I hold Colm's gaze when I open my mouth. I want to go. I'm not leaving Colm. I get to see the exact moment that the words land and emotion floods Colm's normally stoic face. I feel his emotion reflected in myself in a way I never have before, and it feels good. He nods, not saying anything, but there's nothing to be said. I know him. Besides, he's too boring to survive without me, plain white bread and all that. I'm the sprinkles. That makes him crack a smile, while Ellery lets out a low whistle. Ooh, good grief. All right. I see someone's finally managed to get you smitten. Congratulations. I'll speak to the Costellos. They can help you get home. Come back and see me when you can. And promise me you won't fall for any of Murphy's bullshit. I can do that. As long as you'll still be here and won't run away again, I say. I can do that. Ellery reaches out one more time to chuck me on the chin, and I feel like I can finally, truly breathe. Whatever else we have to deal with, the important thing is done. I know where they are, and they're safe. Colm and I can handle the rest.
Epilogue. Colm. I was a little worried when Fallow suggested this. Obviously, we had to rush back to Possum Hollow to meet Murphy and hash out a plan. Fallow seemed chill about it, but somewhere along the drive to St. Louis, he started to get nervous, and I wasn't shocked when he asked to take a break in a motel room for a few hours before we get home. If anything surprised me, it was him selecting the motel and not insisting we fuck in the car on the side of the highway. Either way, I was happy to comply. I expected him to strip down and do his thing until the nerves eased up. It wouldn't be the first time. So when we went in the room and he asked me to really fuck him, not lie back and allow myself to be ridden, I was caught off guard. Now we're on the bed, face to face with him pinned between me and the bed and my dick in his ass. He seemed more and more comfortable with the touching every day, but this is a lot. I'm worried it's going to overwhelm him. Is this okay? I ask, so close to him that my lips brush his when I speak. Fallow kisses me chastely, then wiggles his body as much as he can with me inside. I kind of like it. You're like a big weighted blanket with a dildo and a mild-mannered personality attached. He gives me a little smirk, even though I have to lean back to see it, and my apprehension rolls back. If you keep finding new ways to call me boring, I'm going to have to fuck the brat right out of you. He rolls his eyes, but also makes a few breathy, pleased noises and clenches his hole around my cock. I've been staving off the need to move until now, but the less worried I feel, the harder it is to hold back. Promises, promises, he says, but the end of the last word trails off when I pull out to the tip before slamming back in. Fallow chokes on a groan, and I feel pleasure rising in my chest. I pull out and slam back in again, slow and hard, and Fallow continues to moan, so I take it as encouragement. In all the things I've thought I'd do with Fallow, this wasn't one of them. feeling his warm, sweaty skin against mine, getting to pick up the vibrations of his moans by pressing open-mouthed kisses against his neck. It's life-changing. I was already committed to keeping him, but there's no turning back now. Nothing will top this. It feels utterly natural to pick up a rhythm, and Fallow meets my thrusts with ease. We're in sync, moving together. His hard cock is trapped between us, soaking up the friction, and every time I have to breathe, I put my tongue in Fallow's mouth and drink him in. The pressure builds slowly. There are no bells and whistles and knives and corpses this time, although I look forward to doing more of that in the future. This is just my skin against his, both of us riding the other into oblivion. Fallow gasps and shouts out, "Ugh, Colum!" And then there's wetness between us. I'm not sure which of us is more surprised by his orgasm barreling in out of nowhere, but watching that ecstasy on his face does something obscene to me. I pound him as hard as I can, my teeth in his neck, and less than a minute later I'm groaning and coming inside him. It takes longer for both of us to come down and be able to form words than it did for us to get there. I keep my softening dick inside him the whole time, even when it feels a little uncomfortable, because I'm not ready to part. Fallow seems content to indulge me. He purrs and shimmies some more as I stroke him everywhere I can reach, letting me lay about half of my body weight on him. "You really liked that, didn't you?" I ask when I finally get my words back. "Mm-hmm," he says, kissing me softly. "It's nice. The thought of anyone else touching me is exactly like it always was. I don't feel like I've changed. It just feels like my body has decided you can join Ellery on the exception list, and I've always liked it when Ellery touches me. In a very different way, obviously, but you get the picture." He laughs a little, and the lightness of the sound makes me happier than any other damn thing I've done in my life has. "So?" I say slowly, trying to find the words to finally ask what I'm afraid to. "This is real? You're coming back to stay with me? Forever?" I expect him to tease me for being needy, but he just nods, grazing my nose with his. "That's what I want. And I know it's what you want, because you're a terrible liar. As long as you don't mind outing yourself to all the mafia morons." I'd say I'd beat the homophobia out of anyone who says anything, but I'm pretty sure they're all too terrified of you to start anything. Either way, I'll keep them in line. Or will keep them in line. If they don't like shit, they can keep it to themselves, or go work for the Aryans. Fallow nods. He's not exactly a wilting flower who needs my protection. If anything, he's the one who protects me. That doesn't do anything to kill the urge, though. "I love you," I say, throwing caution to the wind. "All I want to do is make you happy. Whatever that looks like." Fallow's eyebrows draw together, and he looks over every inch of my face for too long before answering. "I always told Ellery I loved them because it seemed like what you were supposed to say, and they were the only thing that meant anything to me. I would never admit it, but I didn't really understand what the word means. I still don't. But I can tell you that whatever depth of feeling I hold for my sister, I hold just as much for you, for whatever that's worth. I know it's not exactly a Hallmark card, but you're the only person apart from Ellery that I care about more than myself." Honestly, that little speech makes me feel even more joyful than if he'd told me he loved me. It's deeply, intrinsically him, and it feels real. I'll take it. The room gets quiet again, but in a way I could swim in forever. "And my real name is Brady." Fallow says the words on a single rushed exhale, like he's trying to get the sentence out and in the past. It's so rushed it takes me several long blinks to process. Then I start to laugh. I laugh hard enough that my now soft dick finally slips out of him, and he tries to crawl away from me to pout, but I don't let him, wrapping him up in my arms and squeezing, leaving a new trail of kisses up his neck. That's glorious. I can see why you keep it to yourself. Brady, the big bad mafia villain. Brady, the serial killer. Brady would be less likely to have all my men quaking in their boots. I snigger a little more before that comfortable silence falls over us again. Yeah, well, he says, still sulking. It seems like the kind of secret you're supposed to tell someone before you begin cohabitating at their mafia compound. It's a terrible name. I got the nickname Fallow when I was still a teenager and left my first multi-murder crime scene looking like a raided medieval village. Fallow is a badass. Brady never needs to be spoken out loud again, now that you know. I'm still smiling, but I agree. Honestly, it's very cool that he told me. He's putting his money where his mouth is for this whole relationship thing that's completely new to both of us and bound to have roadblocks. Also, Murphy might slip up and use it when we see him. He's the only one who still says it occasionally. I blow out a slow breath and give him one final kiss before we have to get up. Business calls and invoking Murphy's name has reminded me. Are you nervous? He shrugs. Maybe a bit. Less now. But hopefully he'll be distracted from my shenanigans by the whole unknown organization cross-country kidnapping ring situation. We can focus on that. So it's a we now. You're included in the Banna business? I ask. Well, I'm invested now. I can't have you running off on a harebrained scheme and getting murdered. And you can't exactly leave your dick at home for me, so we'll be scheming together. I smile again. I've been doing a lot of that lately, and it feels a little weird. All right. Deal. Honestly, we don't even have to go. I can claim I'm needed at home and send someone else to deal with the mess. I'm fucking tired. We'll make a separate trip to see Ellery once the drama calms down. We don't need an excuse. Fallow nods, and we hold each other's gaze for a long time. Whatever it is, we'll deal with it together. Because we're putting each other first. Fuck the Banna.